Chapter 1, Chapter 01. Kitazawa's grades at the Ninja Academy had always been mediocre. Uchiha Itachi graduated at 7, he barely scraped through at 13. Uzumaki Naruto became the savior of the ninja world at 17, at that same age, Kitazawa was still struggling to make Chunin. In this harsh world of shinobi, Kitazawa was what people called a fodder ninja, no talent, no bloodline, and no backing. To stay alive until the story's grand finale, he'd chosen the safest path, teaching at the Ninja Academy, a job he'd held for 5 years. Another peaceful day in Konoha. Kitazawa rose from his seat and walked to the window. It was enrollment day again, and the training grounds were buzzing with life. He glanced down at the stack of new student files in his hands. Names leapt out at him, all too familiar. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno, Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, Inuzuka Kiba, and more. 5 years. I've waited 5 whole years for these main characters to show up. Kitazawa let out a silent sigh. From this point on, only 2 massive crises loomed over his future. One was Orochimaru's Konoha crush. The other was Pain's invasion with the Akatsuki. The first wouldn't really involve the Ninja Academy, so he wasn't too worried. The second, though, that was a nightmare. That one incident would end up leveling almost all of Konoha. Kitazawa's plan was simple: get out of the village before that happened. He could roughly estimate when it would all go down based on Naruto's and the others' enrollment timeline. While he was mentally calculating dates, a crisp ding suddenly echoed in his mind. Host has reached age 6 and successfully enrolled in the Ninja Academy, activating the strongest shinobi system. Kitazawa froze. He'd waited 21 years, thinking he'd never get a system. And now, just when he'd resigned himself to an ordinary life, the door finally opened. Why the hell is my system showing up so late? Wait a second. Something didn't add up. I'm 6 years old. System, are you malfunctioning or something? Kitazawa blurted out. Host, please complete the first stage of the main quest, dominate the Ninja Academy and become the strongest graduate. No way. Was this system brain dead? Sure, he was happy the system finally arrived, but it had the timeline all wrong, and he was definitely not happy about that. How the hell was he supposed to graduate now? Seriously, answer me? Kitazawa suddenly understood. This damn system was 15 years too late. Had he been waiting for nothing all this time? To dominate the Ninja Academy, you must first win over your classmates. Current mission, gain the initial trust of Uzumaki Naruto. Mission reward, fire release, great fireball jutsu. Accept? Kitazawa stared blankly. He wasn't Naruto's classmate. How was he supposed to complete a mission like that? If he tried enrolling in the academy again, the third Hokage would probably look at him and say, you need to consult a doctor or maybe a medical ninja to check if your brain's been devoured by Orochimaru's snakes. Who the hell programmed this system? Rubbing his temples, Kitazawa felt a splitting headache coming on. But there was no helping it. He'd just have to do the best he could with this mess. If he couldn't complete the mission, well, there wasn't much he could do anyway. Apart from ranting, he could only rant and maybe throw in a few choice curses. But what if, by some miracle, he actually could complete this absurd mission? Luckily, there didn't seem to be any penalty for failing or declining the quest. A person can't be unlucky forever, right? Kitazawa chose to accept. Setting down the student files, he left his office and headed for the training ground. No sooner had he arrived than he heard the usual harsh whispers. Don't go near him. That guy's a monster. You absolutely mustn't play with him, stay far away. I'll never understand why Hokage Sama lets him attend the academy at all. Kitazawa's eyes fell on a small boy with spiky blonde hair, sitting alone on a swing. Naruto sat with his head bowed, silent, separated from the joyful chaos around him by an invisible, pitiful wall. You people are incredible, Kitazawa thought darkly. Daring to badmouth a kid who's basically a living nuclear bomb. Aren't you afraid of getting turned into barbecue? Ignoring the wary glances from bystanders, Kitazawa stepped forward. Naruto heard footsteps and instinctively looked up. He found himself staring into a pair of black eyes and froze. There was no hostility in the man's expression, only quiet gentleness. What's your name? Kitazawa asked softly, suppressing a sigh. Winning Naruto's initial trust should be easy enough. Because in this world, there were only 2 people who truly accepted Naruto so far, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tuki, the ramen shop owner. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto felt a gentle warmth spread through his chest, lifting his spirits. He looked up eagerly and asked, and you? Kitazawa, the man replied. Hi, Kitazawa Naizen. Naruto exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Don't call me Naizen. Kitazawa's lips twitched. You should call me Sensei. Sensei. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Are you the teacher for class 1A? Kitazawa nodded. That's awesome. Naruto grinned. I'm in class 1A2. I'll take you to get registered. Kitazawa reached out and gave Naruto's shoulder a reassuring pat. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto practically leapt off the swing, but after only a couple of steps, he froze, his head dropping low. He could feel the disgusted stares from the people around them, and this time, even Kitazawa seemed to draw some of their hostility. Kitazawa-sensei. It's okay. I can go register myself. You don't have to trouble yourself over me. Naruto's voice was small. If you let yourself care too much about what other people think, Kitazawa said calmly, without looking back, you'll end up a prisoner to their opinions. Naruto blinked at his retreating back, half understanding, half bewildered. Come on. Kitazawa raised a hand, beckoning him forward. Snapping out of his daze, Naruto hurried to catch up. Class 1A. The moment Naruto stepped into the classroom, silence fell like a heavy curtain. Every eye turned toward him, including that of the teacher handling the registrations, Iruka Umino. Naruto instinctively wanted to lower his head and shrink away, but Kitazawa's earlier words echoed in his mind. Squaring his shoulders, he faced the stairs directly. Iruka. Kitazawa spoke with his usual gentle smile. Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka tried to keep his voice steady, though tension flickered in his eyes. In the original story, Iruka's parents had died during the Ninetales attack. Because of that, Iruka initially harbored resentment toward Naruto, whom many still viewed as the fox demon. This is Uzumaki Naruto, a new student in Class 1A, Kitazawa said in an even tone. Please handle his registration. Iruka silently pulled out the class roster and wrote Naruto's name. Then he handed him a stack of textbooks and his first semester schedule. Once the paperwork was done, Kitazawa and Naruto left the classroom and made their way to the academy gates. Tomorrow's the first day of class, Kitazawa reminded him. Don't be late. I won't. Naruto beamed and said with heartfelt sincerity, Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. See you tomorrow, Kitazawa said, giving him a casual wave. Naruto was the Ninetales Jinchuriki and constantly under the watchful eyes of the third Hokage and the Anbu. Kitazawa had to be careful not to appear overly invested in him. Good thing he was just an academy teacher and not a member of the Uchiha clan, otherwise, he'd probably find 8 kunao in his back the next morning and wind up dead from suicide. Kitazawa-sensei, bye-bye. Naruto turned and bounded away, a cheerful spring in his step. The host has completed the mission. Reward granted. Suddenly, a flood of knowledge poured into Kitazawa's mind. In the blink of an eye, he'd mastered the fire release, great fireball jutsu from the basics all the way to expert-level proficiency. Kitazawa's expression shifted dramatically, trying to hold back an excited grin. This system really was surprisingly competent. Although people often joked that the great fireball jutsu had never actually killed anyone, for an ordinary Chunin like Kitazawa, it was a deadly weapon worth having. Not bad at all. What's got you smiling like that? Something good happen? A teasing voice broke through his thoughts. Kitazawa turned his head instinctively and froze. Not far away stood a beautiful woman with long hair cascading over her shoulders. She was smiling, and under the sunlight, her eyes sparkled like rubies. Chapter 2, Chapter 02. Kitazawa, long time no see. Kurane Yui approached, her slender legs wrapped in white bandages. It hasn't been that long. We just saw each other last week. Kitazawa's eyes drifted down to the bandages on her hands. In his previous life, he'd always wondered why Kurane wore bandages around her thighs and hands. Kitazawa, I need your help with something. A faint smile played on Kurane's fair face as she spoke. Kitazawa blinked in surprise. Although Kurane, like him, held the rank of Chunin, there were vast differences in strength even among Chunins. She possessed powerful genjutsu. Her father, Shinku Yui, was one of Konoha's rare Jonin-level genjutsu specialists. If Kurane stood at the very peak of the Chunin rank a half-step away from Jonin, then Kitazawa was solidly at the lower end of the Chunin scale. I recently became a private tutor, Kurane said, her tone troubled. But this student is incredibly stubborn, and I was hoping to ask your advice. Kitazawa fell silent, deep in thought. In the original timeline, Kurane had led Team 8, which included Hyuga Hinata, Shinobi and Inuzuka Kiba. But she'd also once taken on another student, Yakumo Kurama. Yakumo possessed a rare genjutsu Kekii Genkai that allowed her illusions to become reality. Genjutsu was a yin release art, and Yakumo's powerful yin chakra frequently caused her physical and mental health to deteriorate. For her safety, her parents had refused to let her attend the ninja academy and instead hired Kurane as a private tutor. But Yakumo was obsessed with becoming a ninja. After enduring repeated rejections, she developed a monstrous yin-based entity in her subconscious called Ito. Ultimately, she lost control and killed her parents. Sensing the danger, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, ordered Kurane to eliminate the monster lurking within Yakumo. You've been voted the best teacher at the Ninja Academy 3 years in a row. Kurane clasped her hands together, bent slightly at the waist, and said, Please, old classmate, I need your help. Just as Kitazawa was about to answer, a glowing blue screen popped up before his eyes. Current mission, help classmate Yakumo Kurama return to the Ninja Academy. Mission reward, demonic illusion, tree binding death. Accept. Kitazawa's brow shot up. This actually triggered a mission. But the more missions, the better, so he chose to accept. No problem, Kitazawa said, smiling. I'm pretty confident when it comes to teaching students. Thank you, Kurane said, patting her chest in relief. With your help, I feel a lot more at ease. Come find me after classes tomorrow, Kitazawa added after thinking it over. I'll share some teaching tips with you then. Kurane nodded, her eyes bright. I'll treat you to drinks tomorrow night as thanks. Deal, Kitazawa said without hesitation. And we're not stopping until we're both plastered. You've never managed to outdrink me since we were kids. I'll probably be dragging you home again, Kurane shot back with a triumphant grin. The past is the past. This time will be different, Kitazawa retorted stubbornly. Then I'll look forward to your performance. Kurane gave him a playful punch on the arm. I'm off. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa watched her go, shaking his head with an exasperated smile. He and Kurane had been childhood friends, classmates since they were 6 years old, a friendship spanning 15 years now. Among his other classmates back then were Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Uchiha Obito, and Rin Nohara. But most of them had died in the Third Great Ninja War. There was no doubt about it, Kitazawa was a transmigrator. After leaving a snarky comment, "Have you ever even been a ninja?" Some of these things are written all over the place, just assuming stuff. Under a Naruto fanfiction titled Undercover in Konoha, part-time Hokage, Kitazawa suddenly found himself in Konoha for real. Both of his parents had been Chunin, so when he turned 6, he was enrolled at the Ninja Academy like countless other shinobi children. Unfortunately, his talent turned out to be painfully average. He eventually scraped through and graduated as a genin at 13, only to be hit with the devastating news that his parents had died. It was then that Kitazawa realized how brutal reality could be. Shouting about bonds and friendship and charging at Uchiha Madara was something only protagonists got to do. Guys like him were cannon fodder among cannon fodder. So he made a firm decision, he would become a teacher instead. Before landing that job, he'd even joined an experimental medical ninja training program founded by Tsunade. But unsurprisingly, he'd shown zero aptitude for medical ninjutsu either. In the end, Kitazawa became a teacher at the Ninja Academy, specializing in lectures about the Will of Fire and Konoha's history. He was known for promoting his own theory inspired by the Will of Fire: the Hokage is the sun, and the Hokage's kindness knows no bounds. Thanks to that and his genuinely solid teaching skills, he'd been voted best teacher at the academy 3 years running. For a moment, Kitazawa stood in thought, then decided not to return to the academy right away. Instead, he headed north. With Iruka Omino managing the new student registrations, there was nothing urgent on his plate. System, show me my character panel. The thought popped into Kitazawa's mind, and he silently triggered the command. Name, Kitazawa. Age, 6. Ninjutsu, Clone Jutsu, Body Replacement Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, Body Flicker Jutsu, Wind Release, Violent Wind Palm, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Evaluation, so-called genius is merely your starting line. You were born to be a ninja, destined to become the strongest. Kitazawa rolled his eyes. He strongly suspected the system was mocking him. A genius ninja at 21 years old? If word got out, the Uchiha clan would laugh for 3 days straight. Still, when he glanced at the listed age on his panel, he realized the system wasn't lying. It was simply operating on a timeline bug. Kitazawa remembered an old saying, if a bug runs fine, don't fix it. Training ground, outskirts of Konoha. Kitazawa came to a halt and formed a quick string of hand seals. Chakra surged into his throat. As he opened his mouth and exhaled, a massive fireball, 5 or 6 meters wide, roared into existence. The scorching air shimmered with heat waves, the temperature spiking dramatically. Boom! The fireball crashed into the earth, leaving a charred black crater in its wake. This system is actually pretty damn good. Kitazawa blinked in surprise, then grinned in satisfaction. The strength of any ninjutsu depended on both chakra reserves and mastery. Kitazawa had watched many shinobi unleash the great fireball jutsu over the years, but none of them had ever packed the raw power he'd just produced. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, with enough chakra, his great fireball could rival even Uchiha Madara's. That was the benefit of a system that instantly maxed out proficiency. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi unfurled a scroll across his desk. The document contained a record of Uzumaki Naruto's activities for the day. When he noticed Kitazawa's interactions with Naruto, he fell silent, deep in thought. A moment later, Hiruzen sifted through his memory for everything he knew about Kitazawa. An unremarkable Chunin overall, but one with unique insights into the Will of Fire. He shouldn't know Naruto's true identity, Hiruzen murmured to himself. While most villagers regarded Naruto like a dangerous beast, Kitazawa treated the boy with simple fairness, a sign, in Hiruzen's eyes, that he genuinely embodied the Will of Fire. I wonder what Naruto will learn from him. A faint glimmer of hope and curiosity lit up Hiruzen's expression. Chapter 3, Chapter 03. A new day dawned. Kitazawa was up at the crack of dawn, knowing he'd be teaching his first class of the day, the Will of Fire. From another angle, though, this also showed just how much importance Hiruzen Sarutobi placed on him. That old man. He's a sly fox. And a bit of a pervert. Kitazawa was certain Hiruzen would be spying on his class through his crystal ball. Not because of him personally, but because of Uzumaki Naruto and the other kids. When Kitazawa arrived at the Class 1 classroom, only 5 students were there so far. He scanned the room, and his eyes landed on a quiet little girl sitting in the middle row. She was dressed in long, modest clothing and had short, dark blue hair. But what caught his attention most were her eyes, pure white and luminous. The Byakugan, Akekii Genkai. The Byakugan, unique to the Hyuga clan, granted its wielder X-ray vision and extraordinary insight. Current mission, help your desk mate, Hyuga Hinata, retrieve her scarf. 7. Mission reward, Leaf Whirlwind. Accept. Kitazawa stared at the blue text hovering in front of his eyes and couldn't help but twitch his lips. How am I supposed to become Hyuga Hinata's desk mate? He paused for a few seconds, then a sly idea came to him. Slowly, he walked forward and plopped himself into the seat beside her. Hyuga Hinata blinked, startled, but her shy nature kept her silent. Instead, she lowered her gaze, nervously poking her 2 index fingers together. I'm Kitazawa, your Class 1 sensei. Kitazawa turned to look at her properly. Her skin was as pale as snow, as delicate as a porcelain doll. SE-sensei, hello. Hinata stammered, her cheeks turning faintly pink. As one from the noble Hyuga clan, Hinata was thoroughly trained in manners and etiquette. No need to be so formal. Kitazawa gave her a gentle smile. Say, would you mind if I sat next to you? He didn't bring up the scarf right away. It'd be too abrupt. Why yes. Hinata answered reflexively, then tilted her head in confusion. Kitazawa leaned closer, lowering his voice. I haven't finished preparing my lessons, and there's no desk up at the podium. So, for now, I'll be your temporary desk mate. It was, of course, a total lie, but Hinata seemed to accept it without question. Current mission, be the first student in class to catch the attention of Principal Hiruzen Sarutobi. Mission reward, wind release, great breakthrough. Accept? Well, look at that. This system isn't as idiotic as I thought. Kitazawa immediately accepted. After all, leaving a strong impression on Hiruzen during the first lesson was part of his plan from the start. That was how you handled relationships in the ninja world. It all came down to loyalty and connections. Hinata, meanwhile, was staring wide-eyed at her new seatmate. He sure makes himself comfortable fast. And yet, she felt a pang of envy. If only I had that kind of confidence, maybe I wouldn't keep disappointing father. What are you looking at? Kitazawa suddenly asked. He'd been thinking up a strategy when he noticed Hinata's dazed expression and shining eyes fixed on him. And nothing. Hinata snapped out of it, her cheeks blazing crimson as she quickly looked away. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet, Hyuga-san. Kitazawa tilted his head, giving her a friendly smile. Hinata jumped to her feet, bowing hastily. I am so sorry. My name is Hyuga Hinata. See, there you go being all polite again. Kitazawa reached out and gently patted her head. We're desk mates now. No need for such stiff formality. Sorry. Hinata froze under his touch, shoulders stiffening, and lowered her head once again. Sit down and chat for a bit. Kitazawa withdrew his hand and gestured to the seat beside him. Hyuga Hinata obediently sat down, knees pressed together and small hands folded neatly in her lap. A thought seemed to occur to her, and she looked up hesitantly. How did you know my surname is Hyuga? She asked, curiosity flickering in her pale eyes. Easy, it's the Byakugan, Kitazawa replied, giving her eyes a deliberate look. Don't stare. Hinata turned away quickly. They're not pretty. I think they're beautiful, Kitazawa said, a spark of curiosity igniting in his mind. Why would you say they're not? Hinata hesitated, chewing her lower lip as uncertainty clouded her face. We're friends now, aren't we? Kitazawa encouraged her with a gentle smile. They said so. Hinata murmured, her small face paling slightly. They said the Byakugan is ugly. Just as I thought, Kitazawa mused grimly. Those were the same words the three mischievous boys in the original story used to bully Hinata. And the scarf mentioned in the mission? Those brats had stolen it from her too. Did they really say that? Kitazawa's expression grew serious. Then I'll have to deal with them. Hinata blinked at him in shock, completely frozen by his sudden intensity. Do you remember who they are? Kitazawa softened his voice. Don't worry, I'm a teacher. I'm not going to hurt them. I remember. Hinata said at last, her voice barely above a whisper. But I don't know their names. That's fine. Kitazawa waved it off like it was nothing. Just tell me what they look like. They're 3 boys, about my age. That's all I remember. Hinata tried to recall more details, but her voice trailed off. That's enough. Kitazawa gave a confident smile. I've already narrowed down a few suspects. I'll confirm it after class. After all, every class had its share of troublemakers. And Hinata had at least given him a starting point. Why Yuri amazing. Hinata blurted out. In her eyes, Kitazawa was swiftly becoming a dependable adult she could trust. It's nothing. Kitazawa waved off her praise. I'll let you know once I've sorted it out. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata said, gratitude shining in her pale eyes. Kitazawa was about to reply when voices drifted in from the doorway. Sakura, do you think our new sensei is handsome? Who cares if the sensei's handsome? What matters is having lots of cute boys in our class. 2 little girls bustled into the classroom. One had short pink hair pulled back with a red ribbon, leaving her smooth forehead exposed. The other wore her blonde hair in a clip, framing her hair to one side. Kitazawa only needed one glance to recognize them, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Sakura was one of the main female characters in the original story. Along with Naruto and Sasuke, she'd eventually help save the ninja world, though she was hardly the MVP. At best, she'd earned herself a lot of flack for her treatment of Naruto. Ino, on the other hand, was Konoha's Ino of the new generation's Ino, Shuka, Chotrio, specializing in sensory and mind-reading jutsu. Both girls had once crushed hard on Uchiha Sasuke, but without the protagonist's halo, Ino ultimately ended up the blonde loser. So handsome. Ino gasped as her eyes fell on Kitazawa. Is this our sensei? Sakura asked, perking up immediately. Chapter 4, Chapter 04. I'm Ino Yamanaka. Ino strode up to Kitazawa and asked brightly, are you our sensei? I am. Kitazawa offered a gentle smile. Name's Kitazawa. Kitazawa-sensei, please take care of us. Ino confidently thrust out her small hand. Kids in the ninja world matured early, and Ino was no exception. She was already a beauty enthusiast. Then again, who wasn't? Everyone liked to sneak an extra glance at handsome men and pretty women, it was just that some people were more obvious about it than others. Kitazawa-sensei, I'm Sakura Haruno. Sakura poked her round head out from behind Ino, her eyes shining with curiosity. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Kitazawa said with a polite nod. Hyuga Hinata watched their excited chatter, a flicker of envy flashing in her pale eyes. Ha ha ha, the great me has arrived. I came, I saw, I conquered? I'm totally gonna be Hokage. A short-haired boy suddenly burst into the classroom, striking a dramatic pose and yelling with all the flair of a true Chunin. But the moment he noticed Kitazawa standing there, he shrank back in embarrassment. Hello, sensei. I'm the great. I'm Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba scratched the back of his head, cheeks flushed red. Go on and take your seat, Kitazawa said calmly. At that age, kids were full of wild fantasies. They'd only learn the harshness of reality once they grew up. Kitazawa glanced around but didn't spot Akimichi anywhere. Though the Inuzuka clan didn't possess a bloodline limit, they were known for their unique techniques that allowed them to partner and merge with their canine companions. Yes, sensei, Kiba said quickly. He darted his eyes left and right, then slunk off to a seat near the back by the window. If he could have dug a hole and hidden in it, he probably would have. It felt exactly like getting caught reading a novel in class, only to turn around and see the homeroom teacher glaring through the window. Shikamaru? Koji? Over here. Ino waved her slender arm energetically, calling out to two more boys lingering near the door. Nara Shikamaru, sporting his trademark pineapple-shaped hair, cast a weary glance their way, looking utterly reluctant. 3 chatty girls plus a sensei? That spelled nothing but trouble to him. Shikamaru hated trouble. Beside him, a somewhat chubby Akimichi Koji wasn't so cautious. He simply grabbed a fresh bag of potato chips and ambled over without hesitation. Kitazawa-sensei, want some chips? Ino reached for the bag as she spoke. I'll pass. Kitazawa glanced at Koji's distressed face, then added with a chuckle, though I wouldn't say no to some French fries. What a good person. Koji's shoulders slumped in relief. Unbeknownst to Kitazawa, he'd just earned himself a mental good person badge from the Akimichi heir. He didn't put on airs and quickly started chatting comfortably with the students. As time ticked by, more kids trickled into the classroom. Since it was the first day of the new school year, everyone was still getting to know one another. Except for the corner where Kitazawa sat, it was practically buzzing with laughter and chatter. The only one who seemed out of place was Hyuga Hinata. From beginning to end, she remained quiet, only speaking in a soft voice when Kitazawa prompted her directly. Time's almost up. Let's pick this up another day if we get the chance, Kitazawa said, standing and moving toward the podium. So handsome and gentle. He's totally my ideal type. Ino gushed, eyes sparkling. Too bad he's too old, Sakura said, shaking her head dramatically. Yeah, Ino sighed with a tinge of regret. Look, a handsome guy. Sakura suddenly cried out excitedly, eyes locking on someone new. Ino Yamanaka instinctively turned toward the door. A cool-looking boy strolled in, hands stuffed casually in his pockets. The girls in the classroom erupted into excited whispers. Uchiha Sasuke didn't spare them so much as a glance. He picked a seat, sat down, and locked eyes on Kitazawa. I wonder how strong this sensei is, could he even be 1/10 as good as my brother? Kitazawa narrowed his eyes slightly. Sasuke's just trying to look cool now. The real shift will come after the Uchiha clan massacre, when he truly shuts himself off. But that wasn't his immediate concern. What caught his attention was the mission that suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Current mission, gain the initial approval of your classmate, Uchiha Sasuke. Mission reward, fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Accept. It was the same type of mission he'd received for Uzumaki Naruto, but the difficulty was worlds apart. Sasuke still had both parents alive and an older brother who was a legendary genius, Uchiha Itachi. Kitazawa was merely an ordinary Chunin. Winning Sasuke's approval wouldn't be easy. Still, it wasn't impossible. Just like Hinata, Sasuke craves his father's acknowledgement. The key might be the fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Kitazawa pondered silently. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent. A heavyweight had arrived, Uzumaki Naruto. After the hush came a low murmur of gossip. Naruto caught the whispers and froze, his eyes clouding with loneliness. Even here, school wasn't any different. Naruto, find yourself a seat. Kitazawa's familiar voice jolted Naruto from his daze. He nodded vigorously. Quiet. Kitazawa's tone turned sharp. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. Though the hush settled, the judgmental stares remained. Kitazawa's gaze swept the room until he spotted someone unexpected. Hidden behind dark glasses and a high-collared cloak stood Shinobi. When did he get here? Kitazawa tried to remember seeing him arrive but couldn't recall a single moment. All right, let's begin class. But first, as tradition demands, we'll start with introductions. Kitazawa picked up a piece of chalk, scribbled his name on the blackboard, and announced. Starting from the first row, come up one by one and introduce yourselves. He stepped aside to clear space for the students. One after another, they took the stage. Other than the Konoha 12, most of the names were unfamiliar to Kitazawa. Hyuga Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee were in the year above them, so they weren't here yet. My name's Nara Shikamaru. I don't have any big dreams. I just want to live a peaceful life. Shikamaru yawned halfway through his sentence, looking utterly bored. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I dislike many things, and there's nothing I particularly like. Sasuke's face stayed blank. Only when he added, my dream is to become a ninja like my older brother, did his expression soften, a flicker of admiration shining through. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I love instant noodles and ramen, but I hate waiting 3 minutes for instant noodles. Naruto stood on the podium, took a deep breath, and declared firmly, and my dream is to surpass the Hokage. Kitazawa nodded slightly. Exactly the same as in the original timeline. He really is terrifyingly persistent. The class, however, exploded in mocking laughter. Are you kidding? Daydreamer? How could a monster become Hokage? And he thinks he can surpass Lord Third? That's impossible. Naruto shrank back slightly, wounded by their ridicule. Kitazawa stepped onto the podium, his face solemn. Is this funny to you? He demanded, his voice echoing through the classroom. Because all I see standing here is an excellent inheritor of the will of fire. He swept his gaze across the room, cold and unwavering. You all claim you want to become Hokage. But the moment you mocked Naruto, you lost that right. All laughter and chatter died instantly, leaving the classroom in stunned silence. Chapter 5, Chapter 05. The title of Hokage isn't just about power, it's about earning everyone's trust. Kitazawa spoke calmly as he swept his gaze across the class. Think about it. Naruto is your classmate, your comrade. How could anyone who mocks their own comrade ever hope to become Hokage? At those words, several students lowered their heads, guilt flickering across their faces. Uzumaki Naruto blinked rapidly, feeling like dirt had blown into his eyes. His vision blurred, but a fierce resolve burned in his chest. From now on, I'll definitely become someone who surpasses the Hokage. Someone everyone will acknowledge. In that moment, Kitazawa soared in Naruto's mind, second only to Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. This teacher, he's not bad at all. For once, Nara Shikamaru sat up straight. The usual lazy air vanished from his face, replaced by a thoughtful frown. Coming from a ninja clan, Shikamaru knew perfectly well that Naruto wasn't a so-called monster. But Kitazawa was just an ordinary Chunin, and there was no reason he should understand Naruto's true circumstances. Which meant, the guy was simply kind-hearted. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hinata unconsciously clenched her small fists. She gazed at Kitazawa, a faint light shining in her pale lavender eyes. First he helped me, now he's helped Naruto. Sensei, really is so kind. Current mission, be the first student in class to catch Principal Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention. Mission reward, wind release, great breakthrough. The host has completed the mission. Reward issued. A flood of knowledge and experience regarding wind release, great breakthrough poured into Kitazawa's mind. He couldn't help smirking faintly. So, the old man really was spying on us with that crystal ball. I figured my speech would please him enough to finish that mission. Unfortunately, aside from Hinata and Sasuke, none of the other rookies seemed to trigger new missions for him yet. Alright, let's start the lesson. Kitazawa picked up a piece of chalk, his warm smile returning. Today, we're talking about something called the will of fire. Almost at once, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted. Gone was the earlier gloom and awkward silence. Now then, who can tell me what the will of fire has to do with the Hokage? Kitazawa scrawled 4 characters on the blackboard in clean strokes. Me. Uzumaki Naruto practically leapt out of his seat, arm shooting into the air. Kitazawa gave a small nod. Alright, Naruto, go ahead. The will of fire was, created by the Hokage. Naruto shouted proudly. Kitazawa smiled. Good. But, do you know why the Hokage proposed the will of fire? Naruto froze, his confident grin faltering. The question was too deep for him to answer. It's for you. Kitazawa's next words caught the entire class off guard. For us. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Around him, the other kids wore equally shocked expressions. Where the tree leaves dance, the fire will burn. The light of that fire will continue to shine on the village, and cause new leaves to sprout. Kitazawa's voice softened as he explained. The will of fire is all about you, the children of Konoha. You're the future of this village. You're its hope. This is the first time I've heard it put that way. So I'm that important. Does that mean even Hokage-sama has to protect me? The classroom buzzed with new excitement. Kitazawa couldn't help chuckling quietly as he listened to their chatter. Of course, there was nothing wrong with the concept of the will of fire. But putting it into practice, that was another story entirely. Just look at Danzo Shimura, the so-called darkness of the ninja world. He'd used the banner of the will of fire as an excuse for countless ruthless deeds. In the end, ideals were just castles in the air unless someone stood up to live them. Still, none of that mattered for now. Kitazawa's priority was simple, using the will of fire to keep Hiruzen Sarutobi off his back. He was basically running an advanced reverse gag technique on the old man. Alright, class dismissed. 10-minute break. The bell rang just as Kitazawa gathered his materials. He left the classroom briskly, sticking to one of his personal teaching rules, never drag class past the bell. I won. Sakura Haruno dashed like a Konoha shot from a launcher, stopping right in front of Uchiha Sasuke with a smug smile plastered on her face. She turned her head back dramatically. Yamanaka stretched out her hand, her expression full of anguish. No, that's not fair. TCH women. Nara Shikamaru slumped face first onto his desk, radiating pure lethargy. In his mind, girls were nothing but troublesome, especially pretty ones. All he wanted in life was to marry someone plain and live quietly, without drama. Meanwhile, Akimichi Koji had much simpler goals. He calmly pulled out a bag of chips. Just eat, 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 repeat. Ino clenched her teeth, glaring at Sakura's triumphant back. Then her thoughts shifted. Kitazawa-sensei. No hot-headed young genius? Fine. Time for a mature, dependable man instead. She was just about to march off toward the sensei's office when she saw a certain blonde flash ahead of her. TCH. I was gonna go first. Ino let out a heavy sigh and sank back into her chair in defeat. Hyuga Hinata, sitting quietly in the corner, opened her textbook and began reviewing. She might be shy, but she never slacked. Kitazawa-sensei, wait for me. Naruto came sprinting through the corridor, making a sharp pipe turn like he was dodging traps on a battlefield. Kitazawa turned around with a relaxed expression. Did I not explain something clearly during class? Naruto skidded to a halt and shook his head. No, you explained everything really well, I understood it all. You understood everything? That's suspiciously unconvincing. But then Kitazawa remembered, during the enrollment assessment, Naruto had ranked dead last. So, what is it then? He asked with a light smile. Naruto looked up, his face serious. I want to know, how can I make everyone acknowledge me? Kitazawa blinked. This kid's really something. He opened his mouth to give a generic response something like you're still young, you'll understand when you grow up. But then he remembered, Hiruzen Sarutobi might still be watching through that blasted crystal ball. So instead, he nodded and said, that's easy. Learn from Hokage-sama. Naruto's eyes lit up. Oh, right. Got it? Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. See you next class, Kitazawa said with a chuckle, before turning and walking off. There were two types of teacher offices at the academy, individual rooms and shared ones. Kitazawa had a private office, and for good reason. He was technically a mid-level leader, something like a vice dean in a modern school. After 5 years of teaching and being voted top instructor 3 years in a row, he'd earned it. Well, that and the fact that Hiruzen Sarutobi liked his will of fire speeches. Sometimes, surviving in Konoha meant knowing when to kiss up. Not shameful, just practical. Of course, if he had a choice, he'd rather flatter the 5th Hokage. After all, he was a fan himself. Instead of heading to his personal office, Kitazawa made his way to the large shared staff room. 6 desks were pushed together, 6 first-year teachers, 1 noisy space. Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka Omino stood up quickly, greeting him with respect. Iruka, Kitazawa replied with an easy smile. Your first class today, right? Nervous. Iruka nodded sheepishly. A little, yeah, that's normal, Kitazawa said, offering some encouragement. I just came from class. The students are a lively bunch, but good kids. You'll do fine. Thanks, Kitazawa-senpai, Iruka said with gratitude. As Iruka returned to his desk, Kitazawa headed to the bookshelf tucked in the corner of the room. It held all the student files for the first-year classes. Now then, time to find those 3 little. Chapter 6, Chapter 06. Iruka let out a long breath. Once he'd calmed his nerves, he stepped into the classroom of Class 1A. Why do we have a different teacher today? Did Kitazawa-sensei only teach us for 1 class? What a shame. I really liked Kitazawa-sensei's class. Hearing the chorus of disappointed voices, Iruka froze in place. Did Kitazawa-senpai really win them over in just a single lesson? He quickly swallowed down his admiration and walked to the podium, facing a room full of let-down faces. Today, he was supposed to teach them how to extract chakra. Chakra, the very foundation of being a ninja. It was created by blending spiritual energy and physical energy in just the right proportions. Once class started, Iruka realized these kids were far more focused than he'd expected. Not nearly as rowdy or disruptive as he'd feared. But what puzzled him most was their completely different attitude toward Uzumaki Naruto. Who trained them? No. Who taught them to treat Naruto this way? There was no doubt about it, it was Kitazawa's doing. It seems, Iruka thought to himself, that I still have a lot to learn. Before he knew it, an hour had flown by. Kitazawa set down the stack of student files he'd been combing through and headed upstairs. He hadn't found any troublemakers matching Hinata's description among the first-year students' files, which left only one conclusion. They must be second-year students. Kitazawa. A voice suddenly called out. Kitazawa turned and saw the newcomer approaching. The man was about his age, with white hair parted neatly down the middle. Mizuki. Kitazawa greeted him with a polite smile. Finished your class? Yeah. Mizuki stepped closer, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. So I heard you're handling the first years this year. Any geniuses in the batch? Hard to say yet, Kitazawa replied, shaking his head. I've only taught them for half a day, but with your talent for teaching, I'm sure you'll cultivate someone like Niji someday, Mizuki said, flashing a bright smile. What's he going on about now? Anyone else might have been fooled by Mizuki's cheerful demeanor, but Kitazawa knew better. In the original timeline, Mizuki was a sly, venomous little snake. A jealous opportunist who'd once been Iruka's friend, only to turn resentful when Iruka became more popular. He'd even killed his own injured teammate to complete a mission. Later, when Naruto couldn't graduate, Mizuki manipulated him into stealing the scroll of seals. After getting caught and imprisoned, he defected to Orikimura, hoping to use the cursed seal's power to break free like some twisted savior. So this talk of Hyuga Niji was nothing but subtle boasting. Niji was already a rising star, as famous in Konoha as Uchiha Itachi, and geniuses of that caliber were exceedingly rare. But Kitazawa refused to let Mizuki have the last word. Not bad, he said coolly. I believe my students have that potential. Mizuki's grin wavered, his expression freezing mid-smile. Who gave you the guts to say that? In a ninja world built on bloodlines and talent, most academy teachers could only hope to be a modest influence on truly gifted kids. I've got work to do. Let's catch up later. Kitazawa waved lightly and pushed open the door to the second-year teacher's office. The door closed behind him. Outside, Mizuki's pleasant smile melted into a contorted grimace. Ugh, so amazing, so noble. One of these days, I'll snatch that best teacher title away from you. Kitazawa had been his classmate. They'd both started teaching at the academy at the same time. But 5 years had passed and their paths had diverged like rivers flowing in opposite directions. Kitazawa was already a senior instructor, earning promotions and raises and winning best teacher year after year. Meanwhile, Mizuki remained just another ordinary teacher, simmering in envy. He clenched his fists, feeling like garbage in front of a sculpture. Inside the office, Kitazawa greeted the second-year teachers and immediately began flipping through the student records. As for Mizuki, well, Kitazawa couldn't be bothered to spare him another thought. I just got a system and I'm supposed to put up with this kind of humiliation. Half an hour later, Kitazawa held 3 student files in his hands. He stared at the photos inside for several seconds before finally confirming. These were the 3 little punks who'd been giving Hinata trouble. Kitazawa rubbed his chin, thinking. As a teacher, it wouldn't look good if he simply scolded them outright. Besides, if he was going to teach them a lesson, it'd be far more effective to do it in front of Hinata. All right. Guess I'll handle this like an elementary schooler. Kitazawa set the files down and returned to the office. Soon, the dismissal bell rang. Morning classes were over. It was time for lunch and an afternoon nap. Kitazawa picked up 3 neatly written notes and headed for class 2C. He slipped the notes into the desks of the troublemakers, then left with a dignified flourish. Kitazawa-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto came running, panting for breath. I want to treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Kitazawa blinked in surprise, then chuckled. How can a kid treat an adult to lunch? No, I'm treating. Naruto pulled out his frog-shaped wallet and declared firmly, I've got money. It wasn't an empty boast. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, regularly gave him an allowance. I want to thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Naruto added. Despite being just a kid, he wasn't clueless. He knew full well that Kitazawa had helped him multiple times already. Fine then. Kitazawa thought for a moment. You treat me this time, and I'll treat you next time. The two of them walked out of the school gates together. Ichiraku ramen. Tuka-san. Naruto called out, practically glowing with excitement. Tuka pushed aside the curtain and stepped out, eyebrows lifting in surprise. Naruto. Kitazawa? How'd you two end up together? Tuka-san, you know Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide. How could I not know him? Tuka chuckled. Kitazawa's my neighbor. Huh. Naruto's jaw dropped. The general store next door belongs to me, Kitazawa explained, pointing to his left. But I only open in the evenings. That's why you've never noticed. If anyone ever asked where the safest place in all of Konoha was, many hardcore Hokage fans would answer, Ichiraku ramen. After Kitazawa's parents passed away, he'd bought a house nearby, renovated it, and started selling odds and ends. Better safe than sorry. Besides, it's worth a try. Wait. Naruto, are you one of Kitazawa's students now? Tuki asked, realization dawning on him. Then you're in luck. Kitazawa's been voted best teacher 3 years in a row. Yep. Naruto beamed. Kitazawa-sensei is awesome. So, what'll you both have? Tuki asked with a grin. I want charsu pork rib ramen. Naruto shouted without hesitation. Tonkotsu ramen, Kitazawa said, glancing at the menu. Before long, 2 steaming bowls were placed in front of them. Itadakimasu. Naruto clapped his hands together and dove in with his chopsticks, eyes shining. Kitazawa could tell just how much the kid loved ramen. After lunch, they returned to the academy. See you this afternoon, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto yelled, running off toward his classroom. Kitazawa headed back to the office. Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka appeared at the door, knocking politely before stepping in. Aren't you going to take your nap? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Iruka shook his head. Actually, there's something I wanted to discuss. Class 1A needs to elect a class representative to help collect homework and handle other small tasks. Current mission, become the class representative of Class 1A. Mission reward, water release. Kitazawa felt the corner of his mouth twitch. I can't breathe, brother. What kind of mission is this? Are you trying to make my life difficult? Chapter 7, Chapter 07. After Iruka left, Kitazawa sat at his desk, hands clasped in front of his nose, deep in thought. He was trying to figure out how on earth he could become the class monitor of Class 1A. If he were a student, it'd make sense. But he was a sensei. A sensei competing with his own students for class monitor? What kind of twisted system was this? But there was no way around it. He had to complete this mission. The reward was water release. There were 7 chakra natures in total. The common ones were wind, water, fire, earth, and lightning, while the hidden ones were yin and yang. Ninjas were usually born with 1 or 2 chakra natures. For example, a ninja born with a lightning affinity would not only find it easier to learn lightning release techniques but also wield them far more powerfully. Kitazawa had already tested his own chakra nature. He possessed wind and fire. Gaining a third nature would be a huge advantage. Naturally, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. With a sigh, Kitazawa stood up and walked to the wooden bed behind his desk. He lay down, arms and legs splayed out like the kanji character for tree. Thinking and dozing at the same time, he eventually drifted off. Class 2C. As soon as Torinosuke sat down, he noticed a folded piece of paper tucked into his desk. He opened it curiously. Inside was a single sentence, "Don't leave after school tomorrow." It was signed by a name he knew well, Hyuga Hinata. When did that crybaby Byakugan duckling grow so bold? Toronosuke exclaimed, stunned. Big bro, did you get a note too? Two boys about his age crowded around, equally surprised. What the heck is going on? Toronosuke asked, staring at the 3 identical notes. Should we go? Could it be a trap? One boy whispered nervously. She's the Hyuga clan's young princess, after all. Of course we're going. Toronosuke scoffed. It's just kids stuff. Adults won't butt in. That was exactly why he could bully boys and girls at school without consequence. In the ninja world, strength ruled everything. Even if Hyuga Hayashi wanted to punish them, he'd be mocked by the other ninja clans for meddling in children's fights. Then it's a sure win for us, the boy said, reassured. Obviously, 3 against 1, we've totally got the advantage. Toronosuke grinned. Let's hope this turns out fun. Big brother's so wise, the other 2 boys chimed in, showering him with flattery. Meanwhile, lunch break flew by. Kitazawa sat up on his bed and yawned. He already had a plan forming for how to become class monitor. In short, he was going to cheat the system. The mission only required him to become class monitor. It didn't specify for how long. Kitazawa splashed cold water on his face, checked the time, and headed for the classroom. The second he arrived at the door, the class bell rang. Well, aren't I punctual? Kitazawa chuckled and stepped onto the podium. Kitazawa-sensei. Ino Yamanaka shot to her feet like a cheerleader, waving excitedly. And of course, she couldn't resist flashing a smug look at Sakura Haruno. Humph. Sakura pouted. Sure, Kitazawa was handsome but he wasn't their age, and one day, he'd just be another old guy. She turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke instead, offering him a sweet smile. Uchiha Sasuke ignored her completely. His mind was consumed only with thoughts of his brother and father. He was desperate to grow stronger and win their approval. Women would only get in the way of his training. All right, let's begin class. Kitazawa nodded to Ino, then asked, who can tell me who founded Konoha village? I know. Uzumaki Naruto shouted, his hand shooting into the air. It was Senju Hashirama. Close but more accurately, it was the Senju clan, Kitazawa corrected. Both the first and second Hokage were from the Senju clan. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto frowned. Why don't we see ninjas from the Senju clan nowadays? Oh, there are still some around. Kitazawa grinned. For example, Lady Tsunade, one of Konoha's legendary Chunin, is a ninja of the Senju clan. Just then, Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand. Sasuke, Kitazawa acknowledged calmly. My brother told me that the Uchiha clan also helped found Konoha, Sasuke said as he stood up, his tone proud and steady. His words drew puzzled expressions from many students. Aside from those from prominent ninja clans like Hyuga Hinata or Nara, Shikamaru, most weren't familiar with the Uchiha clan's once glorious history. After all, their reputation had fallen into a complicated state. Ever since the Nine Tails rampage, the Uchiha compound had been relocated to the village's outskirts, and their clan was placed under constant surveillance. Whispers and suspicion had long eroded the honor once tied to their name. You're absolutely right, Kitazawa nodded, his voice even. It was the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan who brought an end to the chaos of the Warring States period. Together, they laid the foundation for Konoha village. Sasuke's eyes lit up, his pride blooming quietly. His brother hadn't lied. The truth of the Uchiha's greatness had been confirmed in front of everyone. Today, Kitazawa continued, clapping his hands and shifting into storyteller mode. We'll be diving into the tale of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. He paused dramatically, surveying the class. A long time ago, there was a ninja clan unlike any other. He spoke with rhythm, like a performer telling a fabled legend, each word woven with drama and energy. It was this flair for storytelling and not just the endorsement of Hiruzen Sarutobi that had earned him the title of best sensei year after year. Kitazawa, a transmigrator with a head full of modern knowledge and historical context, had a teaching style unlike anyone else at the academy. Where others droned through textbooks, he turned every lesson into an experience. And nothing captured a child's attention more than a well-told story. When the dismissal bell rang, Kitazawa closed the lesson with a sly grin. If you want to know what happens next, come to the next class. He tucked his materials under one arm and announced, class dismissed. No, why did end right there? Why does Kitazawa-sensei's class go by so fast? Class can actually be fun? I want to be in school forever. The students' groans of protest filled the room. They sat in their seats, reluctant to leave. Uchiha Sasuke, however, remained quiet, his brow slightly furrowed. In Kitazawa's tale, the Uchiha were portrayed as equals to the Senju, strong, proud, and vital to Konoha's foundation. But then, why had his clan fallen so far? Why did they now live under watchful eyes and silent judgment? Sasuke clenched his fists beneath his desk. He'd ask his brother, Itachi. He needed answers. As for Kitazawa, Sasuke still hadn't fully accepted him. The Uchiha didn't submit to others lightly. They only respected true strength. Kitazawa-sensei really is the best at teaching, Ino Yamanaka gushed, spinning around only to find Sakura Haruno had already skipped off to chase Sasuke again. You traitor, she cried. Hyuga Hinata glanced at the two, confused by their rivalry. Hinata, what do you think? Ino asked suddenly, catching Hinata's gaze. Oh, it was very good, Hinata replied softly, after a brief pause. Her thoughts drifted. She recalled her father Hyuga Hayashi teaching her the gentle fist style. His face always cold, his tone always sharp. Training with him felt like walking on needles. She was already quiet by nature, but under her father's relentless pressure, her performance suffered even more. But Kitazawa, his teaching felt different. Gentler. Warmer. If only someone like him had been her tutor, maybe she wouldn't feel so small all the time. But no, she quickly shook her head, dispelling the fantasy. As the daughter of the Hyuga clan, she couldn't afford such foolish dreams. Her world didn't allow room for what-ifs. Chapter 8, Chapter 08. Kitazawa returned to his office. After settling into his chair, he pulled out Class 1A's schedule and studied it carefully. As the homeroom teacher, he didn't have quite as many classes as Iruka Umino, but each of his lessons carried significant weight. He taught 3 subjects: Will of Fire, Konoha History, and Combat Drills. Of those, Combat Drills had the most sessions on the schedule. A ninja could get away with knowing little about history, but they couldn't afford to be weak. Combat Drills covered essential skills: the clone jutsu, transformation jutsu, and substitution, basic ninja tool usage, trap detection, and setting, and more. Time slipped by, and before long, it was time for the final class of the day, Combat Drills. Just like in his previous life, there were 8 periods per day, 4 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, each lasting 45 minutes. This period is Combat Drills. Kitazawa stood at the classroom door, addressing his students. Everyone, follow me to the training ground. Kitazawa-sensei, are we learning ninjutsu today? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes shone with hope as he bounced forward, practically buzzing with energy. Though the others didn't speak up, the anticipation was written all over many of their faces. Only Uchiha Sasuke and Nara Shikamaru remained utterly unfazed, calm as still water. That was hardly surprising. They hailed from prominent ninja clans, and had already learned inherited ninjutsu at home. While most civilian students struggled to master even the basic 3 jutsu, kids from clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga were already proficient in fire release, gentle fist, or specialized secret jutsu. Besides, the Ninja Academy teachers often weren't authorized or skilled enough to teach clan-specific jutsu, even if they wanted to. For most clan heirs, attending the academy was less about jutsu and more about building connections and gathering knowledge. Uzumaki Naruto was the glaring exception. Despite being the son of the 4th Hokage and the vessel for the Ninetales, no one had ever taught him a thing. Your chakra control isn't quite there yet, so we won't be covering ninjutsu for now, Kitazawa explained, meeting the eager stares around him. Today, we're practicing kunai throwing. Ninja tools are cool, too, Naruto said, deflating only slightly. In the ninja world, both ninjutsu and ninja tools were vital skills neither could be neglected. Boring. Uchiha Sasuke clicked his tongue and looked away. When it came to ninja tool techniques, few in all of Konoha could rival the Uchiha clan. Their Sharingan gave them a tremendous edge, extraordinary insights and genjutsu abilities, and the capacity to copy jutsu. In ninja tool mastery alone, they'd developed unique techniques like manipulating shuriken midair and curving them, a hallmark of their prowess. Soon, everyone arrived at the training ground. Before we start, Kitazawa said, clapping his hands, I have an announcement to make. He scanned the crowd. We'll be electing a class monitor. I want to be class monitor. Naruto shot upright, practically saluting in place. Me too. Several others chimed in enthusiastically. Even Uchiha Sasuke seemed momentarily interested. If he became class monitor, maybe that would earn him the praise he'd been chasing for so long. Do you all know what a class monitor actually does? Kitazawa asked, smiling. Manage everyone. It's just like being Hokage. Let's call it class cage. The class cage position is mine. The classroom erupted with laughter and wild shouts. The main job of a class monitor, Kitazawa said, lips twitching, is to help the teacher and support your classmates. Things like relaying messages, collecting homework, that sort of thing. He couldn't help glancing at the kid who'd shouted class cage. Could it really be him? Waste of time, Sasuke muttered under his breath, scoffing. Him, an Uchiha, serving ordinary classmates? His father wouldn't praise him, he'd probably beat him for stooping so low. Too troublesome. Nara Shikamaru sighed, already looking ready for a nap. Almost instantly, the rest of the class seemed to lose interest. All right then, Kitazawa said, smiling as he pressed on toward his goal. Those of you who still want to be class monitor, raise your hands. Naruto's arm shot up like a rocket. 3 other students hesitantly joined him. Excellent. Kitazawa nodded. From today onward, the 4 of you will serve as vice class monitors. Vice class monitor? Then who's the class monitor? Naruto blurted out, scratching his head in confusion. I'm the class monitor. Kitazawa maintained a perfectly straight face. For this semester, I'll hold the position while I observe all of you. Next semester, whoever proves themselves the most outstanding will inherit my role as class monitor. Current mission, become the class monitor of Class 1A. Mission reward, water release. The host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Kitazawa stared at the glowing text hovering in front of him, unable to suppress a grin. This idiotic system was easier to fool than he'd thought. Alright, let's get class started. Kitazawa unrolled a summoning scroll and spread it on the ground. Forming a rapid series of hand seals, he pressed his palm to the paper. With a loud bang, smoke billowed outward, revealing a pile of wooden stakes and a generous bundle of kunai. Vice class monitors. Kitazawa called. 2 of you, set the stakes up around the training ground. The other two, hand out kunao to your classmates. Yes, sir. Uzumaki Naruto puffed out his chest and saluted, practically bursting with enthusiasm. To him, becoming class monitor meant one step closer to his dream of earning everyone's recognition. Alright, time to begin combat practice. After spending 15 minutes explaining proper kunao throwing techniques, Kitazawa finally said, your goal is to hit the wooden stakes. Let's see your aim. Thwack. Uchiha Sasuke raised his arm, flicked his wrist and let fly a kunao with a flawless, curving trajectory. The blade struck dead center on the stake's bullseye. Wow. Sakura Haruno gasped, leading the chorus of shrieks from the girls. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Show off. Sasuke really was a handful, even more so with his natural tendency to draw the spotlight. I can do it too. Naruto couldn't stand Sasuke's smug aura for another second. I'm going next, he yelled. Gripping a kunao, he hurled it with all his might. I hit it. Naruto blinked in disbelief, face splitting into a huge grin. Naruto, that's my wooden stake, said Nara Shikamaru dryly, rubbing his temple. Naruto froze mid-celebration. Mistakes happen, Kitazawa said, offering a patient smile. Don't get discouraged. You'll improve with practice. He paused, then raised his voice so the whole class could hear. And for any student who hits the bullseye, there's a snack reward waiting. Snacks. Akimichi Koji's eyes went wide as dinner plates. Yay. The class erupted in excited squeals. Though kids in the ninja world matured quickly, they were still kids and snacks were a surefire motivator. Childish, Sasuke muttered, crossing his arms. He was no longer a 3-year-old baby, after all. He was practically a grown-up at the ripe age of nearly 6. Fueled by dreams of delicious treats, the class dove into practice with newfound energy. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. The dismissal bell rang, and Akimichi Koji barreled forward, easily outpacing everyone else to claim his prize, a living testament to what it meant to be a nimble big guy. Hinata, stay for a moment, okay. Kitazawa called out gently as Hinata approached for her turn. Okay. Hinata froze under the weight of her classmates' curious stares. Her face flushed bright pink as she clutched the corner of her uniform, fidgeting nervously. She accepted her snack reward, then immediately lowered her head and hovered awkwardly nearby. Here, Naruto, this one's for you too. Once the other students had left, Kitazawa tossed a snack packet toward Naruto. I can't take it, Naruto protested, shaking his head. I didn't hit the bullseye. He still remembered how poorly Naruto had performed at the academy in the original timeline, forever branded as dead last. The truth was, Naruto was a raw powerhouse, blessed with monstrous reserves of chakra. Technique had never been his strong suit, and of course, there was also the meddling of the Nine Tails. But Kitazawa knew the truth. Uzumaki Naruto was a once-in-a-generation prodigy. It's only a matter of time, Kitazawa said, his voice gentle but confident. I believe in you, Naruto. You'll get there. Naruto blinked, feeling a warmth bloom in his chest. He looked down at the snack in his hands, unable to find the words to respond. Go home and rest up. I'll see you tomorrow, Kitazawa said, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Naruto nodded fiercely, then turned and jogged out of the school gates. When he reached home, he stopped short at the sight waiting for him. Grandpa Hokage. Naruto's eyes lit up with surprise and joy. Chapter 9, Chapter 09. Naruto. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was gentle as he asked, today was your first day at the academy. How was it? Awesome. Uzumaki Naruto beamed, practically bouncing where he stood. Especially Kitazawa-sensei, he's super, extra awesome. He waved the bag of snacks in his hand, showing them off like trophies. Did you buy those yourself? Hiruzen's eyes twinkled as he watched Naruto's excitement. Nope. Kitazawa-sensei gave them to me as a reward. Naruto tore open the bag and gasped as he peeked inside. It was packed with more treats than he'd imagined, lollipops, chocolates, sandwich cookies, fries, and even a few rare candies he'd never tried before. Hiruzen peered at the colorful stash and nodded approvingly. Kitazawa, that's a good teacher right there. Reliable. He recalled how Kitazawa had stepped in to help Naruto several times that day. Perhaps the Outstanding Teacher Award will go to him again this year. Favoritism or not, I'm the Hokage. Who'd dare object? Here, Grandpa Hokage. Naruto held out a lollipop with a bright grin. I'm a little too old for sweets these days, Hiruzen chuckled, gently patting Naruto's spiky head. You enjoy it. Naruto hesitated, glancing between the lollipop and Hiruzen, then tucked it back into the bag. So, besides your teacher, how are your classmates? Hiruzen opened the door, guiding Naruto into the cozy living room. Did you make any friends? I think Koji, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Ino are all pretty nice to me, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. But, I'm not sure if that makes us friends yet. If you're not friends now, you will be soon enough. Hiruzen's voice was calm and certain. He wasn't surprised at Naruto's choices. All the kids Naruto mentioned came from ninja clans, and each family either owed gratitude to or had once fought alongside Minato Namikaze and Kushina. And they knew the truth hidden behind the village's whispers of monster. That's great. Naruto shouted, practically vibrating with joy. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am finally gonna have friends. A twinge of guilt flickered across Hiruzen's weathered face. The life Naruto had endured so far, no child should have carried such a burden. But, it was a sacrifice forced upon them all. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was Konoha's greatest secret weapon, and there was no room for mistakes. Grandpa Hokage. After settling on the couch, Naruto took a bite of a sandwich cookie, then suddenly looked up. Do you know anything about the fourth Hokage? Hiruzen's eyes sharpened slightly, studying him. Why are you asking about the fourth all of a sudden? It's like this. Naruto leaned forward, explaining earnestly. Kitazawa-sensei told me that if I want everyone's approval, I should learn from the Hokage. Oh, Hiruzen chuckled, a playful glimmer in his eyes. Then why not start by asking me? Plenty of people consider me the strongest Hokage, you know. I'm planning to learn from all four Hokage, Naruto announced proudly. That way, I'll definitely surpass every Hokage who came before me. He flashed a grin. Grandpa Hokage, am I not super smart? For a moment, Hiruzen stared at him, taken aback, then he burst into warm, rumbling laughter. What's so funny? Naruto asked, scowling. Is there something wrong with my idea? Not at all. Hiruzen stroked his beard, eyes twinkling with affection. If you truly could combine the strengths of all four Hokage, you really would surpass them all. That's awesome. Naruto exclaimed, fist pumping the air, eyes blazing with determination. Hiruzen simply smiled, saying nothing further. Combine the power of all four Hokage? Even I couldn't manage that. And the chances of any shinobi ever doing so are close to none. But he didn't have the heart to extinguish the light in Naruto's eyes. Not when the boy was finally beginning to dream. The fourth Hokage's name was Minato Namikaze. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression softened with nostalgia. He was nearly flawless, a man of gentle manners and quiet elegance, yet also incredibly powerful. People called him the Yellow Flash. Why was he called that? Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head, curiosity sparking in his bright blue eyes. Because, like you, he had golden hair, Hiruzen explained, his voice growing distant as memories tugged at him. And he was the fastest shinobi the ninja world had ever seen. When he moved, it was like a flash of yellow light. How fast? Naruto pressed, practically bouncing in place. Hiruzen considered for a moment, then chuckled softly. Faster than the eye could see. Most enemies died before they even realized they've been attacked. So cool. Naruto gasped, fists clenched in excitement. I wanna be a ninja that fast too. There's always a chance, Hiruzen said with a reassuring smile. Naruto was about to reply, but then his face turned thoughtful, a crease forming between his brows. What is it? Hiruzen asked gently. Ask me anything you want. If he was so powerful, how did he die? Naruto's question was soft but pierced like a blade. Hiruzen's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a shadow that passed over his features. In his mind, he was dragged back to that terrible, chaotic night, the night of the Ninetales attack. Sorry to keep you waiting, Hinata. After the other students had left, Kitazawa approached Hyuga Hinata, who was lingering near the classroom door. I didn't wait long. Hinata murmured, her voice barely louder than a whisper. Here. Kitazawa held out 2 bags of snacks. I already have one, Hinata protested quickly, shaking her head. One bag definitely isn't enough, Kitazawa insisted. He couldn't help remembering the time, in the original timeline, when Hinata had eaten 46 bowls of ramen in one sitting during an eating contest. It's enough for me, Hinata said, her cheeks blooming pink. Nope, it's not enough for you. Kitazawa placed the bags firmly in her hands. Don't be shy. Thank you. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata clutched the snacks to her chest and peeked up at him, eyelashes trembling like a nervous white rabbit. All right, back to business. Kitazawa gently patted her head. I've found those 3 boys who gave you trouble. Hinata's shoulders flinched, and fear flickered in her pale eyes as memories surged back. Hinata. Kitazawa's voice turned firm yet kind. I've arranged for them to meet us after school tomorrow. I'll help you give them a lesson they won't forget. Hinata met his warm, unwavering gaze and slowly, her anxious heart calmed. Oh okay, she whispered. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa gave a final nod and turned to leave. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata watched him go, an unexpected flutter of reluctance blooming in her chest. She hugged the snack bag's close as she left the school grounds. After walking a few steps, she glanced back over her shoulder and found Kitazawa still standing there, as though waiting for someone. Hinata quickly looked away, eyes falling on the colorful bags in her arms. A small, shy smile curled across her lips. Lady Hinata. A voice sliced through the silence, startling her. A Hyuga youth appeared before her, his pale eyes focused intently. KO. Hinata straightened immediately, smoothing away her smile and assuming the composed demeanor drilled into her by Hayashi. As a member of the Hyuga main family, she was always accompanied by branch family guards. Moments after Hinata disappeared down the path, another figure finally emerged into Kitazawa's line of sight. Only after becoming a teacher myself did I realize how incredible you are. Kurane Yui approached him, letting out a quiet sigh. Well, this is my personal treasure trove of experience. Kitazawa grinned and handed her a scroll. Consider it a sensei's secret weapon. Chapter 10, Chapter 10. Thanks, Kitazawa. Kurane slipped the scroll into her bag. I'll make sure to study it carefully when I get home. Want a lollipop? Kitazawa casually popped open a bag of snacks, offering it her way. Kurane laughed, a soft, musical sound. Isn't that a bit childish for someone my age? It's childish for kids, sure, but perfect for grown ups. Kitazawa unwrapped a lollipop and held it teasingly toward her lips. You're as ridiculous as ever. Kurane rolled her eyes, but leaned in and bit the offered lollipop, her lips brushing his fingers. How's it taste? Kitazawa asked, already unwrapping another for himself. Sweet, she murmured, narrowing her crimson eyes playfully. Why are you always carrying snacks around, anyway? They're rewards for my students. Kitazawa shrugged. It's my secret weapon for motivating them to study. Kurane thought briefly of Yakumo Karema. But, that girl was the heiress of the wealthy Karema clan and certainly didn't need bribes of sweets. What do you want for dinner tonight? Kurane whirled her tongue around the candy and said, my treat. Don't hold back. Let's go for barbecue, Kitazawa decided after a moment of consideration. Perfect. Kurane nodded, then grew a bit wistful. It's been ages since we went out for barbecue. The last time was during the Chunin exams, all of us together. By all of us, she meant Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and Asuma. But now, only a handful of them remained. Why the sudden nostalgia? Kitazawa teased, raising an eyebrow. Careful, too much reminiscing makes you sound old. Are you an idiot? Kurane glared, giving his arm a playful shove. Talking about age is strictly off limits for women. My mistake, Kitazawa said with a grin. He knew she wasn't truly angry. This was just how they bantered. Seen Kakashi lately? Kurane asked as they began walking side by side. How's he doing? Saw him last month. Kitazawa gave a resigned shrug. He's still the same, looking like life sucked all the joy out of him. That class of theirs, he thought, really was full of extraordinary people, each cursed in their own way. Kakashi Hatake, a prodigy who made Jonin at 12, yet marked by tragedy. His father, his teammates, his teacher all gone, leaving him hollow and detached. Uchiha Obito, who, driven by grief over Rin's death, plunged into darkness and tried to forge a world where Rin still lived. He betrayed his sensei, helped Itachi wipe out their own clan, and ultimately became the masked man who sought to destroy the ninja world as Uchiha Madara. And then there was Might Guy, who nearly kicked the world to oblivion, and Asuma Sarutobi, son of the third Hokage. I wonder when Kakashi will finally crawl out of that dark pit, Kurane said softly, after a brief silence. What about Asuma? Kitazawa shifted the topic with a sly grin. Is he still chasing after you? I get a letter from him every few days. Kurane pouted, her lips twisting in mild annoyance. Kitazawa, ever observant, caught the faint hint of impatience in her tone. In the original timeline, he remembered, Asuma had pursued Kurane relentlessly and eventually won her heart, right before the Fourth Great Ninja War. But that was still nearly a decade away. For now, the two were merely circling one another. He's persistent, I'll give him that, Kitazawa said, chuckling. Even all the way out in the capital of the Land of Fire, he hasn't forgotten about you. Asuma Sarutobi, the rebel prince of Konoha. After the Third Great Ninja War, he'd abandoned village life to join the 12 Guardian Ninja in the Land of Fire, seeking purpose beyond the shadow of his father. A Guardian Ninja served as the personal protector of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Though the original story never specified exactly when Asuma returned to the village, it was likely around the year Uzumaki Naruto and his peers graduated from the academy. Once back in Konoha, Asuma became the squad leader for Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Ino Yamanaka. Enough about that. How many drinks are you planning to down tonight? Yui Kurane folded her arms, revealing slender pale wrists as she stretched slightly. I'd risk my life to keep a beautiful woman company. Kitazawa's eyes drifted over her graceful figure, and a small smile tugged at his lips. He'd never seriously entertained thoughts of Kurane before, not because he was some chaste saint, but simply because, until recently, survival had been his only priority. He'd been too weak to think about romance. But now that he had the system on his side, power was no longer his biggest concern. Besides, he was far too kind-hearted to stand by and let Kurane become a widow in the future. Well, cough, cough. At the moment, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurane were barely more than pursuer and pursued. Things hadn't grown serious yet. So, as far as Kitazawa was concerned, the playing field was fair game. Oh, really? Kurane's lips curved into a teasing smile. It's not too late to run away, you know. Please, be merciful, Kitazawa said with exaggerated caution. Since you helped me today, I'll spare you for now. Kurane gave a mock-regal wave of her hand, as though pardoning a subject. With that, the two stepped into the barbecue restaurant together. You get to try my cooking tonight, Kitazawa announced once they were seated. He wasted no time arranging meat on the sizzling grill. I've always been curious about something, Kurane said. She picked up the sake bottle and poured 2 cups, the amber liquid catching the glow of the restaurant lights. Why did you decide to become a teacher? In the ninja world, few careers were as respected as that of a skilled shinobi, especially powerful ones. Teaching at the Ninja Academy was hardly the pinnacle of prestige. Many ninja still believed that only average-level chunin who weren't suited for higher-level missions became academy instructors. Out of interest, Kitazawa said casually, flipping a piece of pork belly. Delicious aromas wafted between them. Is that so? Kurane nodded thoughtfully. You're definitely a natural teacher, Kurane. Have you been tutoring privately all this time? Pretty much, Kurane replied, tending the grill. Kurane paused, then added, but I still have to take missions for the village. Outside of Ninja Academy teachers, all ninja were expected to complete missions regularly. Of course, Konoha's higher UPS could make exceptions. Look at Tsunade, for example. After developing hemophobia, she'd roamed the world gambling and drinking and even ran off with Shizun in tow. She refused to return to Konoha or take any missions, and the village had been powerless to drag her back. Jiraiya was another special case, always wandering the world at his own whim. When you've got some free time, come find me. Kitazawa grinned, recalling the Yakumokurama incident from the original timeline. I could help you with that particular student of yours. In the canon story, Ui Kurane had spent years trying to solve Yakumokurama's problem, eventually succeeding with help from Naruto and the others. Then I'll take you up on that. Kurane didn't protest. It's settled, then. If anything comes up, come see me. Kitazawa raised his cup in a toast. Whether he could complete the mission ahead of him might depend on moments like this. Kurane stared at him for a moment, caught off guard by the earnest look in his eyes. A strange feeling flickered in her chest. Kitazawa somehow seemed different today, warmer, more attentive. Could it be? She quickly shook off the thought. It didn't fit the image she'd always had of him. To her, Kitazawa was gentle with everyone. And despite his good looks, he'd never shown any romantic interest in anyone, so surely, that hadn't changed. Cheers. Kurane lifted her cup, clinked it against his, and tossed back the sake in a single smooth gulp. Chapter 11, Uchiha Clan Compound. I'm home, Mom. Sasuke called out as he kicked off his shoes. Welcome home, Sasuke, came Uchiha Mikato's gentle voice from inside. Where's Nii-san? Sasuke hurried into the living room, sounding impatient. Why do you always look for your brother the moment you get home? Mikato teased, reaching out to pat his head. I have something important to talk to him about. Sasuke puffed out his cheeks, looking faintly annoyed. He's not back yet, Mikato replied with an indulgent smile, finding her son's earnestness adorable. Then I'll wait for him. Sasuke flopped onto the sofa, arms crossed. Mikato turned to head toward the kitchen but paused mid-step. Weren't you at the Ninja Academy today? How was it? It's just kids playing ninja, Sasuke said with an air of disdain. I can't get excited about it. I'm going to be like Nii-san and take first place at the academy. Go for it. Mikato cheered, pumping her fist. A moment later, the sound of the front door sliding open echoed through the house. Nii-san. Sasuke jumped up and dashed over. Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi greeted him with a soft smile. Is our Uchiha clan not as powerful as it used to be? Sasuke asked bluntly. Itachi hesitated, mouth slightly open, struggling for words. Even Sasuke has noticed. The truth was undeniable, the Uchiha clan was standing on the brink. I learned about the founding of Konoha in history class today, Sasuke continued, his eyes bright with fascination. Back then, the Uchiha clan was as famous and respected as the Senju clan. So that was it. Realization dawned on Itachi's face, and he exhaled quietly in relief. He didn't want Sasuke caught up in the tension simmering between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. Your sensei sounds excellent, Itachi said with a small smile. It's rare for anyone to talk about the Uchiha clan's history these days. Why do you say that? Sasuke asked, puzzled. He didn't yet understand how isolated the Uchiha had become, that their clan's name was whispered more as a caution than a legacy. Most academy teachers skipped that chapter of history entirely. It's nothing, Itachi said gently, shaking his head. Will the Uchiha clan ever be as great as it used to be? Sasuke asked, eyes shining with hope. Yes, Itachi answered firmly. It will. That's right. Sasuke grinned. With Nii-san around, our clan's future will be stronger than ever. Itachi hesitated, then nodded solemnly. I'll make sure the Uchiha clan finds its way again. Later that night, the streets of Konoha lay quiet under the stars, the lamps casting pools of golden light onto deserted alleys. Two figures stumbled along the path. You're drunk again, you lightweight. Kurane slurred, her cheeks flushed pink, eyes glittering like rubies beneath the glow. You're the one who's drunk, not me, Kitazawa shot back, giving her a look of exaggerated offense. She drank 3 bottles. I only had 1. Then why's your face all red? Kurane demanded, giggling as she swayed on her feet. Careful. Kitazawa lunged forward, his hand slipping around her waist to steady her. I'm fine. Kurane protested, though she leaned into his chest, the scent of her perfume mingling with the faint sharpness of sake. They were so close he could see the smooth curve of her pale neck and the delicate black mesh visible at her collar. We're home, Kurane murmured, then suddenly burst into laughter, lightly patting Kitazawa's chest. Solid, aren't you? It seems you really are drunk, Kitazawa said, his lips twitching into a half-smile. Want me to help you inside? I'm not drunk. Kurane snapped, as though a switch had flipped. If you don't believe me, come in with me and we'll keep drinking. All right, you're not drunk, Kitazawa said in a gentle, coaxing tone, as though speaking to a child. Humph. Kurane Yui huffed, pulling out her key and unlocking her door. Under the dim porch light, her graceful figure was outlined in soft gold. Kitazawa, she said, leaning against the doorframe, a playful smile on her lips. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa nodded. Once the door clicked shut, he turned and headed home. Before long, he arrived at his own doorstep. The Ichiraku ramen shop nearby was still bustling, steam rising into the night as customers came and went. Kitazawa casted a fleeting glance before looking away. His home was a modest 2-story wooden house. The first floor was a small general store selling all sorts of goods: oil, rice, firewood, salt, snacks, and soda. The second floor was his living space, a single room, a bathroom, and a tiny kitchen. Small, but everything he needed. Since he'd been drinking, Kitazawa decided he was too tired to open the shop that night. Instead, he took a shower, then collapsed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sunlight filtered through the curtains when a sharp knocking jolted Kitazawa awake. Groaning, he sat up and rubbed his slightly aching head. Who'd be visiting this early? He quickly changed clothes and went to the door, curiosity piqued. When he opened it, he was met with the sight of Kurane standing outside, looking bright and refreshed. Before he could speak, she thrust a paper bag toward him. I brought you breakfast, Kurane declared with a wide grin. Even though I've got a killer hangover, be grateful to your kind, generous old classmate. In truth, she was repaying him for making sure she'd gotten home safely the night before. Thanks, Kitazawa said, accepting the bag. Did you eat yet? I have, Kurane replied breezily. I'm off to the Karama clan now. My student is Yakumo Karama, the heiress of the clan. I've heard of them. Weren't they once on par with the Uchiha clan when it came to genjutsu? Kitazawa said, glancing at the breakfast simple bread and milk. Yep, that's the one. Kurane turned to go, her long black hair swishing behind her. I'm heading out. Today's perfect for trying out the teaching tips you gave me. Kitazawa watched her retreating figure with a wistful look. She really is a good woman, he thought. A saying from his previous life popped into his mind, don't miss out on good women, and don't cling to bad ones. After finishing breakfast, Kitazawa headed to the classroom. Just like the day before, he arrived early, so only a few students were there already. Among them, Hyuga Hinata sat quietly at her desk. Born into the Hyuga clan, she was always punctual and disciplined. But something was different today. For the first time, Hinata Hyuga raised her head and greeted him. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata stammered, gathering her courage as she stood. Kitazawa's gaze fell on her delicate face. She lasted all of 2 seconds under his attention before flushing pink. She pushed her hair behind her ear, her small hands twisting the hem of her shirt, her eyes darting away in embarrassment. Good morning, Hinata, Kitazawa said gently, smiling at the shy girl. This little one is truly adorable, he thought, amused. Chapter 12. Kitazawa had one fewer class today than he'd had yesterday. The morning lesson was Will of Fire, while the afternoon was devoted to practical combat training. After finishing his morning class, Kitazawa returned to his office. He casually picked up the stack of homework on his desk and began flipping through the pages. There was no homework assigned for practical combat, only for Konoha history and Will of Fire. The assignments for those two subjects weren't particularly difficult, and everyone had passed, with a few students turning in work that was surprisingly impressive. To Kitazawa's astonishment, Uzumaki Naruto was among those top performers. Looks like my teaching's paying off, Kitazawa mused. And it wasn't empty pride after all. In the original timeline, Uzumaki Naruto had been dead last in his class. Dead last meant utterly hopeless, both in theory and in practical combat a total mess. Soon, it was time for the final period of the day, practical combat class. Today, we're continuing with kunai throwing. Standing before his students, Kitazawa addressed them. Anyone who hasn't mastered it yet should keep practicing. Those who already have can use the time however they like. A ripple of surprise went through the class, especially among the ninja clan prodigies like Uchiha Sasuke and Nara Shikamaru. After all, free time was practically the same as cancelling class altogether. Damn it, I totally miscalculated. Kiba let out a wail, freezing in place like a statue. If I'd known this would happen, I would have shown my real skills yesterday. I'm definitely hitting the bullseye today. Naruto clenched his fists in determination. He'd already earned a snack reward from Kitazawa yesterday, and if he failed again today, it'd be way too embarrassing. Meanwhile, Hinata cast a shy glance toward Kitazawa. After a moment's thought, she decided to stay behind and keep practicing her kunai technique even though she'd already mastered it long ago. This sensei's really something. I like him, Shikamaru murmured. He promptly found a patch of grass, lay down, and used his hands to prop up his head, getting comfortable under the afternoon sun. Totally, agreed Choji, plopping down beside him and tearing open a bag of chips, the crunch echoing in the training ground. Sasuke-kun. Sakura rushed over to Sasuke. Will you show me that curving kunai throw from yesterday? I don't have time. Sasuke shut her down without even glancing in her direction, striding away toward the far end of the training grounds. Once there, he began forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Chakra flared around him, then condensed into a blazing, fist-sized fireball that hovered in the air before sputtering out. Disappointment flickered across Sasuke's features. Everyone said he was a genius, but compared to his older brother, Itachi, he felt painfully mediocre. Itachi had mastered the great fireball jutsu perfectly after seeing it only once. Sasuke, on the other hand, was still struggling. Why can't I do it? Sasuke clenched his fists, teeth gritted. He wanted so badly to learn it to earn the praise of his father and brother. Just imagining such a scene made the corners of his mouth twitch upward in a fleeting smile. But for now, it was nothing more than a fantasy. Your chakra control needs work. A voice cut through his thoughts. Sasuke turned sharply to see Kitazawa standing nearby. For a split second, Sasuke froze. His eyes flickered with surprise, quickly masked by his usual cool indifference. What would a mere Chunin instructor know about the great fireball jutsu? Kitazawa wasn't an Uchiha. He couldn't possibly understand the intricacies of their clan's techniques. Come with me, Kitazawa said firmly. He could read Sasuke's thoughts as if they were written on paper. He wasn't offended after all, he knew how proud the Uchiha clan could be. But this was the perfect opportunity to complete one of his system's missions. And he wasn't about to let it slip away. Where are we going? Sasuke eyed Kitazawa with suspicion as they walked. You'll see soon enough, Kitazawa replied, a faint smile on his lips. He led Sasuke to a secluded training ground behind the academy buildings. Just as Sasuke opened his mouth to ask another question, his eyes went wide at the sight unfolding before him. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a deep breath, Kitazawa unleashed a massive fireball. Flames roared from his lips, growing into a blazing sphere far larger than any Sasuke had ever seen, even larger than the one his older brother had demonstrated. Sasuke stood frozen, his mind blown. This completely shattered his understanding of who Kitazawa was. Want to learn it? Kitazawa asked, chuckling at Sasuke's stunned expression. I can teach you. Although the Great Fireball was a signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan, it wasn't exactly a forbidden secret. Because it was powerful yet relatively simple to learn, many non-Uchiha ninja had picked it up over the years, including Kitazawa's late squad leader. Thanks to that, Kitazawa wasn't worried about anyone questioning the source of his technique. It took Sasuke a few moments to recover his voice. If I could pull off a fireball that huge, my father and brother would definitely see me differently. Kitazawa-sensei, I want to learn, Sasuke declared, his eyes blazing with determination. Unlike in the original timeline, this Sasuke wasn't quite as withdrawn yet, so he wasn't shy about asking. Kitazawa nodded, pleased. To master the Great Fireball Jutsu, you have to work on two things, chakra control and chakra nature transformation. In the original series, the details of training for fire release weren't fully explained, but there was a clear precedent in how wind release nature transformation was taught. Naruto had learned it from Asuma Sarutobi. First step, slice a leaf. Second step, cut a waterfall. Third step, channel the nature transformation into actual jutsu. Chakra nature transformation is a bit too advanced for you right now, Kitazawa continued. So let's focus on improving your chakra control first. He pointed to a tall tree nearby. Channel chakra to the soles of your feet, and climb that tree. Simple as that? The Great Fireball technique technically involved a bit of shape transformation, too, but it was only a C-rank jutsu. Unlike the Rasengan, it didn't require advanced shape manipulation, just enough to make the flames big and round. That's it. Sasuke frowned, skeptical. Go on. Try it. Kitazawa smirked, remembering that even in the original story, Sasuke hadn't nailed this exercise on his first attempt despite already being a graduate then. Now, as a newly enrolled student, his chances were even slimmer. Watch me do it in one shot. Sasuke snorted and marched toward the tree. Focusing chakra to his feet, he stepped onto the trunk and began ascending. See? Easy. Sasuke smirked as he took 2 steady steps upward. But pride always came before a fall, literally. Halfway up, he lost his footing, and with a startled yell, he crashed to the ground. How'd that go for you? Kitazawa teased, folding his arms. It was the tree bark, it's too slippery. Sasuke protested, cheeks flushed red. Grimacing, he climbed to his feet, took a deep breath, and prepared to try again. Current mission, earn the initial approval of your classmate, Uchiha Sasuke. Mission reward, fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Mission complete. Reward granted. Kitazawa arched an eyebrow as the familiar system message flashed across his vision. Tsundere is definitely out of style these days. A flood of new information rushed into his brain as the reward data integrated itself seamlessly into his memory. Glancing back at Sasuke, who was now doggedly climbing the tree again, Kitazawa frowned in thought. How should I explain having a new jutsu from the system? Low-level jutsu could be chalked up to lessons from his deceased squad leader or teammates. Dead people were pretty handy, they couldn't contradict your story. But higher-level techniques, especially B rank and above, couldn't be brushed off so easily. In the ninja world, there were only 2 recognized ways to gain new jutsu, either learning it directly from a sensei or being granted it as a reward from Konoha's leadership. Kitazawa stroked his chin, pondering. Your lifelong rival, Uchiha Sasuke, is training hard to master fire release. You can't fall behind. New mission, master a C-rank jutsu faster than Uchiha Sasuke. Reward, manipulating shuriken technique. Do you accept? A new line of system text flickered before his eyes. Kitazawa blinked, speechless. For a regular Chunin like me to be set up as Sasuke's lifelong rival, this system really doesn't hold back. While he was glad for a new mission, this one wasn't as easy as it sounded. I don't even have a new C-rank jutsu to train. Even if it's just C-rank. He considered whether to approach Hiruzen Sarutobi for a scroll. But then he sighed, massaging his temples. I've got no merits to my name yet. Just barging in and asking for a new jutsu would look suspicious. Chapter 13, Chapter 13. And, come on guys. A little bit more help please. Let's try and push this FIC to top 10 in popularity. Hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Thank you Jibril Kamal and Bombing 1989 for your support. On Patreon, a muffled thud echoed across the training ground. Once again, Sasuke tumbled from the tree, landing hard on the ground. Kitazawa gave a subtle nod of approval. Despite being bruised and battered, Sasuke didn't utter a single complaint. To earn praise from his father and his older brother, he was willing to push himself to the brink. Unfortunately, after an entire class period, he still couldn't climb all the way to the top of the tree. Sasuke, Kitazawa finally said, halting him, time's up for today. You'll practice again tomorrow. Kitazawa-sensei, you can go back without me, Sasuke shot back, stubbornness flashing in his dark eyes. Haste makes waste, Kitazawa countered, shaking his head. Training goes best when you balance effort and rest. Sasuke blinked, taken aback. He didn't fully understand what Kitazawa meant, but somehow, it sounded wise. And after witnessing Kitazawa's incredible great fireball earlier, he couldn't bring himself to argue further. After a moment's hesitation, he gave a reluctant nod. When you get home, make sure you find a medical ninja to look at those injuries, Kitazawa reminded him. Okay, thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke limped away toward the village gates, determination still burning in his eyes. Kitazawa turned back toward the training ground. By now, most students had gone home. Only Naruto and Hinata still remained. Kitazawa-sensei, Naruto yelled, sprinting over. I hit it. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Hit what? The bullseye, Naruto cried, beaming with pride. Congratulations, Kitazawa said after a pause. But don't let it go to your head. This is just the beginning. Naruto nodded so hard his blonde spikes bounced. See you tomorrow, Kitazawa said, patting him on the shoulder. In our next practical class, we'll be using moving targets. I'll train super hard, Naruto promised, waving enthusiastically before dashing off. Kitazawa then turned to Hinata. Hinata, he asked gently, are you feeling nervous? A little, Hinata murmured, but as she met his warm smile, most of her anxiety melted away. Let's go, Kitazawa said, holding out his hand. Hinata hesitated for a split second, then slipped her small hand into his. The warmth of his touch sent a faint blush rising into her cheeks. Together, they left the academy and arrived at their destination, a small grove nestled between towering trees. Hinata's breath caught as she recognized the place. It was the same grove where those three troublesome boys had cornered her before. The only difference was the weather. Back then, it had been snowing heavily. Today, the sky was clear and blue. They're not here yet. Let's set up an ambush, Kitazawa said thoughtfully. Hinata looked up at him, confusion in her pale eyes. After all, I am your sensei, Kitazawa said, clearing his throat. And it's a sensei's job to educate students, even the troublesome ones. Hinata blinked rapidly, still not quite following. You're completely clueless, aren't you? Kitazawa teased, gently pinching her soft cheek. Hinata's face turned pinker, her fair skin blooming like a cherry blossom. Hinata, Kitazawa said, his tone growing serious, remember one thing, to overcome fear, you have to face it head on. Hinata pressed her lips together, determination flickering in her lavender eyes. But when she blinked again, Kitazawa was gone. Panic tightened her chest as she suddenly felt alone. Taking a deep breath, she turned and saw three familiar figures approaching through the trees. She really showed up by herself. Toronoshook exclaimed, glancing around suspiciously. Does she seriously think she can take all three of us? The boy on his left yelled. Big brother, she's looking down on us. Hey, Toronoshook stepped forward, his voice loud and brash. What's your deal, huh? Hinata froze where she stood. Though Kitazawa had given her courage, there was no way she could completely transform her timid nature in just 2 days. The moment fear gripped her, Hinata's mind went utterly blank. Move, Hinata? She screamed at herself internally, but her body felt drained of all strength, rooted to the spot. I'm talking to you. Toronoshook snapped, irritation sharpening his voice. Are you mute or something? Hinata flinched, trembling as she instinctively took a step backward. In her heart, she silently prayed, Kitazawa-sensei, please save me, you've just managed to piss off a lion. Toronoshook finally lost his patience. He lunged forward, reaching out to grab Hinata. When a violent gust of wind suddenly roared through the clearing, Hinata's hair whipped upward as the force slammed into her. She threw her hands up to hold it down, eyes squeezing shut. When she opened them again, she gasped. That powerful wind had blasted all three boys off their feet, hurling them into the trunks of 3 separate trees. Ah! Toronoshook let out a shriek, clutching his ribs as if his entire body had shattered. The other 2 boys lay sprawled on the ground, faces pale with shock and pain. From the shadows, Kitazawa stepped out. That fierce wind just now had been his doing, a wind release, great breakthrough. Though only a C-rank jutsu, the power of wind release, great breakthrough depended entirely on how much chakra was poured into it. In the original story, Orochimaru had used it to blow down an entire stretch of forest. Who are you? Toronoshook stammered, sweat trickling down his forehead. Just a ninja passing by, Kitazawa said with a casual chuckle. 3 boys ganging up on one little girl? You're a disgrace to your parents. No, wait a second. You're a sensei. The boy on the left managed to sit up, eyes going wide. I've seen you at the academy. Shameless. Toronoshook snapped, pointing accusingly at Hinata. You actually called a sensei for help. Toronoshook, shut your mouth, Kitazawa said, his eyes narrowing. And what's this about a lion? This isn't fair. Toronoshook whined, shrinking his neck like a turtle. Fair. Kitazawa arched an eyebrow, stepping closer. You've finally hit the nail on the head. Toronoshook's eyes widened as he shuffled backward on his hands and feet. 3 against 1, that's not fair, Kitazawa continued, voice low and even. Hinata asking me for help isn't fair either. So let's make it even. He paused, then said, 1 month from now, right here, you and Hinata, one-on-one. A fair fight. Because only by facing her fears could Hinata truly overcome them. And a month would be enough time for Kitazawa to help change her timid nature. Do we have a deal? Kitazawa held out his hand, forming it into a fist the size of a sandbag. I agree. Toronoshook blurted out, eyes glued to the massive fist. And the scarf you stole last time. Kitazawa asked, recalling his mission. I threw it over there. Toranaschuk pointed shakily to his left. See you next time. Kitazawa glanced in that direction and spotted the scarf lying on the grass. He gave a slight smile. But to Toranaschuk and the other two, that smile looked like a demon's grin. They scrambled to their feet and ran off in a blind panic, tumbling over each other as they fled. Kitazawa wasn't worried about them telling their parents. He'd already looked into it. The boys' families were just ordinary civilian ninja. Besides, Toranaschuk and his friends were clearly the aggressors. As a sensei, Kitazawa had every right to protect his student. Even if this went as far as the Hokage, Kitazawa knew he would still be in the right. Hinata, are you okay? Kitazawa turned and stepped closer to where Hinata stood frozen. She'd been stiff as a statue ever since the confrontation began. Hearing his voice and seeing his warm smile, Hinata finally stirred. Without warning, she flung herself forward and hugged him tightly. Kitazawa blinked, slightly taken aback. He could feel her small body trembling against him. After all, she was still just a little girl. Kitazawa gently rested his hand on her head and stroked her hair in reassurance. Chapter 14. Hinata's mind finally gave up trying to think. Everything was spinning, and all she could feel was an overwhelming warmth and a soothing sense of peace. After what felt like an eternity, she snapped back to her senses. Like a startled rabbit, Hinata suddenly jumped back 2 steps. Once she regained her balance, she bowed her head, her cheeks so red they looked as though steam might rise from them. She's so adorable, Kitazawa murmured with a faint smile. Wait here for a second. He turned and strode northward, stopping a short distance away. Lying half-buried under a scatter of leaves was the scarf Toranaschuk had thrown away. The scarf was dusty and tattered, far from the pristine piece it once was. Kitazawa frowned slightly. It wouldn't have been so bad if it were just dirty, but several long tears marred the fabric. He bent down and picked it up. Current mission, help your deskmate Hyuga Hinata recover her scarf. Mission reward, Leaf Whirlwind. Mission complete. Reward granted. Leaf Whirlwind, a taijutsu technique created by Might Guy. A spark of inspiration flashed in Kitazawa's mind. He'd been racking his brain about how to quickly learn a new C-rank jutsu and now he had an idea. He'd find Guy. Taijutsu technically fell under jutsu classification, and it didn't require chakra nature transformation, making it perfect for his goal. Originally, Kitazawa had considered learning genjutsu from Kurane, but genjutsu depended on having yin release chakra nature, and without it, progress would be painfully slow. His current mission demanded that he master a C-rank jutsu faster than Sasuke masters the Great Fireball. Genjutsu wouldn't help him there, but taijutsu might be the key. Especially now that he'd acquired the Leaf Whirlwind. He already knew what his next step would be. Find Might Guy and learn Leaf Great Whirlwind, the advanced version of Leaf Whirlwind, distinguished by an added spinning motion. Hinata, Kitazawa said, glancing at the damaged scarf in his hand, this scarf's beyond saving. I'll buy you a new one. Hinata blinked, flustered, and quickly waved her hands. No, that's not necessary. Think of it as an apology, Kitazawa replied gently. For making decisions on your behalf. Apology? For what? Hinata asked, looking confused. I accepted a challenge on your behalf, Kitazawa explained. Toranaschuk challenged you to a one-on-one match in a month. Me fight him. Hinata's voice quavered. I can't possibly do that. You haven't even tried yet. Why say you can't? Kitazawa crouched down to meet her eyes directly. Hinata, you're stronger than he is. You just don't know how to fight back yet. Hinata stared at him, wide-eyed and speechless. At that moment, 4 glowing lines of text appeared before Kitazawa's eyes. Unity is strength. As class monitor, help your classmates if they're bullied by students from other classes. Current mission, help your deskmate Hyuga Hinata defeat Toranaschuk. Mission reward, water release, water bullet technique. Accept mission? Kitazawa narrowed his eyes slightly. The system's missions truly were all over the place, rewarding him with random jutsu of various kinds. But on second thought, it made perfect sense. After all, this was the strongest shinobi system. To surpass all previous shinobi, one would eventually have to master every kind of ninjutsu including bloodline limits. It's fine, Kitazawa said, folding the damaged scarf and slipping it away. We've got a whole month. I'll give you special training. Hinata's blush deepened, but she gave a tiny nod of determination. I'll walk you home. Kitazawa took her small hand in his and led her out of the quiet grove. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata stood at the gate, quietly watching Kitazawa's figure disappear into the distance. Only when he was completely out of sight did she finally turn and step into the courtyard, her footsteps soft and reluctant. Meanwhile, Kitazawa made a quick detour to the commercial street and picked up a scarf nearly identical to the one lost. Then he returned home and opened the shutters of his small general store. Tuki? 1 bowl of charsu ramen, he called out toward Ichiraku Ramen next door. Coming right up, came the cheerful reply. Kitazawa leaned on the counter with his chin resting on his hands, thoughts drifting. He was considering how to approach Guy, but after a moment, he chuckled. With Guy's personality, he wouldn't need much of a reason. Just shout something about youth and he'd probably start training you immediately. I'm coming in, Kitazawa and A sweet, familiar voice rang out as a girl in a white chef's uniform stepped through the door. It was Ayam, Tuka's daughter. Thanks, Kitazawa said, taking the bowl of steaming ramen from her hands. You're welcome. Ayam replied with a bright smile. She lingered for a second, sneaking another glance at him before heading back out. Like Ino, she was clearly a fan of handsome faces. After finishing dinner, Kitazawa returned the bowl, settled the bill, and walked back into his shop only to find someone already waiting for him. Leaning casually against the counter was Yui Kurane, her long legs elegantly crossed, curvy silhouette framed by the setting sun. Arms folded, a playful smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Framed by the warm light, she looked like she'd stepped out of a dream. Kurane, what are you here for? Kitazawa asked with a grin as he walked over. I'll give you a discount. Then I'll take a bottle of soda, she said, reaching for one from the fridge. A bottle of soda doesn't quite cover the breakfast I gave you. It's on the house, Kitazawa said nonchalantly. Thanks, Kurane said, taking a sip. I just came back from visiting the Kurama clan. Did the method I suggested help? Kitazawa asked curiously. A little, she admitted, then sighed. But the core issue isn't me, it's Yakumo. Her genjutsu talent isn't good. It's too good, Kurane replied, brows knitting slightly. Her body can't handle the strain of it. Kitazawa nodded thoughtfully. Then why not teach her taijutsu to build her body? That's difficult. She's naturally frail, physically unfit for intense training. That is tricky, Kitazawa muttered, frowning. In the original timeline, the root of the issue was Ido Yakumo's inner yin-based manifestation, born out of the suppression of her talents and dreams. And right now, Ido hadn't yet awakened fully. Prevention is better than suppression, Kitazawa said, offering. I can try teaching her some basic taijutsu. In the canon timeline, Yakumo's problems escalated because her dreams of becoming a ninja were crushed by those around her. If that fate could be changed now, perhaps Ido wouldn't manifest at all. It's too much trouble. No need, Kurane replied, shaking her head. Besides, I can teach her taijutsu too. No trouble at all. Aren't we friends? And honestly, she was supposed to be my student to begin with, Kitazawa said with a light smile. I've been a teacher for 5 years. I can tailor her lessons to suit her body. Kurane blinked, a little caught off guard. You already have a full-time job. Where would you even find the time? That's easy. Have her come to the Ninja Academy, he offered. Classes. Kurane frowned. Her parents wouldn't agree, and her condition wouldn't allow it. She doesn't need to attend full-time, just come in for practical lessons, Kitazawa reasoned. Hands-on experience, tailored for her pace. Kurane went silent. Today, following Kitazawa's advice, she had talked to Yakumo as an equal for the first time. And in that conversation, she had seen something she hadn't noticed before, Yakumo's unwavering desire to become a ninja. Maybe, just maybe, letting her attend the academy wouldn't be a mistake. Which day are you free? Kurane finally said. Come with me to the Kurama estate. Kitazawa smiled. That was more than enough. Chapter 15, Chapter 15. And, come on guys. A little bit more help please. Let's try and push this FIC to top 10 in popularity. Hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Wednesday dawned bright and clear. Kitazawa changed into fresh clothes and headed next door to Ichiraku Ramen for breakfast. As he ate, he mentally reviewed his current missions. Since gaining his system, he'd triggered 8 in total. Now, only 3 remained unfinished, linked to Yakumo Kurama, Hinata Hyuga, and Sasuke Uchiha. Of those, helping Yakumo return to the Ninja Academy promised to be the most troublesome. Thankfully, Kitazawa had Kurane's support. They'd already arranged to visit the Kurama clan together on Saturday. Once he finished breakfast, Kitazawa made his way to the classroom. Today's first lesson was the Will of Fire, a class he personally taught. Kitazawa-sensei. The moment Hinata saw him, a shy but unmistakable joy sparkled in her pale lavender eyes. Yet her strict upbringing and naturally timid personality kept her from showing too much emotion outwardly. She remained quiet and reserved in her seat. Kitazawa sat down beside her without hesitation. After all, the system had specifically assigned Hinata as his desk mate. And if he wanted to complete his mission, he needed to keep up appearances. Not that he minded. Hinata was adorable, it would be hard for anyone to dislike her. Hinata, Kitazawa said gently, turning to her. Come to my office after class. Oh okay. Hinata blinked, then gave a tiny nod. Aren't you going to ask why? Kitazawa teased with a smile. What's the reason? Hinata tilted her head, curiosity lighting her gaze as she asked obediently. Special training, Kitazawa replied. Instantly, Hinata's thoughts flew back to yesterday in the small forest. She remembered the challenge against Toranashuk, looming only a month away, and Kitazawa's promise to help her train. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata dropped her eyes, pink dusting her cheeks as she spoke. A flash of yesterday's memory surfaced in her mind, the way she'd been so terrified she clung to Kitazawa in a trembling hug. The thought made her squirm with embarrassment. Why is she blushing? Kitazawa noticed the faint color rising in her cheeks and couldn't help wondering. Just then, noise broke out across the classroom. Kitazawa turned to see Sasuke walking in. He couldn't help recalling a saying, read more books, meet fewer Uchiha. Sasuke strode forward, dark eyes sweeping the room. He hesitated a moment, then abruptly changed direction and headed straight toward Kitazawa. Good morning, Kitazawa-sensei. Good morning, Kitazawa answered with a small smile and a nod. Nearby, Shikamaru and the others exchanged shocked looks. Did the sun rise in the west today? Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, glancing out the window. Is this the first time Sasuke's ever willingly greeted a sensei? As far as I remember, yeah, Shikamaru replied, scratching his head thoughtfully. Sasuke, coming from the proud Uchiha clan and gifted with considerable talent of his own, carried himself with a natural arrogance. And with an older brother as powerful as Uchiha Itachi, he usually gave the teachers the cold shoulder altogether. So what had changed today? I guess it's because Kitazawa-sensei is a pretty good sensei, Shinobi murmured from behind his sunglasses. Sasuke-kun. At that moment, Sakura rushed forward, stars practically shining in her eyes. She didn't care about whatever business Sasuke and Kitazawa might have. All that mattered to her was Sasuke. Sasuke froze, his expression icing over as he turned on his heel and walked away without a word, retreating to his seat. Women are scary, Shikamaru muttered with a weary sigh. Ahem. Koji nudged him with an elbow. Shikamaru froze, realizing his slip, and stiffly turned to look at Ino Yamanaka, who was glaring daggers in his direction. Am I scary? Ino Yamanaka planted her hands on her hips and blew a puff of air at her golden bangs, her expression full of righteous indignation. I'll treat you to barbecue tonight, said Shikamaru, thinking fast to defuse the situation. What about me? At the mention of barbecue, Koji's eyes lit up, practically sparkling with anticipation. You too, Shikamaru sighed, already imagining the hit his wallet was about to take. After all, the Akimichi clan were legendary for their appetites. The pocket money he'd carefully saved would probably vanish in a single evening. Ino gave a little huff and shot a glance toward Sakura, then stumped over to drop into the seat to Kitazawa's left. If Kitazawa-sensei were our age, he might steal all of Sasuke's spotlight, Shikamaru muttered, eyeing Hinata and Ino, who now sat on either side of their teacher. Ha, barbecue, Koji murmured dreamily, already picturing piles of sizzling meat. We're not eating beef tonight, Shikamaru announced firmly. Beef was the priciest option and skipping it might just save his finances. No beef? Okay, Koji replied, visibly crestfallen. The class bell rang. Kitazawa ended the lesson precisely on time, tucked his lesson plan under his arm, and exited the classroom. Hinata sat frozen for a few moments, hesitating. Then, seizing the chance when nobody was looking, she slipped quietly from her seat and followed after him. Kitazawa stopped at the office door. When he turned around, he found Hinata lurking behind him like a tiny shadow. Why are you creeping around like a thief? Kitazawa teased, a hint of laughter in his eyes. Hinata dropped her gaze, her cheeks pink with embarrassment. Come in, Kitazawa said, opening the door and stepping inside. Hinata exhaled a small sigh of relief and followed. Do you usually preview your lessons ahead of time? Kitazawa asked as he set his papers on the desk. Yes. Hinata nodded shyly. I went over everything for today's class last night. Good. Kitazawa flashed a small smile. In that case, you're skipping class with me. Hinata blinked, lifting her gaze in shock. Her sensei was inviting her to skip class? Surely this had to be some kind of genjutsu. This is what's called effective time management, Kitazawa declared solemnly. You already know the material in the textbooks, so there's no need for you to sit through the lecture again. But, Hinata stammered, her entire upbringing warring against the very idea. Skipping class went against every rule drilled into her since childhood. There's no but about it, Kitazawa said lightly. It's just skipping class. This, he knew, was part of the plan. A person's character was shaped by their environment and Hinata had grown up surrounded by rigid rules and expectations within the Hyuga clan. To help her break free of her timid shell, he first had to help her break the invisible rules in her mind. Hinata looked at his gentle smile, wavered a moment and finally, as if possessed, gave a small nod. Let's go. Kitazawa reached out and gently patted her head. Guiding her along, he led her through the school until they arrived at the outer wall. There are guards at the main gate, he explained matter-of-factly. So we're climbing the wall instead. Hinata stared at him, eyes wide with disbelief. Without further warning, Kitazawa bent his knees and launched himself lightly onto the wall's edge. Once there, he glanced back and waved her forward. Hinata stood rooted to the spot, mind blank and heart thudding wildly. Skipping class. Climbing the school wall. On only my third day of school. The thought alone felt so outrageous that she almost swayed on her feet. Yet mixed into her fear was a strange, thrilling rush, a spark of excitement she'd never felt before. Biting her lip, Hinata hesitated for a heartbeat longer, then gathered her courage and leapt upward. Kitazawa caught her wrist, steadying her as she landed beside him. Together, they jumped down the far side of the wall. Hinata instinctively pressed a hand to her racing heart. Chapter 16. And thanks everyone for supporting this fix and pushing it to top 10 in popularity. Hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Thank you Jibril Kamal, Bombing 1989, Random_debuff, George Simon, Anthony Harper for your support on Patreon. Forest of Death. Two figures blurred and clashed in rapid motion, so fast their silhouettes were barely distinguishable. Kitazawa paused, eyes widening with interest. Originally, he'd left the academy intending to find Might Guy. Bringing Hinata along had simply been an opportunity to start her special training. But now, he stood still, content to watch the intense one-on-one battle unfolding before him, a pure contest between men. He knew both combatants well. Might Guy, in his trademark green jumpsuit and radiant enthusiasm, spun and struck with flamboyant precision. Opposite him was Kakashi Hatake, silver-haired and masked, only his single visible eye betraying a sharp alertness that contrasted his otherwise languid demeanor. Kitazawa focused his attention on Guy's movements. Moments later, he recognized the technique, the leaf great whirlwind. Though he tried to memorize the strikes and footwork, he knew that taijutsu wasn't just about form. The crucial element lay in the method of delivering force. Without someone to teach him proper application or a shurinan to analyze it in slow motion, he'd never fully master it on sight alone. With a resounding bang, the two fighters broke apart, leaping back from each other. That's enough for today, Kakashi said coolly, sliding his hands into his pockets. Kitazawa's here. I'm guessing he didn't come out this far just for the scenery. Then we'll continue our youthful battle next time. Guy exclaimed, chest heaving, sweat glistening on his brow. Kitazawa stepped forward with a nod. Guy. Kakashi. Kakashi's single visible eye flicked to Hinata, who was half hidden behind Kitazawa like a shy kitten. What brings you out here at this hour, Kitazawa? I finished classes and thought I'd pay a visit, Kitazawa said lightly. This is one of my students, Hyuga. Hinata. Guy's eyes sparkled. Hyuga clan's gentle fist. I've always admired their style. She's still just a kid, Kakashi interjected dryly. Guy paused, scratching his cheek with one finger. It was true the Hyuga clan, while highly respected, wasn't easy to approach. Unlike the Uchiha clan's icy arrogance, the Hyuga were simply bound by layer upon layer of rigid rules. Actually, Guy, I'm here because I need a favor, Kitazawa said bluntly. Oh, Kakashi said. Then, without waiting for further explanation, he lifted a hand in casual farewell. Well, I'll leave you two to it. I've got business to handle. And with a swirl of leaves, Kakashi vanished. Kitazawa's lips twitched. He strongly suspected Kakashi had bolted to avoid being dragged into another of Guy's youthful challenges. In the original timeline, Guy had latched onto Kakashi as his eternal rival, trying to outdo him in everything from sparring to rock-paper-scissors, a persistence that had even the stoic Kakashi on edge. Truly, it was proof that even the strongest men could fear a determined eccentric. Can you teach me the leaf great whirlwind? Kitazawa asked without preamble. Of course. Guy gave a booming laugh, flashing a thumbs up so bright it practically sparkled. The power of fiery youth must be shared. Everyone should train in taijutsu and sweat together. In the original timeline, Guy had even taught Kakashi the secrets of the 8 gates, a forbidden technique. Compared to that, the leaf great whirlwind was practically a beginner's move. Thanks, Kitazawa said, grinning. Then a thought struck him. By the way, do you know Rock Lee? Guy blinked. Rock Lee? No, can't say I do. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. Rock Lee was only a second-year student right now. In the original future, he and Guy would become inseparable mentor and student, bound by shared dreams and burning determination. He's a student in second year, Class A, Kitazawa explained. You should meet him sometime. Guy tilted his head. Why? Because, Kitazawa said, smiling, he's overflowing with youthful spirit and he'd be perfect for your taijutsu training. Really? Guy's entire face lit up like the sun. Guy suddenly lit up with enthusiasm. In the ninja world, the bond between teacher and student was both common and deeply significant. Many ninja aspired to find a disciple who could inherit their techniques and spirit. Guy was no exception. But for him, finding a successor had always been especially difficult. After all, the 8 gates technique was infamously grueling and dangerous to master. You'll understand once you meet him, Kitazawa said confidently. He won't disappoint you. That's incredible. Guy froze in place, his body quivering as tears poured down his face. This must be the power of youth. 4 words popped into Kitazawa's mind, utterly awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, Hinata was completely bewildered. What is going on? She thought. These adults are so strange. Excellent. Guy wiped away his tears and declared, then let's have a youthful training session right here and now. Hinata, since you're already here, you're joining too, Kitazawa said, trailing after Guy. Oh okay. Hinata blinked and nodded, still trying to process everything. Watch closely. Guy stopped in front of a large tree and shouted, Leaf Great Whirlwind. He lashed out with a powerful low kick, striking the tree trunk. In a fluid motion, he twisted his body, transforming the low kick into a sharp upward strike. Boom! The tree shuddered from the impact. Leaves rained down around them, and a deep dent appeared in the bark. What insane power, Kitazawa muttered under his breath, clicking his tongue. Then again, it wasn't surprising. In the original timeline, Guy's relentless training was practically legendary. Apart from eating and sleeping, the man was a machine of pure effort. All right, your turn. Guy stepped aside, giving Kitazawa space. Kitazawa took a deep breath and stepped forward. Mimicking the motions, he executed the Leaf Great Whirlwind with surprising ease. That's amazing. Hinata couldn't help blurting it out as she watched him land the technique perfectly on his first try. Guy stared at Kitazawa, eyes wide. Wait, have you trained in this before? Nope, Kitazawa replied calmly, shaking his head. While he'd never formally learned the Leaf Great Whirlwind, he had already mastered the basics of the Leaf Whirlwind, which gave him a solid foundation. Kitazawa, Guy exclaimed, gripping his shoulders, join me in the path of taijutsu mastery. Let's train and sweat together in the name of youth. Kitazawa cleared his throat and gently pried himself free. I don't have that kind of time for constant training. Besides, we were classmates once. If we become teacher and student now, it'll completely mess up our seniority. The thought of learning the 8 gates made Kitazawa shiver inwardly. That was a lifetime sentence of grueling pain and effort. He'd finally acquired a system. Wasn't he allowed to enjoy life a little? By midday, the training session wound down. After just 2 hours, Kitazawa had fully mastered the Leaf Great Whirlwind. Current task, master a C-rank ninjutsu faster than Uchiha Sasuke. 4. Task reward, manipulating shuriken technique. Host has completed the task. Reward granted. Manipulating shuriken technique. Kitazawa recalled it well. It was both a ninjutsu technique and a skill for throwing shuriken. In essence, it allowed the user to control shuriken mid-flight using nearly invisible threads, turning ordinary throws into lethal surprises. Guy, thanks for today, Kitazawa said, wiping sweat from his brow. Let me treat you to a meal. What do you feel like eating? Ichiraku ramen. Guy exclaimed, striking a thumbs-up pose, his teeth gleaming. Kitazawa chuckled, then glanced at Hinata. Hinata, how about you? Hinata was flushed pink from exertion, her fair skin glistening with sweat and her usually tidy hair now a tousled mess. I'm fine, she managed between quick breaths. Great. Let's head to Ichiraku Ramen, Kitazawa said, watching her thoughtfully. He was already plotting the second phase of her special training. Chapter 17, Chapter 17. And, thanks everyone for supporting this fix and pushing it to top 10 in popularity. Hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Thank you Jibril Kamal, Bombing 1989, Random _debuff, George Simon, Anthony Harper for your support on Patreon. Ichiraku Ramen. I'm stuffed. Thanks for the meal. Guy stood and gave Kitazawa a thumbs up. Kitazawa, if you ever want to keep training in taijutsu, you know where to find me. Of course, Kitazawa replied with an easy smile. I'm off to meet that Rock Lee kid you mentioned. Guy grinned and turned to leave. See you next time, Kitazawa said, giving a small nod. As he watched Guy's figure vanish down the street, Kitazawa couldn't help wondering if this would change Rock Lee's destiny. If Rock Lee starts learning the 8 gates 6 years earlier, would he still be gravely injured in that future fight against Gaara? I'm full too, Kitazawa-sensei, said Hinata softly, putting down her chopsticks. The large bowl of shasha ramen in front of her was completely empty. Tuki, another bowl, Kitazawa called out. Wait, for you. Tuki poked his head out from behind the curtain. Not me. Hinata wants more, Kitazawa said, smiling mischievously. Huh. Tuki blinked and looked at Hinata in surprise. Hinata immediately flushed, squirming in embarrassment. She clearly wanted to refuse, but no words came out. Hinata. Kitazawa reached over, gently pinching her cheek. Be honest with sensei. Are you really full? And no. Hinata admitted, her face turning even redder. Tuki let out a low whistle. Wow, goes to show, you really can't judge a book by its cover. He disappeared back into the kitchen. Moments later, he returned carrying another steaming bowl of shasha ramen. Under Kitazawa's watchful gaze, Hinata, still blushing furiously, picked up her chopsticks again. Despite her shyness, she ate with the elegance and poise befitting her clan upbringing. 10 minutes later, the second bowl was gone. Tuki, one more, Kitazawa called, grinning. Hinata pursed her lips, looking mortified, her cheeks now glowing pink. This was the first time anyone had discovered her secret. She was secretly a huge eater. Chakra comes from both physical and spiritual energy, Kitazawa told her reassuringly. Being able to eat well is a sign of good health. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Just then, 4 glowing lines of text flickered before Kitazawa's eyes. You have discovered your deskmate's secret. As class monitor, you should support your classmates while keeping their secrets. Current mission, feed your deskmate Hyuga Hinata until she willingly reveals her secret. Mission reward, Byakugan. Do you accept? Kitazawa felt his pupil's contract. Up until now, his missions had mostly granted him basic ninjutsu techniques, a welcome boost for an ordinary Chunin like himself. But this was on a completely different level. The Byakugan was priceless. In the ninja world's underground black market, a pair of Byakugan eyes fetched bounties in the tens of millions of ryo, even more than Sharinon in many cases, because of how rare and valuable they were, especially unmarked by the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal. A complete pair of Byakugan could be worth as much as the bounty on future Asuma Sarutobi's life. After all, ninja eyes were practically plug-and-play. While the Byakugan didn't evolve the way the Sharinon did, even an ordinary Byakugan offered incredible power, telescopic vision, X-ray sight, and near-perfect perception. Having one would massively increase Kitazawa's strength, and if he learned Gentle Fist, a future promotion to Jonin would be almost guaranteed. Hinata, don't worry, Kitazawa said, shaking himself from his thoughts and giving her a gentle smile. Tuki and I will keep your secret safe. Keeping our customers' secrets is part of the business, Tuki added with a good-natured laugh. Thank you, Hinata murmured, picking up her chopsticks for the third bowl. Time trickled by. By the time they finally left Ichiraku, Hinata had managed to eat her way through 7 bowls of ramen. It was still far less than she'd eventually manage in the future, but for her age now, it was impressive. Tuki stood behind the counter, shaking his head in amazement. I've seen a lot of big eaters, but this one's something else. If Hyuga Hinata didn't have those unmistakable Byakugan eyes, Tuki might have suspected she was secretly a child of the Akimichi clan. Still, as the owner of a ramen shop, he welcomed big eaters like her with open arms. Outside Ichiraku Ramen, Kitazawa and Hinata strolled back toward the Ninja Academy. So, Hinata, how did you feel about this morning? Kitazawa asked. At his question, Hinata fell silent. For a few moments, she couldn't find the right words. This had been the most unconventional morning of her life. Skipping class, climbing over the academy wall, training with sensei's friends, eating bowl after bowl of ramen, it was all so new and thrilling. But beyond the excitement, there was something else. a sense of freedom she'd never known. I felt very happy, Hinata murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Kitazawa almost missed what she said. They reached the door of Class 1A. Hinata, see you next class, Kitazawa said with a grin. Today's special training was a big success. Let's keep up the good work tomorrow. Hinata's face instantly flushed crimson. She nodded quickly, then practically bolted into the classroom. Inside, it was lunchtime, and many students were dozing at their desks. Hinata. Ino Yamanaka looked up as soon as she heard footsteps. Where were you just now? In Ino's mind, Hinata was the epitome of a good girl, quiet, obedient, always following the rules. But who could have guessed she'd become the first student in the class to skip school? I went out with Kitazawa-sensei for a bit, Hinata stammered. Kitazawa-sensei. Ino's curiosity piqued. She straightened her slender back and tilted her head. And nothing special, we just went to learn some taijutsu, Hinata mumbled, burying her face in her arms. Good afternoon. Ino blinked thoughtfully. Secret tutoring behind our backs. But then again, Kitazawa didn't seem like that kind of teacher. That afternoon, the class gathered at the training ground, where Kitazawa demonstrated kunai throwing techniques. Earlier, they'd practiced on stationary targets. Now, the challenge had increased tenfold, hitting moving targets. Still, for students like Sasuke and Hinata, who came from ninja clans, this was child's play. They'd mastered these basics long before entering the academy. Soon, Kitazawa divided the class into two groups. Those who hit the moving targets could have free time, while the rest continued practicing. Sasuke, as usual, ignored his classmates and went off to a familiar tree to practice chakra control. Kitazawa followed him not long after. Hey, want to go see what they're up to? Ino whispered, eyes glinting mischievously. Nope, Shikamaru replied from where he lay sprawled in the grass, looking utterly uninterested. Troublesome. Choji, for his part, didn't even look up. He was too busy munching potato chips. Hinata, come on. Ino grabbed Hinata's small hand, tugging her along insistently. Meanwhile, Sakura was still practicing kunai throws with single-minded determination. She had decent talent for a civilian ninja but lacked the clan background and early training the others had enjoyed. Yeah. Hinata hesitated, anxiety clouding her features. A part of her was curious, but she was even more afraid of doing something that might displease Kitazawa. Seeing her hesitation, Ino didn't give her a choice. She simply hauled her along. A few minutes later, they arrived to find Sasuke halfway up the tree, his expression focused as he practiced. Kitazawa turned and noticed the newcomers. Since you're here, he called, why not join the training? Ino stepped forward with a confident smile. Kitazawa-sensei, what kind of training is this? Hinata peeked at Kitazawa, her face blooming pink again as she lowered her gaze. This is chakra control training, Kitazawa explained. Normally, it's something you'd learn only after graduating. But since all of you are geniuses, I figured we'd try it early. Chapter 18, Chapter 18. 3 bonus chapters as promised for putting this FIC in the top 10. Thanks for your support. Sasuke-kun. Ino stepped forward, voice sweet as she tried to greet him. But Sasuke didn't spare her a single glance. He focused completely on channeling chakra into his feet, maintaining his balance against the tree trunk. Ino's face fell slightly, but she swallowed her pride and said nothing more. Instead, her eyes drifted toward Hinata. At that moment, Hinata was already halfway up the tree, suspended off the ground, feet firmly planted against the bark. Her expression was serious, and her short blue hair dangled downward like a curtain. Seeing this, a spark of competitiveness ignited in Ino's chest. If Sasuke-kun won't pay attention to me, then I'll show him. Determined, she gathered chakra in her feet and began her own climb. Kitazawa watched them, surprised. Out of the three, Hinata clearly had the strongest chakra control. Must be the Byakugan, he thought. The Hyuga clan's entire fighting style revolved around precisely perceiving chakra networks with the Byakugan and attacking an opponent's tenketsu with gentle fist. To do that required incredible chakra sensitivity and control. Even a genius like Sasuke was slightly behind Hinata in that regard. After all, in the original timeline, even Sakura had managed to complete tree climbing training earlier than Sasuke. A sharp yelp interrupted his thoughts. Ino let out a small shriek as she slipped and plummeted toward the ground. Kitazawa lunged forward and caught her easily. Her body felt soft and light in his arms, like a delicate figurine. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Ino gasped, breathless and blushing. No problem. Kitazawa gently lowered her back to the ground. Sasuke glanced over, an almost imperceptible crease forming between his brows. I fell off that tree yesterday, and nobody caught me. Is this what they mean when they say a man has to be self-reliant? Wow, Hinata's already that high. Once she'd regained her balance, Ino stared up in amazement at Hinata, who was almost near the treetop. But in the very next second, Hinata wobbled and fell. Ino froze, then stuck her tongue out sheepishly. Heaven knows, I was only trying to compliment her. Kitazawa was quick as ever, stepping forward to catch Hinata in his arms. Thank you. Hinata murmured, her cheeks blooming crimson. If you're getting tired, don't push yourself, Kitazawa said gently, patting her head. Jump down before you lose your balance, okay? Thud. Before they could even process Hinata's fall, the next one to tumble was none other than Sasuke. I'm fine, Sasuke muttered as he brushed himself off, doing his best to look unfazed. He refused to let a hint of embarrassment show and immediately turned back to the tree to try again. No matter what, an Uchiha couldn't afford to fall behind. Ino and Hinata also dove back into training. Kitazawa watched closely, offering corrections and occasionally catching them when they lost their footing. Time ticked by until finally, the end of day bell echoed across the grounds. All right, you three finish one more climb, and then you're done for today, Kitazawa called. I'm going to check in with the others. Back at the training ground, he found Naruto bounding over, eyes shining with pride. Kitazawa-sensei, Naruto shouted. I hit the moving target. Good job, Naruto, Kitazawa said, glancing at the distant target. Even though Naruto hadn't hit the bullseye, hitting a moving target at all within one class period was impressive for a first year. Hehehe. Naruto beamed under the praise, practically glowing. All right, class dismissed. Kitazawa announced, clapping his hands. Be careful on your way home. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei, the students chorused before scattering in all directions. Kitazawa watched them go, shaking his head with a small smile. Kids who linger after school usually have something unusual on their minds. Kitazawa-sensei, what are we going to do in our next practical combat class? Uzumaki Naruto piped up, curiosity shining in his eyes. Next class will be physical training, Kitazawa replied after thinking for a moment. Running. Naruto's whole face lit up. Yes, there'll definitely be running. Kitazawa blinked, surprised, then tilted his head. Are you actually excited about running? I'm going to become the fastest ninja in the whole world, Naruto declared, pumping his fist. That way, I'll surpass the fourth Hokage. Ah, I see. Kitazawa nodded in understanding. No doubt, Naruto had learned about Minato Namikaze from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Your lifelong rival, Uzumaki Naruto, has challenged you to physical training. You generously accept the challenge. Current mission, take first place in physical training. Mission reward, Konoha strong whirlwind. Do you accept? Kitazawa let out a soft exhale. This was practically a free mission reward. As the teacher, he was expected to participate in physical training anyway. But wait, wasn't my lifelong rival supposed to be Sasuke? When did it become Uzumaki Naruto? See you tomorrow. After waving goodbye to Naruto, Kitazawa headed back toward the tree where the others were training. But before he even reached them, he spotted trouble. Ino was leaning heavily against Hinata, her face pale. Her left foot was planted on the ground, but she was gingerly keeping her right foot lifted. I'm fine, Ino said quickly. I just twisted my ankle coming down. Sit down. Let me have a look, Kitazawa said gently. Sasuke, Hinata, you two can head back first. No need, really, hiss. Ino tried to protest but was cut off with a sharp gasp of pain. All right, don't push yourself. Kitazawa helped her sit and added, I'm pretty good at treating these kinds of sprains and bruises. Back when he'd been a genin, medical ninja were a rarity. In a four-man squad with no medic, they'd had to handle injuries themselves. Unless it was a severe wound, they'd manage temporary treatment with basic supplies. Thanks. Ino stopped resisting. After a moment's hesitation, she slipped off her shoe. Kitazawa's eyes dropped to her foot. Her skin was pale and delicate, her pinkish-white toes instinctively curling as she turned her head away, clearly embarrassed. He took out some bruise ointment, warming it in his palms, then gently grasped her ankle. Her foot was so small he could hold it entirely in one hand. Bowing his head, Kitazawa carefully massaged the ointment into her fair skin. Ino's gaze drifted to his focused expression, a wistful thought surfacing in her mind once again. If only he were my age. If he were my age, I'd happily let Sakura have Sasuke. All done. When you get home, see a medical ninja to help speed up the healing, Kitazawa advised, pulling back his hands. Ino blinked away her daydreams and nodded, gratitude in her voice. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. I'll carry you back, Kitazawa offered, turning his back toward her. Ino paused for a moment, then gave in. Holding her shoe in her right hand, she wrapped her arms around his neck as he lifted her onto his back. As she lay against him, she couldn't help thinking. Kitazawa-sensei really is a good guy. Kitazawa, meanwhile, had no idea he'd just earned himself another good guy label. When they reached the Yamanaka flower shop, Kitazawa gently lowered her to the ground. Kitazawa-sensei, Ino said, clutching her shoe and smiling brightly, see you tomorrow. Chapter 19, Thursday. The moment Kitazawa stepped into the staff office, he found an unexpected visitor waiting for him. Kitazawa. Mizuki stood up with a bright smile, acting as though nothing was amiss. He was good at wearing a mask, hiding any trace of the jealousy he harbored toward Kitazawa. What do you need from me? Kitazawa nodded slightly, his tone calm and businesslike. Mizuki's smile twitched for an instant, irritation flickering across his eyes. What's with that attitude? How infuriating. There'll be a meeting in the second-floor conference room after school next Monday, Mizuki said, forcing his voice to remain polite. It's mainly to discuss the details for this month's upcoming exams. Thanks for letting me know. Kitazawa replied courteously. Mizuki nodded, turned on his heel, and stalked out of the room. Once outside, he dropped his polite facade, scowling in annoyance. Kitazawa, however, spared Mizuki's attitude no further thought. His mind was already occupied with the challenge that had popped up before him. Current mission, place first in the April monthly exam. Reward, wind release, vacuum bullet. Accept. Normally, a teacher wouldn't participate in a student exam. But Kitazawa's system was anything but normal. It was downright cunning, or exceptionally wise, depending on one's perspective. If I sit the exam myself in the test room, would that count? Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Either way, it was worth attempting. Because wind release, vacuum bullet wasn't just any ninjutsu, it was a B-rank technique. A B-rank might not sound impressive to outsiders, but in reality, it was a skill level many Chunin couldn't even touch. As an ordinary Chunin without any specializations, Kitazawa had no B-rank ninjutsu under his belt yet. Wind release, vacuum bullet would be his first and a powerful one at that. It was, after all, one of Danzo's signature techniques in the original story. The class bell rang, drawing Kitazawa out of his thoughts. He entered the classroom. Instantly, the noisy room fell silent, students scrambling back into their seats. All right, everyone open your textbooks. Today, we're continuing the story of the first Hokage, Senjo Hashirama. Kitazawa stood at the podium, voice even and authoritative. Under Senjo Hashirama's leadership, Konoha thrived. But, sadly, peaceful times never last forever. The students leaned forward, curiosity lighting up their eyes. If Senjo Hashirama was around, how could the mighty Konoha fall? Kitazawa continued. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, broke ties with the village over irreconcilable ideals. This rift ultimately led to an epic battle between him and the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. Wait, something like that happened. Could this be connected to the current situation of the clan? The outcome was Madara's decisive defeat and his death at the Valley of the End, Kitazawa finished. The classroom instantly erupted in chatter. As expected of the first Hokage-sama, wood release is unbeatable. Of course, the Konoha in our village name comes from the trees created by wood release. Hashirama's legendary status as the god of Shinobi and his powerful wood release had made him a hero in the eyes of younger generations. Only Sasuke sat silent, eyes dark with unspoken thoughts. It was his famed ancestor who'd been defeated, after all. This afternoon, we'll have physical training, Kitazawa announced as the dismissal bell rang. So don't overeat at lunch. Noon. A soft knock sounded at the office door. Hinata entered, clutching a bento box in her hands. Come here, Kitazawa said, already seated on the sofa. He pulled out a spatial storage scroll and, with a flick of his wrist, unsealed 8 bento boxes all at once. Hinata froze, staring in shock. Only then did she realize why Kitazawa had invited her to have lunch with him. He'd prepared all those extra bentos for her. Well, don't just stand there, Kitazawa said, picking up his chopsticks. Sit and eat. Hinata fidgeted, then suddenly seemed to remember something. She pulled out a small pink wallet and held it out to him. What's this for? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, amused. Is she trying to make me a kept man? Am I that type of guy? For the bentos. Hinata murmured. This little bit of money doesn't matter, Kitazawa said, shaking his head. No. For the first time, Hinata raised her voice, her tone uncharacteristically firm. That's the spirit, Kitazawa said, studying her with a small smile. Hinata's whole body stiffened, and she quickly lowered her head, cheeks flushing pink. All right, then I'll accept it. Now, let's eat before it gets cold. Kitazawa took the pink wallet, his lips curling into a faint grin. After lunch, Hinata quietly returned to the classroom for her midday nap. Later that afternoon, the students stood assembled on the academy's track, lined up neatly in anticipation. This will be your first physical conditioning session, Kitazawa announced from the center of the training field. There's no lap limit, and no time cap. I want to see how far each of you can go. He raised a hand with a smirk. The top 10 will get snack packs based on your rankings. Yay! A chorus of cheers erupted from the group. First place is mine, Naruto shouted, punching the air with confidence. Keep dreaming, Kiba scoffed, arms crossed. That spot belongs to me. Unlike Naruto, Kiba wasn't just boasting. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, he'd trained alongside ninja dogs since he could walk. His speed was leagues beyond that of a typical academy student. Sasuke said nothing. Hands stuffed in his pockets, he stood calmly, his gaze steady. None of them matter, he thought. From today forward, this field will be known as Uchiha Plaza. Look at them, they're really fired up, Shikamaru muttered with a yawn. Should we give it a go too? He asked lazily. Run a bit, then call it a day. I'm down, Koji said between munches. Running's pain anyway. Snacks or not, I'm not killing myself over it. Hey Ino, wanna race? Sakura stretched her arms and grinned. Loser can't bug Sasuke-kun today. No need. Ino brushed her hair back with a smirk. You can have him. Sakura blinked. Huh, that wasn't the Ino she knew. Ino, meanwhile, had her gaze fixed on Kitazawa. Sasuke will be at the tree later. I'll be there, too. No contest, Sakura, you're already a step behind. All right, quiet down. Kitazawa clapped his hands once, smiling. Here's the deal, I'll be running with you. And if anyone manages to beat me, I'll give you a special prize. At those words, Sasuke's eyes lit up. Finally, a challenge worth chasing. None of his peers came close to him. But a Chunin? If he could outpace a real ninja even once, maybe, just maybe, his father and Itachi would finally take notice. Ready. Kitazawa raised his voice. Go. The students bolted forward, feet pounding against the dirt like thunder. Sasuke, Naruto, Kiba, and Sakura surged to the front. Kitazawa, however, remained steady. He jogged at a measured pace, watching from behind. Exploding from the gate is a rookie mistake, he thought. This isn't a sprint, it's a test of endurance. Up ahead, Naruto blazed ahead with unrestrained enthusiasm. Kiba, Sasuke, and even Sakura kept pace, weaving through the rest of the students. But the tide soon began to turn. 30 minutes passed. Naruto's pace wavered, his breathing ragged. Sasuke pulled ahead, still composed, his rhythm perfect. Kiba remained close behind. Kitazawa watched from a short distance, his own strides easy and relaxed. Physically, Kitazawa was in his prime, an adult ninja hardened by years of training. The children, prodigies though they were, still had young, undeveloped bodies. After 50 laps, most students were sprawled out along the sidelines, reduced to cheering. Sasuke-kun, keep going. Sakura murmured from where she sat, her voice weak but full of admiration. But Sasuke didn't hear her. His eyes locked on Kitazawa, who still ran effortlessly ahead of him. No matter how much I push, I can't catch him. Kitazawa looked back, noticing Sasuke's strained face. Still running, he called with a grin. Only Sasuke remained on the track. Damn it. Sasuke clenched his fists. Sweat streamed down his temples, his limbs trembling despite the blazing sun. His pride, however, refused to let him stop. He wouldn't quit. Not in front of him. Chapter 20. After lunch, Hinata returned to the classroom for her afternoon nap. Meanwhile, the rest of the students sat sprawled across the training field, utterly exhausted and far too tired to care about their image. Kitazawa gazed at them, momentarily recalling the physical fitness tests from his own university days in his previous life. Back then, running 1,000 meters had felt like being smashed by Tsunade's monstrous strength. He'd practically died on the spot each time. Yet these kids, barely 6 or 7 years old, treated a 1,000-meter run like it was a game. Truly, chakra was a miraculous thing. Current mission, obtain first place in physical training. Reward, Konoha strong whirlwind. Mission complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa blinked as the new information slotted itself into his mind. So, I've learned the Konoha strong whirlwind. It was an advanced technique derived from Might Guy's Leaf Whirlwind series. If this progression continued, Kitazawa suspected the legendary 8 Gates might eventually be within his grasp. Though the 8 Gates technique severely damaged the body, its explosive power was undeniable. And in life or death battles, who cared about side effects? Alright, listen up, I'll announce the rankings now. Kitazawa clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. First place Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke-kun, Sakura and several other girls squealed in delight. But Sasuke himself looked anything but happy. Logically, taking first place and earning a snack pack should have been a moment of triumph. Yet he could only sigh. First place, but I still couldn't surpass Kitazawa-sensei. The cheering belonged to everyone else. He felt nothing but frustration. Second place, Inuzuka Kiba. Third place, Shinobi. Ninth place, Uzumaki Naruto. Kitazawa paused after announcing the top 10. As expected, most of the upper ranks were claimed by children from ninja clans. Shikamaru and Choji were conspicuously absent, having stopped halfway through the run. Damn it. Naruto slammed his hands over his head, his face twisted in frustration. I'm supposed to become the fastest ninja in the whole world, and I only got 9th. Kitazawa gave him a thoughtful look. Naruto's stamina was actually quite impressive, but his running was pure chaos, all wild energy and no technique. Your lifelong rival, Uzumaki Naruto, placing 9th in physical training is a disgrace to you. Current mission, help Uzumaki Naruto achieve 2nd place in physical training. Mission reward, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Do you accept? Kitazawa froze for a moment, then his eyes widened. The Shadow Clone Jutsu. That was a game changer. Unlike basic clones, a shadow clone had substance and could fight, train, or spy. Best of all, when it dispersed, it transferred all its memories and experiences back to the original. In the original timeline, the advanced version, the multiple shadow clone jutsu had practically been Naruto's cheat code. His massive chakra reserves let him create hundreds, even thousands of clones, multiplying his training speed exponentially. Kitazawa wasn't so lucky. His chakra pool wasn't even a fraction of that. Multiple shadow clones were out of his league. But the standard shadow clone? That was definitely within reach and an incredible asset. Wait, why only 2nd place for Naruto? Kitazawa rubbed his chin, pondering. Ah, so the system expects me to keep 1st place. Helping Naruto come in 2nd still meant Kitazawa had to be number 1. After the students caught their breath, Kitazawa addressed the group again. Once you're rested, we'll continue practicing kunai throws on moving targets. If you've already mastered that, you're free to train as you wish. At once, Sasuke got up without a word and stalked off toward the familiar tree for his chakra control training. He'd fallen short in physical training and he couldn't afford another failure. Hinata and Ino exchanged a look, then quietly followed him. Naruto, come with me for a sec. Kitazawa beckoned him over. Huh? What's up, Kitazawa-sensei? Naruto asked, tilting his head curiously. I've been thinking about your performance in physical training today. You shouldn't have finished in 9th place. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled. I thought so too. Kitazawa chuckled. When it came to stubbornness and refusing to admit defeat, Naruto and Sasuke truly were brothers in spirit, brothers born to different parents, perhaps, but kindred souls all the same. In my opinion, you could definitely make the top 3, Kitazawa said. Then he shifted the topic. But do you know why you only finished 9th? Naruto blinked and shook his head. It's because all you do is rush forward without thinking, Kitazawa explained. You don't really understand how to run properly. Then teach me, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes shining rather than discouraged. Of course, Kitazawa replied with a grin. That's exactly why I called you over. Thanks, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto beamed. Next time, I'm gonna get first place for sure. That might be tough. Kitazawa shook his head lightly. Sasuke is just as talented as you, but you have one big advantage: a strong body. The Uzumaki clan naturally possessed hardy physiques and vast chakra reserves. And besides, Naruto was also the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Even though he and the fox didn't get along yet, the small leaks of the tailed beast's chakra already gave him rapid recovery from fatigue and injuries. They arrived at a secluded training ground inside the academy grounds, the same one where Sasuke, Hinata, and Ino were practicing tree climbing. Sasuke! Naruto shouted the moment he spotted him clinging to the tree. Bang! Startled, Sasuke slipped and fell to the ground. Why the hell are you yelling so loud? Sasuke gave Naruto a withering look, then silently dusted himself off and went right back to climbing. What are they doing? Naruto asked, scratching his head in confusion. That's chakra control training, Kitazawa explained. He paused, then added, but that's not for you just yet. For now, let's focus on your running technique. Okay. Naruto instantly brightened, snapping to attention. The most important things in running are posture and pacing, Kitazawa began. It's all about rhythm and control. I get it. Naruto said eagerly. Totally makes sense. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. We'll see if you really understand once you try it. Frankly, he was skeptical. In the original timeline, Naruto's knowledge of theory outside of ninjutsu was practically non-existent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dead last in the academy so often. All right. Run a few laps around the training ground, Kitazawa instructed. I'll watch your form and correct any mistakes. Okay. Naruto yelled, already taking off at a sprint. Kitazawa couldn't help twitching at the sight. This kid's a monster. Naruto had just finished brutal physical training, yet after only a few minutes of rest, he was bouncing with energy again. Kitazawa felt a twinge of envy. Fortunately, he now had the system on his side. With its help, he was confident his body and chakra reserves would eventually rival Naruto's. He glanced over to where Sasuke, Hinata, and Ino were still practicing their tree climbing. I really do feel like a teacher now. Soon, Saturday arrived. Kitazawa raised his hand and knocked on the door in front of him. A moment later, the door creaked open, revealing a beautiful, sleepy-eyed face. So early. Kurane mumbled, stifling a yawn. Kitazawa's eyes widened in surprise and immediate appreciation. She was wearing a kimono-style sleep robe, a simple yukata. The thin fabric clung gently to her curves, accentuating the lines of her body. Her chest, while nowhere near Tsunade's legendary proportions, was still quite impressive in its own right. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Did I wake you? Kitazawa asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. No, I was just about to have breakfast, Kurane replied with a gentle shake of her head. Have you eaten? If not, I can whip up some scrambled eggs for you. No need, Kitazawa said. I always have breakfast at Ichiraku Ramen. Oh, that's right, Ichiraku is practically next door to your place. How convenient. Kurane chuckled, her laughter light and melodic. Well, wait for me just a few minutes. She turned away, her bare feet making soft sounds on the carpet as she walked toward the living room. Her hips swayed slightly with each step. There's not much to drink here, Kurane said as she poured a glass of water. I hope this will do. Thanks, Kitazawa said, accepting the glass. Kurane carried her breakfast to the table and began eating with quick, graceful movements. After finishing her meal, she emerged in her usual attire, a fitted white outfit with a vivid red sleeve on the right arm, and bandages wrapped around her thighs, highlighting her slender, fair legs. At the entrance, she paused to put on her sandals. She bent forward, one hand braced on the wall, her smooth foot lifted slightly, revealing the gentle curve of a taut calf. Her toes pressed together as she slid them into her ninja sandals. Once they were on, she tapped her feet on the floor twice, making the soft flesh of her legs ripple slightly. What are you staring at? Kurane asked with a sly smile, catching Kitazawa's gaze as she finished putting on her sandals. Just enjoying the scenery, Kitazawa replied, blinking innocently. And where exactly is this scenery you're talking about? Kurane demanded as she locked the door and stepped past him, carrying a fresh, delicate fragrance. Anywhere a beautiful woman stands, that's where the scenery is, Kitazawa said solemnly. Kurane rolled her eyes at him. It was the first time she'd ever heard someone make peeking sound so poetic. Since you're being so flattering, I'll let it slide this time, she said, then shifted to business. So, do you think you can convince Yakumo's parents? Kitazawa shrugged. Not really. I've never even met them. How could I be confident? Her father is Murakumo Karema, and her mother is Yuroko Karema, Kurane explained as they walked through the streets. They're both jonin, but neither has a Kekii Genkai. Yakumo's the only one in the Karema clan who's awakened a bloodline ability, so she's basically the clan's only hope. Kitazawa mused. Exactly, Kurane said. That's probably why she's so determined to become a ninja. She feels the weight of the entire clan's expectations. She's a good kid, Kitazawa remarked. A pang of sadness flickered through him. Yakumo's fate in the original timeline had been tragic. Driven by grief and anger, she had unleashed Ito, a terrifying monster born from her own yin release powers that ultimately killed her parents. If it hadn't been for Naruto's intervention, even Kurane might not have survived. This is Satomioka Villa, where Yakumo's recovering, Kurane said, stopping in front of a grand estate surrounded by spacious courtyards. Kitazawa took in the view, silently thinking, this clan's loaded. Let's go find Yakumo first, Kurane continued. She's probably painting on the hillside behind the villa around this time. Got it, Kitazawa said. He knew full well that Yakumo Karema's art wasn't just art. Her bloodline limit let her turn her paintings into reality itself. If she painted a lightning bolt striking the Hokage monument, an actual lightning bolt would come crashing down. Guided by Kurane, Kitazawa soon spotted Yakumo. She sat before an easel on a gentle slope, brush in hand, focused intently on the canvas as she captured the scene before her. I'll go talk to her, Kitazawa said, stepping forward. Kurane nodded and stayed back a short distance. Kitazawa watched Yakumo's painting for a few moments. Why is it raining in your painting? He finally asked. The sky overhead was perfectly clear, not a cloud in sight. Yet on Yakumo's canvas, rain fell steadily in gray sheets. A thought flickered through Kitazawa's mind. Analyze the role of the weather in this scene. Who are you? Yakumo suddenly turned and asked, eyeing him cautiously. I'm Kitazawa, a sensei at the Ninja Academy, he replied with a gentle smile. Yakumo's eyes widened. Have my parents agreed to let me go to the academy? She blurted, almost dropping her paintbrush in her excitement. Kitazawa didn't answer her directly. Instead, he tilted his head and asked, do you really want to go to the academy that much? Yes. Yakumo nodded emphatically. I want to become a ninja. If that's what you want, then go for it, Kitazawa said softly. But Yakumo's bright expression quickly faded. My body's too weak. I can barely breathe after a short training session, let alone fight like a ninja. Who told you that being a ninja means you have to have a body stronger than everyone else's? Kitazawa countered. Huh. Yakumo blinked, thrown off. Aren't all ninjas supposed to be strong physically? In her mind, whether it was genjutsu users or taijutsu specialists, even medical ninja, they all seemed tough and capable of handling themselves in combat. Ordinarily, yes. But there's always room for something new, Kitazawa said calmly. A ninja once said, there was originally no road on the ground, but as people walk it, a path appears. Do you really think I could do that? Yakumo asked, her voice small and uncertain. Kitazawa smiled gently. Are you planning to give up just because it's hard? No. Yakumo clenched her fists, determination flashing in her eyes. I'm going to become a ninja no matter what. Good. That's the spirit, Kitazawa said approvingly. Then he added, you might not become an ordinary genjutsu user, but you could become a special genjutsu ninja. Special. Yakumo tilted her head, curiosity replacing her earlier doubt. Most genjutsu users target the five senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, Kitazawa explained. That means their fights often turn intense and physical, so they still need strong bodies. Yakumo went quiet. That was exactly why she'd given up hope of becoming a typical ninja. But Kitazawa's eyes glinted. There's another kind of genjutsu, a kind that doesn't target the senses, but attacks the mind directly. What? Yakumo blinked in confusion, words catching in her throat. Standing a little behind them, Kurane frowned slightly. She'd taught Yakumo some genjutsu already, but she'd never heard of anything bypassing the senses entirely. In the traditional understanding, even genjutsu that affected the mind still relied on sensory input as the entry point. Without it, genjutsu supposedly couldn't exist. Other ninja can't do it, Kitazawa continued, as if reading Yakumo's thoughts, but you can because your yin chakra potential is extraordinary. Realization dawned in Kurane's eyes. Of course. Yin release was the power of the mind. Yakumo's mental energy was so strong, she could manifest Ido, a terrifying creature made of pure yin release. If she could harness that same force, she could turn it into a weapon or even a means of healing. Kurane realized she'd simply been trapped in the conventional thinking of a ninja. Me. Yakumo whispered, stunned. Not only that, Kitazawa added with a faint smile, but you could even become Konoha's first psychological medical ninja, someone who heals mental trauma. In modern terms, he thought, Yakumo could become something like a spiritual healer, a practitioner specializing in mental energy. And in a flash, Kitazawa thought of Tsunade's hemophobia. If Yakumo could someday help cure her, it would be a monumental achievement. Plus, he might be able to score a few high-level jutsu from Tsunade in gratitude, an excellent cover for the ninjutsu granted to him by the system. Psychological medical ninja. Yakumo murmured, the words rolling off her tongue as though tasting an entirely new possibility. The frustration and hopelessness she'd carried melted away, replaced by wonder. For the first time, she saw a world where she didn't have to choose between being a ninja and being herself. Kurane parted her lips slightly, her crimson eyes wide as she looked at Kitazawa. She'd never heard of a psychological medical ninja before, but the more she thought about it, the more it made perfect sense. During the Third Ninja World War, countless ninja had suffered mental scars. If someone like Yakumo could exist, someone who could truly heal the mind, she could ease an enormous amount of suffering. And perhaps, redefine what it meant to be a ninja altogether. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Yakumo said as she stood and bowed deeply. The gloom that once clouded her eyes had vanished, replaced by a blazing determination that lit up her entire expression. It's too early to thank me just yet, Kitazawa said with a warm smile. The reason I came today is to bring you back to the Ninja Academy. Really? Yakumo froze for a moment, stunned, then her voice rose with uncontainable excitement. It's true, Kurane added, stepping forward with a rare softness in her voice. I had my doubts before, but after hearing what Kitazawa had to say, I fully support your return. Thank you, Ui-sensei. Yakumo beamed, her smile radiant and unrestrained. Kurane blinked in surprise. It was the first time she'd ever seen Yakumo so genuinely happy. Until now, she'd always been a quiet, melancholic girl burdened with invisible chains. But in this moment, that weight seemed to lift. This whole idea of a psychological medical ninja, it really opened my eyes, Kurone said thoughtfully. Where did you even come up with something like that? Kitazawa scratched his head, chuckling lightly. Call it a flash of inspiration. In truth, it was an idea rooted in the concept of psychologists from his previous life, but in the shinobi world, such roles didn't exist. With death lurking in every mission, there'd never been room to treat emotional wounds. Soldiers fought, survived, or died and the pain was buried with them. Even a moment of inspiration doesn't happen without a foundation of knowledge, Kurone mused. As someone trained in genjutsu myself, I never once considered that kind of path. It's just a concept for now, Kitazawa said humbly. If Yakumo wants to walk this road, there are still many hurdles ahead. I'm not afraid, Yakumo declared, clenching her fists tightly. The fear that once gnawed at her heart was gone. Her parents, Kurone-sensei, even her own reflection had all questioned her dream of becoming a ninja. But now, with the path before her, she refused to let it slip away. You've got Kitazawa-sensei, haven't you? Kurone said with a gentle grin. He'll walk this path with you. Yakumo turned to Kitazawa, her gaze filled with newfound trust and admiration. He didn't just offer encouragement, he offered a future. For a girl who had been drowning in doubt and isolation, his words had been nothing short of salvation. When it comes to yin release, you're the expert, not me, Kitazawa said, lifting his hands in mock surrender. I'm counting on you. No problem, Kurone said with confidence, patting her chest. Anytime you need help, you know where to find me. Yakumo glanced between the two. Somehow, their conversation felt close. Maybe even a little too close. Were teachers always this friendly? All right, let's head back, Kurone said, affectionately brushing Yakumo's hair back. Don't worry. I'm sure your parents will understand. Yakumo took a deep breath to steady her nerves, her heart pounding with nervous excitement. She packed away her brushes and followed her two teachers down the hill, back towards Satomioka Villa. Inside the spacious residence, Murakumo frowned slightly as Kitazawa explained his proposal. You're saying, you want Yakumo to return to the academy? He asked, his brows furrowed. Clan head, Kurone began, stepping in to relay Kitazawa's theory again, this time with clarity and emphasis. Terms like specialized genjutsu ninja and psychological medical ninja were completely foreign to Murakumo. At first, he looked bewildered. But slowly, realization began to dawn, and along with it, hope. If Yakumo truly held this kind of rare potential, she might just be the key to restoring the Kurama clan's lost prestige. I'll leave her in your hands, Kitazawa-sensei, Murakumo finally said with a solemn nod. Even if this plan seemed unorthodox, it offered something invaluable, possibility. Thank you, father, Yakumo said, her voice trembling slightly as she bowed. For the first time in a long time, her heart felt light. She was going back. After finishing their business at Satomioka Villa, Kitazawa and Kurone made their way down the path leading back toward the village. You should report this to Hokage-sama, Kurone said suddenly, as if struck by a thought. Kitazawa blinked, then quickly understood her meaning. The Kurama clan, possessing a rare bloodline limit, was naturally under close watch by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Especially given that Yakumo had been frail and sickly since childhood, news of her awakening her Kekii Genkai wouldn't go unnoticed by the Hokage. Besides, Kurone added, her lips curling into a small smile, this is good news. You might even get rewarded for it. I'll hold you to that, Kitazawa replied with a grin. In that case, dinner's on me next time. Then I won't be shy, Kurone laughed, giving a playful wave. See you Monday. Kitazawa watched her go, a thoughtful expression on his face. Current mission, help classmate Yakumo Kurama return to the Ninja Academy. Mission reward, demonic illusion, tree binding death. Mission complete. Reward has been issued. Kitazawa felt a surge of excitement as the data flowed into his mind. Demonic illusion, tree binding death was a powerful genjutsu unrelated to the Sharingan. In the original timeline, Kurone had famously used it against Uchiha Itachi. Its effect was to plunge the target into a hallucination of being trapped by enormous trees, while the caster emerged from the trunk to strike. Interestingly, the technique was devised to mimic Senju Hashirama's legendary wood release, sowing fear and confusion in enemies who believed they were facing the god of Shinobi himself. A small smile tugged at Kitazawa's lips. This system really is generous. Brushing off his thoughts, he turned and headed toward the Hokage's office. Unlike senseis, who enjoyed weekends off, the Hokage worked relentlessly, year-round. Kitazawa recalled how, in the original story, Naruto practically lived at his desk once he became Hokage, an unstoppable workhorse buried under paperwork. After announcing himself, Kitazawa was ushered into the spacious office. Ah, Kitazawa. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up with a warm smile, greeting him as though welcoming a trusted comrade. Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said, bowing politely. He wasn't surprised by the friendly reception. Though he'd only met Hiruzen a few times, Kitazawa was certain that, given his connection to Naruto, the Hokage had already investigated his entire lineage several times over. The village has to keep its records clean, after all. I went to see Yakumo Kurama today, Kitazawa said, getting straight to the point. I've already spoken to her parents and arranged for her to return to the academy. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. And how exactly do you know Yakumo Kurama? Kurone and I were classmates at the academy, Kitazawa explained. She asked me to help. I'd forgotten about that, Hiruzen murmured, stroking his beard thoughtfully. But surely that's not the only reason you came here in person. To Hiruzen, Yakumo's return to the academy seemed a relatively minor affair, hardly worth a personal visit. After all, his schedule was already overflowing with matters of life and death. There's more, Kitazawa said. I have an idea regarding Yakumo Kurama's bloodline limit. Hiruzen's interest piqued. He listened as Kitazawa recounted his entire conversation with Yakumo, describing the notion of her becoming a psychological medical ninja. At first, Hiruzen seemed only mildly curious. Given Yakumo's delicate health, the possibility that she could ever harness her true abilities was still uncertain. But when Kitazawa began to explain the concept of a psychological medical ninja, Hiruzen's entire demeanor changed. He sat up straight, eyes sharpening with sudden realization. Medical nin traditionally focused on healing the body, a domain rooted in yin release. Yet here Kitazawa was proposing the possibility of medical ninjutsu grounded in yin release, targeting the mind itself. Even for the man known as the professor of ninjutsu, it was a revelation. And beyond mere curiosity, Hiruzen recognized the potential impact. Could such a ninja heal Tsunade's hemophobia? Tsunade's value to the village was immeasurable. If someone could restore her to full fighting form, it would be a monumental gain for Konoha. But that wasn't all. Another thought crept into Hiruzen's mind: the Uchiha clan. The Uchihas were known for their extraordinary talent, and their equally extraordinary instability. Kitazawa's idea of psychological intervention and perhaps the ability to absorb or neutralize negative emotions was tantalizing. If Yakumo Kurama could master that skill, could she help ease the darkness that plagued the Uchiha's hearts? Hiruzen's gaze grew distant as countless possibilities unfurled in his mind. Yakumo Kurama might not just be the hope of her clan, she might be the key to stabilizing the village itself. Your idea is quite promising. Hiruzen fell silent for a few moments, stroking his beard as he pondered. Although it's a difficult path, the possibilities are enormous. The concept of a psychological medical ninja was uncharted territory. The biggest challenge was the complete absence of any existing psychological ninjutsu. Yakumo Kurama would have to pioneer new techniques herself. Building an entire system of jutsu from scratch wasn't something an ordinary shinobi could achieve. But if Yakumo succeeded, even if she only managed to cure Tsunade's hemophobia, it would be worth it 100 times over. Never mind the potential to help the Uchiha clan. Go ahead and pursue it. If you run into any obstacles, I'll help clear the way. Hiruzen's voice held quiet authority. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa bowed deeply, his tone sincere. Even though this didn't come with an official promotion, Hiruzen's support elevated Kitazawa's standing considerably. And more importantly, it gave him a layer of protection so he wouldn't end up getting ambushed in an alley and whisked away by root operatives. Developing a psychological medical ninja will involve a great deal of yin release knowledge, Hiruzen continued after a moment's thought. I'll have Haru escort you to the archives. From now on, you'll have unrestricted access to any scrolls or books related to yin release. Kitazawa's eyes widened, a spark of excitement flashing across his face. That was an unexpected but very welcome bonus. Keep all of this to yourself, Hiruzen added in a lower voice. The fewer people who know, the better. He wasn't worried about ordinary gossip. His concern was far more specific: Danzo Shimura en route. If Danzo caught wind of Yakumo Kurama's unique potential, he would certainly try to intervene, and that was a situation Hiruzen was determined to avoid. Besides, Kitazawa's ties to Naruto already put him in a precarious spotlight. The last thing anyone wanted was a repeat of the "I'm Hokage, you're my subordinate" scenario. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa inclined his head. Soon after, a masked Umbu operative approached. Haru wore a frog pattern mask, his presence silent and intimidating. Umbu, short for Assassination Tactical Special Forces, were the Hokage's elite, handling covert missions ranging from espionage to assassination. Under Haru's lead, Kitazawa entered the Hokage's archives. As he scanned the shelves, he couldn't help but think, just as I suspected. Scroll after scroll documented genjutsu techniques. Now, any genjutsu that Kitazawa gained from his system would have a plausible origin, sparing him unnecessary suspicion. The only downside was that the collection contained only common genjutsu techniques. Rare, specialized jutsu like the Bringer of Darkness jutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, were conspicuously absent. Of course, that made perfect sense. The Bringer of Darkness could shroud an enemy in utter blackness, countering the Sharingan's visual prowess perfectly. Such knowledge wasn't meant for just anyone to learn. Kitazawa spent 2 full days buried in the archives. Thanks to the system and admittedly, his own lack of innate talent for genjutsu, he didn't actually attempt to learn any techniques directly. Instead, he immersed himself in studying yin release, mapping out potential ways to train Yakumo Kurama. By the time Monday arrived, Kitazawa was back at the Ninja Academy, feeling renewed purpose. Kitazawa-senpai, a familiar voice called out. Kitazawa turned to see Iruka Omino hurrying toward him. Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka came to a stop, a hint of anxiety on his face. Murakumo, the head of the Kurama clan, is waiting for you in your office. He's here already. Kitazawa chuckled. Thanks for letting me know, Iruka. Iruka hesitated, glancing left and right as though checking for eavesdroppers. You. Iruka began, lowering his voice. Though the Kurama clan had faded somewhat from its former glory, it was still a respected ninja clan. And Murakumo, as a jonin, was a prominent figure in the village. The fact that someone like him was seeking out Kitazawa specifically piqued Iruka's curiosity to no end. It's a secret, Kitazawa said with a mischievous grin. Iruka stared at him, his imagination clearly running wild with possibilities. Kitazawa simply waved and headed off toward his office, leaving Iruka puzzling over the mystery. Kitazawa-sensei. As soon as Yakumo Karema spotted him, she sprang to her feet, her eyes bright with delight. Good morning, Yakumo. Kitazawa returned her greeting with a warm smile. Kitazawa-san, I'm entrusting Yakumo to you, said Murakumo, his tone firm. If you run into any issues, come straight to me. The Karema clan still holds some sway in Konoha. Understood. Kitazawa gave a respectful nod. Once Murakumo departed, Yakumo visibly relaxed. She glanced around the room with curiosity, her energy bubbling beneath the surface. But soon, her focus snapped back to Kitazawa. She leaned forward, balancing on her tiptoes to peer at his desk. I'm writing up your training plan, Kitazawa explained, glancing over to find her staring with a serious expression. Physical training. Yakumo blinked in surprise as she scanned the papers. From what he'd said last Saturday, she'd thought he'd skip the physical part entirely and focus only on mental training. The body is your foundation, Kitazawa told her patiently. Even the strongest mind needs a healthy body to support it. Unless someone reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, it was impossible to abandon the physical body altogether. And in the ninja world, bloodlines determined a great deal, including how far one's talent could reach. Yakumo Karema's current stamina simply wasn't enough. Yakumo nodded solemnly. She wasn't opposed to physical training. In fact, she'd tried it plenty of times back at Satomi Hill's villa. But overtraining had often left her body too frail to handle the strain. Kitazawa's plan, however, was far more balanced, with moderate sessions focused on steady, sustainable improvement. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. I'll get it. Yakumo scurried across the room and opened the door, revealing a delicate-looking girl with pale lavender eyes standing outside. Who are you? Hyuga Hinata asked shyly, her voice barely above a whisper as she took in the unfamiliar face. I'm Yakumo Karema, Yakumo replied brightly. I'm transferring into Class 1A. Hinata tilted her head, confusion written all over her gentle features. A transfer student, just 1 week after school started? What was going on? Hinata, Kitazawa called gently, stepping over to them. He slipped a folded note into her hand and said, I'm going to show Yakumo around the school. Before Hinata could reply, he and Yakumo were already heading out the door. Hinata stood frozen, staring after them, then slowly unfolded the small note in her hand. The first line read, You can enjoy breakfast here in peace. Hinata's chest warmed instantly. She realized that Kitazawa had whisked Yakumo away to spare her any awkwardness and to help keep her secret about sneaking extra food. But at the same time, Hinata felt an emptiness settle over her. Eating alone felt lonely. Then she read the second line, after breakfast, skip class, and come back in the afternoon. Hinata's eyes widened, her heart pounding. Skip class? Me? Alone? No way. Kitazawa-sensei, I can't. She stood in the middle of the room, trembling with internal conflict, her small face flushed with distress. Meanwhile, the school bell rang. Kitazawa and Yakumo entered the classroom together. Kitazawa's eyes drifted toward Hinata's empty seat, and he gave a small, satisfied nod. His goal in making her skip class was simple: to help her slowly build courage. Of course, skipping school was hardly an ideal method, and he already had other plans in mind to nurture Hinata's confidence. This is Yakumo Karema, Kitazawa announced to the class. She'll be your new classmate. Is she from the Karema clan, the ones good at genjutsu? Ino Yamanaka leaned forward, studying Yakumo with sharp curiosity. As long as she doesn't try to steal Sasuke-kun from me. Sakura crossed her arms, suspicion written all over her face. Yakumo was pretty enough to make her feel instantly threatened. Shikamaru rubbed his chin, his eyes half-lidded with thought. He vaguely remembered his father, Nara Shikaka, mentioning that Yakumo Karema was often sickly. Is this another one of Kitazawa-sensei's projects? But after a moment's pondering, Shikamaru let out a quiet sigh. What a drag. And with that, he abandoned the idea entirely, choosing the path of least resistance as usual. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Hyuga Hinata wandered aimlessly down the street, lost in thought. When Kitazawa was by her side, skipping class felt easy. She simply followed his lead. But now, alone, she didn't quite know what to do with herself. After a few minutes of hesitant steps, an idea sparked in her mind, and she turned back toward a small grove she knew well. This time, fear didn't grip her heart. Hinata drew a deep breath, her pale eyes steady, and began practicing her tree climbing technique. Perhaps it was her shifting mindset, but today everything felt smoother than ever. By noon, she'd reached the top of a tree for the first time. Hinata clenched her tiny fists, waved them triumphantly, and a radiant smile bloomed across her face. She glanced up at the sun, realized how late it was, and leapt down, sprinting back toward the ninja academy. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata burst into the office, breathless but glowing with excitement. So punctual, huh? Kitazawa set aside his bento box with a chuckle. Looks like my mealtime ninjutsu has reached perfection. Hinata stammered, her cheeks turning scarlet. She didn't want him thinking she'd rushed back just for lunch. Come on. Sit and eat. Kitazawa grinned at her embarrassment, amused by how easily she flustered. Despite her blushing protests, Hinata's body obeyed before her brain could object. She sat across from him, eyes shyly lowered. Where did you run off to this morning? Kitazawa passed her a pair of chopsticks, his curiosity genuine. I finished my tree climbing training. At his question, Hinata's eyes lifted instantly, her voice trembling with pride. Kitazawa blinked in surprise, then his face broke into a warm, approving smile. Well done. You're the first in the class to master tree climbing. Even Sasuke can't boast that yet. He met her gaze, sensing the swirl of emotions behind those pale eyes. Hinata's lips twitched upward, forming a bright, shy smile. Her small feet swung back and forth under the table as she tried to contain her joy. She'd been praised before, but never by someone she admired so much. In Hinata's mind, Kitazawa was now second only to Hyuga Hayashi. Improving your chakra control will help tremendously with mastering the gentle fist, Kitazawa added thoughtfully. Of course, climbing trees is just the beginning. I'll work hard. Hinata's eyes shone with determination. If she could master gentle fist quickly, maybe, just maybe, father would finally be proud of her. Kitazawa could practically read her thoughts. In some ways, Hinata was no different from Uchiha Sasuke. Both were desperately seeking a father's approval. But their paths were riddled with the same obstacles. There's an old saying, comparing yourself to others only brings misery. Uchiha Sasuke constantly measured himself against Itachi, while Hinata was forced to compete with Hyuga Neji. And Neji was undeniably a prodigy. In the original timeline, Neji had managed to master techniques like 8 trigrams 64 palms and rotation arts supposedly reserved only for the Hyuga main family purely through self-study. Have you awakened your Byakugan yet? Kitazawa asked, taking a bite of fried shrimp. Unlike the Sharingan, which required certain emotional triggers or innate talent, activating the Byakugan in the Hyuga clan was relatively straightforward, just a matter of training. In theory, every Hyuga ninja could awaken it. The problem was that once they activated it, there were few ways to advance it further, unlike the Uchiha clan's progression through various Tomo stages to the Mangekyo Sharingan. That was one reason why Hyuga Neji's potential, though brilliant, ultimately plateaued compared to Sasuke's later growth. Not that Neji ever even got a later in the original timeline. No, not yet, Hinata murmured, shaking her head. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. In the original series, Hinata didn't publicly use her Byakugan until the Chunin exams. The exact moment she'd first awakened it remained unknown, but it certainly wasn't early in her training. Kitazawa scooped up another bite of rice, chewing thoughtfully. He knew next to nothing about the technical details of the Byakugan or the gentle fist. Teaching Hinata those arts himself simply wasn't possible. Fortunately, he still had a card to play. As long as he completed Hinata's mission, the system would reward him with the Byakugan. There's a monthly exam coming up in April, Kitazawa said after a moment. Do you want to try for first place? Me? Hinata blinked, stunned. Confusion clouded her delicate features. I can help you with special training. Kitazawa's newest idea for building her courage involved a public speech. Standing in front of the entire school and speaking required enormous bravery, especially for someone as shy as Hinata. And after the monthly exams, there was always a segment where top students gave speeches. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Though she was bewildered, Hinata couldn't bring herself to refuse him. She nodded obediently. It's nothing, Kitazawa replied with a reassuring smile. He decided not to mention the speech just yet. By the time afternoon rolled around, it was time for practical combat class. Today's focus was ninja tool throwing, but instead of kunao, they were practicing with shuriken. Every type of ninja tool had its own weight, balance, and technique, meaning even talented students had to retrain for each one. Still, for prodigies from the ninja clans, it wasn't exactly rocket science. On a secluded training field behind the ninja academy, Kitazawa stood with his small group. Originally, this training ground had been reserved exclusively for private lessons with Uchiha Sasuke. Now, however, it had grown to include Hinata, Ino, Naruto, and Yakumo. All right, Naruto, Yakumo, go for a run. Kitazawa's voice was firm as he issued instructions. Ino, Sasuke, practice your tree climbing. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto, brimming with energy, immediately spun around and took off, his smile practically glowing in the sun. Yakumo watched him wistfully, envy flickering in her eyes before she started jogging around the training field at a cautious pace, just as Kitazawa had taught her. Kitazawa-sensei, Ino piped up, curiosity written all over her face. Isn't Hinata practicing tree climbing too? She's already finished that training, Kitazawa replied with a proud smile. No way, Ino gasped. She'd been through tree climbing training herself and knew how grueling it was. The idea that gentle, soft-spoken Hinata had beaten her to the punch was mind-blowing. Sasuke's shoulders stiffened. His fingers curled unconsciously into fists. Hyuga Hinata had surpassed him? He, the Uchiha genius, who was supposed to be ahead of everyone else. A flash of determination crossed his eyes, and without another word, he whirled around and dashed toward the nearest tree. Sasuke-kun, wait for me. Ino squealed, scrambling after him. Hinata, let's work on something a little different, Kitazawa said. Same tree climbing training, but this time, you'll have to dodge ninja tools while climbing. He pulled 2 wooden kunao from his pouch, giving her a gentle smile. I understand. Hinata nodded vigorously, pale eyes shining with resolve. Climbing a tree while evading attacks would be twice as hard, but Hinata's gentle demeanor masked a hidden steel. She wouldn't back down. Channeling chakra into her feet, Hinata began ascending the tree. Careful, Hinata. Kitazawa warned her as he threw the first kunao, deliberately slow. For now, he wanted to give her a chance to react, but eventually, there'd be no warnings at all. Hinata twisted her body gracefully, dodging the projectile without breaking her momentum. Half an hour later, Sasuke finally reached the top of his tree, sweat glistening on his brow. He exhaled a shaky breath and allowed himself a triumphant grin. But then a new idea seized him, and he leapt down in one fluid motion. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke rushed to an open clearing, forming hand seals at lightning speed. Chakra surged through his system, gathering heat and power. A swirling fireball erupted from his lips. Sasuke blinked in shock. The first time he'd attempted this jutsu, his fireball had been barely bigger than his fist. Now, it was nearly 2.5 times the size of a basketball. A blow like that would easily cause serious injuries in a real fight. Even more significant, his fireball was already a quarter the size of the one Itachi had shown him all those years ago. If just 1 week of training brought him this far, wouldn't a month be enough for father to finally look him in the eye and say, "As expected of my son"? The mere thought of Fugaku's praise made Sasuke press his fingers against his forehead, trembling with emotion. A second later, he couldn't hold back. He burst into wild, triumphant laughter, eyes gleaming. Kitazawa, watching from the sidelines, sighed, his lips twitching in exasperation. He tilted his head to the sky, silently lamenting how clear and sunny the day was, perfect for dramatic teenage outbursts. Then, out of nowhere, 4 glowing lines of text materialized before his eyes. Your eternal rival Uchiha Sasuke is smug and has challenged you. Current mission: once Uchiha Sasuke's Great Fireball Jutsu surpasses Uchiha Itachi's, you must then develop your own fire style jutsu to outdo his. Mission reward: Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Do you accept? Kitazawa nearly choked. What the hell is this system doing? Seriously, was it trying to start a rivalry arc out of thin air? But then again, he couldn't deny he liked the sound of it. Besides, for a reward like that, he'd be crazy not to try. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation wasn't just any ninjutsu, it had a B-rank difficulty level and a fearsome combat record in the original timeline. During the Fourth Ninja World War, more than 20 water release users, most of them Jonin, had been forced to combine their techniques just to block Madara Uchiha's Great Fire Annihilation. In short, the jutsu might not be the hardest to learn, but it was terrifying in terms of scale and power when mastered. Kitazawa clenched his fist, eyes narrowing with newfound determination. Fine, Sasuke. Let's see who burns brighter. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. Thanks for your support. As promised, I've released bonus chapters for the 10+ reviews, top 10 in popularity, and for the 100 power stones. Kitazawa snapped out of his thoughts and noticed that Ino and Hinata had paused their training. They couldn't help it. Uchiha Sasuke was laughing so loudly that it echoed across the training field. Both girls stared in confusion, expressions practically screaming, "Sasuke, what on earth are you laughing about?" "Don't mind him," Kitazawa said, clearing his throat. "You two, keep training." Sasuke finally came back to his senses, his triumphant grin fading into awkward silence. He stood frozen for a moment, clearly mortified that he'd lost his cool in front of everyone. "Kitazawa-sensei," Sasuke said, trying to bury his embarrassment as he stepped forward. "I'd like to start the next level of training." His recent breakthrough with the Great Fireball technique hadn't just boosted his confidence, it had deepened his trust in Kitazawa as well. "All right. You'll partner with Hinata," Kitazawa replied, explaining the next drill. "I don't need any warning shots," Sasuke declared, a determined glint in his eyes. Without waiting for further instructions, he channeled chakra into his feet and darted up the tree trunk, a picture of overconfidence. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. "So, it's basically come at me, sensei?" Well, as Sasuke's sensei, it was his sacred duty to oblige. With an easy flick of his wrist, Kitazawa hurled a wooden kunao at him. Sasuke heard the faint whistle of wind and smirked. He shifted left to dodge, and yelped as the wooden kunao smacked into his left arm. His grin vanished, replaced by a scowl. His reflexes hadn't quite caught up with the speed of Kitazawa's throw. Again, Sasuke snapped, jumping to his feet, cheeks flushed bright red. Kitazawa tried to keep a straight face but failed spectacularly. He burst out laughing. There was just something satisfying about watching a cocky genius eat a slice of humble pie. Time slipped by as the sun sank lower in the sky. The practical combat class finally came to an end. Despite the bruises mottling his arms, Sasuke refused to quit. His progress was clearly faster than Hinata's, thanks in no small part to his willingness to get knocked around for the sake of learning. The educational value of pain, Kitazawa mused wryly. With class over, he dismissed Hinata, Ino, Sasuke, and the others, then headed upstairs toward the conference room. Mizuki had told him last Thursday there'd be a teachers' meeting today to discuss the upcoming April exams. "Kitazawa-senpai." Iruka spotted him and waved enthusiastically. Kitazawa smiled and waved back, taking a seat beside him. Not far away, Mizuki scowled as he watched them. He and Iruka had been childhood friends, or so Mizuki insisted. In his eyes, Kitazawa was an intruder stealing away his good friend. A few minutes later, the conference room filled up completely. Most of the teachers were nameless faces as far as the original story was concerned, except for Mizuki and Iruka, of course. At last, a middle-aged man strode in. This was Hisao Sarutobi, a Jonin, and the vice principal of the Ninja Academy. Technically, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the principal, but since he was also the Hokage, he had precious little time for administrative duties. In practice, Hisao ran the show. I'll now announce the details for this month's exam, Hisao said, sitting down and folding his arms. Kitazawa listened attentively and realized the system was nearly identical to the previous years. Each grade's teachers were responsible for submitting potential exam questions. The best questions would be selected to create 2 test versions, an official one and a backup. The monthly exam will be held on April 30th, Hisao continued. I want all question submissions on my desk by the 20th. Yes, Vice Principal, everyone chorused. And one last reminder, Hisao added with a sly grin. The more of your questions that get chosen, the higher your chances of being recognized as this year's outstanding teacher. With that, he stood up and declared, meeting adjourned. Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka hurried after him, his face earnest. This is my first time writing questions for the exams. Do you have any tips on what I should focus on? It wasn't surprising that Iruka sought his help. For 3 years running, Kitazawa had been the teacher with the highest number of questions selected for the official exams. Iruka, I can help you. Mizuki suddenly stepped forward, wearing a bright smile. Kitazawa's already pretty busy. Let's not trouble him. Iruka blinked, momentarily taken aback. He'd almost agreed when another voice cut in. Mizuki, you're a second-year teacher, and Iruka's teaching first years. It's only proper that I guide him. Kitazawa spoke mildly but with a smile that left no room for argument. Thank you, Kitazawa-senpai, Iruka said, bowing gratefully. Mizuki's smile froze on his face. Come by my office, Kitazawa told Iruka. With that, he turned and walked away. Mizuki, thanks for offering to help too. Iruka called politely over his shoulder before hurrying after Kitazawa. Damn it. Mizuki clenched his fists, face twisted in frustration. But aside from silently fuming, there was nothing he could do. Kitazawa spent half an hour in his office, chatting with Iruka about exam preparations, then headed home. Tuesday arrived. Early that morning, Kitazawa made his way to the academy archives. He sifted through stacks of dusty exam papers until he pulled out a thick bundle. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata Hyuga appeared punctually, as always. Your task today, Kitazawa said, handing her 2 thick packets, is to finish all these past exams. Okay. Hinata nodded obediently. The Ninja Academy's monthly exams were split into a theoretical test and a practical combat assessment. Under normal circumstances, Hinata could easily rank in the top 5 in her class. But taking first place would be much harder after all, there were plenty of geniuses in her year. Practical skills couldn't be boosted dramatically in a short time, but theory was another matter entirely. Since the monthly rankings were determined by combined scores, Kitazawa's strategy was simple. If Hinata could ace the theory exam and place in the top 3 for combat, she'd likely come out first overall. His method was equally straightforward, pure drills. First, he'd have her complete past exams to get familiar with question types and weak points. Then, he'd tailor custom practice questions and even try to predict potential test content. As for whether this might threaten his own mission to win first place in the exam rankings, well, as Kitazawa liked to say in his past life, if the referee and the judges are all on my side, who's going to stop me? Once Hinata finished breakfast, she dove into her exam papers. Technically, she was skipping class again, but with Hinata, skipping class to do schoolwork felt like not really skipping class at all. While Hinata focused, Kitazawa sat nearby crafting new exam questions. All his questions revolved around Konoha's history and the Will of Fire topics he personally taught. This was his strategic edge. And since Hisao Sarutobi would be reviewing submissions, Kitazawa was certain these questions would get picked. Naturally, he wasn't writing random questions either. Each one was crafted to be the kind of material Hiruzen Sarutobi himself would nod in approval over. Afternoon came, and with it, practical combat class. Ino had finally completed her tree climbing training and joined Hinata and Sasuke for their next level of practice. But the biggest surprise for Kitazawa was none other than Naruto. His running endurance had improved at an astonishing rate. Kitazawa-sensei, how'd I do? Naruto asked with a broad grin. You did great, Kitazawa said, giving his shoulder a congratulatory pat. Even I'm impressed. We'll test you properly in the physical assessment the day after tomorrow. Mission accomplished, Naruto declared, flashing a thumbs up so dazzling it might blind someone. Kitazawa froze. What was that pose? Wait a second, Kitazawa said slowly. Do you know Might Guy? Huh? How'd you know that? Naruto's eyes flew wide with surprise. Apparently, a single 45-minute class hadn't been enough for Naruto. With nothing else to do after school, he'd taken up extra running, and that's when he ran into Guy. Kitazawa's expression twitched. If Naruto ended up under Guy's influence, would Hiruzen be pounding on his door demanding answers? Chapter 26. Chapter 26. As long as you're happy, Kitazawa said with a resigned smile. Naruto and Guy already knew each other, so there was no reason for him to intervene. Besides, Kitazawa hadn't technically done anything wrong, so Hiruzen likely wouldn't come knocking on his door over it. As for Minato Namikaze, Kitazawa thought wryly. Well, I wish him luck. Hopefully, he'll still recognize his son when he sees him next. I am happy. Naruto beamed. Uncle Guy's really nice to me. He's taught me tons of cool stuff. You should definitely keep asking him for advice on taijutsu, Kitazawa said with a sigh. This kid was a bit pitiful, really. He didn't have many normal friendships. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Then he leaned closer. Kitazawa-sensei, can I start tree climbing training now? Maybe it was some strange magnetic force between fellow brothers, but Naruto was completely fixated on beating Sasuke. He simply couldn't stand falling behind him. Not yet, Kitazawa replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Focus on getting first place in physical training first. You wouldn't want to lose your top spot because you overreached too soon, right? I got it. Naruto shouted, his eyes blazing with determination. He was going to claim first place in physical training and prove himself once and for all. I'm going for another run, he declared, sprinting off around the training ground at top speed. Kitazawa's gaze shifted to Yakumo Karema. Despite the sweat pouring down her face, she was still jogging determinedly. He nodded to himself. Children in the ninja world really do grow up fast. When I was 6, I was still busy making mud pies. Kitazawa tore his eyes away and walked over to the tree where Sasuke and the others were training. Lately, he was starting to feel stretched thin. His biggest hope now lay with Naruto's mission. If he could get Naruto first place in running, which would help him master the Shadow Clone Jutsu, he'd finally be able to ease some of his own burden. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and Thursday arrived with another practical combat class. On the Ninja Academy's training ground, the students of Class 1A were gathering one by one. Ugh, more physical training. How troublesome. Shikamaru groaned, resting his chin in his hand. The great me, narrowly lost to Sasuke last time, Kiba announced dramatically, punching his fists together. But this time, I'm gonna take back everything that's mine. Those are my lines. Naruto shot back loudly. First place is mine. How could you ever beat Sasuke-kun? Sakura giggled, nudging Ino. Right, Ino? Yeah, whatever, Ino Yamanaka replied absently. She'd been so focused on her training lately that she hadn't even had the energy to compete with Sakura over Sasuke's attention. Sakura blinked, noticing her lackluster response. Sasuke nodded coolly at all the noise. Honestly, he agreed. In his mind, everyone here aside from Kitazawa was destined to end up beneath him. This time is different. Naruto shouted, puffing out his chest. Kitazawa-sensei taught me a secret running technique. Sasuke, you're going down. Just because Kitazawa-sensei is good doesn't mean you're good, Sasuke said coolly, folding his arms. He knew Naruto had been training under Kitazawa, but he didn't believe a single week could make such a difference. After all, last time there had been 8 whole places between them. Just you wait. Naruto shot back defiantly. I'm gonna make you cry. Hey, I was in 2nd place last time. Kiba barked, waving his arms. Don't leave me out of this. Kitazawa-sensei is here. Ino suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she spotted him approaching. Kitazawa strode over to the ground and spoke without preamble. Line up. Today we start with 50 laps. Immediately, he felt a sharp, familiar stare boring into him. He didn't even have to look to know it was Sasuke. Ready go. Kitazawa shouted. The students shot forward as one, but this time, unlike before, Naruto didn't sprint off recklessly. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at him. He still didn't think Naruto could catch up, but, with Kitazawa-sensei in the picture, maybe he should be a little more cautious. Kitazawa ran steadily at the very front. He didn't look particularly fast, but none of the kids could close the gap on him. If Sasuke could read Kitazawa's mind right now, it would say, when a stat monster masters a technique, it's game over. As expected, after 50 laps, most of the students were dropping like flies. By the 60th lap, only a handful remained, Sasuke, Naruto, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. What's going on? Sakura asked, sitting down with a thump and wiping sweat from her brow. Why is Naruto still running? Last time, Naruto would have collapsed by now. As expected of Kitazawa-sensei, Ino panted, still catching her breath. Is that secret running technique really so effective? Koji asked, wide-eyed. The technique helps, but the real difference is Naruto's own strength, Shikamaru said lazily, hands in his pockets. Last time, he wasted his energy sprinting all over the place. That's why he burned out. Time dragged on, and the runners pushed into their 70th lap. Sasuke was gasping for breath, muscles burning, feeling the weight of fatigue drag him down. He glanced up at Kitazawa, still running effortlessly ahead, and clenched his teeth. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't close the gap. Fine. Kitazawa-sensei's a grown man with over a decade's advantage. I just need to beat everyone else for first place. Wait. First place among the students. Suddenly, Sasuke heard rhythmic breathing behind him. That can't be right. Last time, by lap 70, the only one left standing was himself. He glanced over his shoulder only to see Naruto still running, looking determined, and suspiciously energetic. No way. Why is he still going? Even Kiba and Shino are done? And the guy who finished 9th last time, is breezing along like this. Sasuke's mind reeled. This is impossible. What did I miss? Just then, Naruto noticed Sasuke glancing back. Perfect timing. Naruto thought. Time for my move. With a burst of speed, Naruto surged forward, leaving Sasuke behind. Sasuke's breath hitched. His footwork faltered, and his vision blurred as he watched Naruto gradually pull away. He tried to give chase but he'd hit his limit. His lungs screamed for air, and his legs refused to cooperate. Ha ha ha, I'm first place. Naruto cried triumphantly, thrusting a fist into the air. This is youth. Kitazawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Oh no, not another youth fanatic. Just then, a glowing screen appeared in front of Kitazawa's eyes. Current mission, help Uzumaki Naruto achieve 2nd place in physical training. Mission reward, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Kitazawa blinked in surprise, then broke into a grin. Well done, Naruto. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Sasuke slumped to the ground, his face clouded with frustration. In less than 2 weeks, he'd lost his first place spot in physical training. His goal upon entering the Ninja Academy had always been clear: follow in Itachi's footsteps, dominate the academy in a single year, and graduate at the top. Yet now, it felt like his ambitions had collapsed before they'd even begun. Sasuke, are you okay? A hand reached out toward him, belonging to none other than Naruto, whose face radiated genuine concern. What do you mean, am I okay? Sasuke snapped, forcing his features into a stoic mask. You just got lucky this time. Don't think you'll beat me again. Sasuke-kun is right. Sakura's voice rang out sharply. She darted forward, practically shoving her hand out, determined not to let Sasuke take Naruto's. I won't lose either. Naruto shot back confidently. I've got Kitazawa-sensei's secret running technique. Secret running technique? Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Without another word, he got to his feet and stalked over to Kitazawa. Sakura froze mid-step, her arms still awkwardly extended. She clenched her fists, her expression a blend of irritation and despair. Naruto scratched the back of his head, completely clueless as to why Sakura looked so furious. But he quickly shrugged it off and trotted over to Kiba and the others instead. I came in first place, Naruto proclaimed with pride. Who asked you? Kiba barked, glaring at him. Congratulations, Naruto. Shikamaru offered a small, lazy smile. You're stronger than me, Choji admitted, handing Naruto a bag of chips. Want some? Thanks. A warm glow spread through Naruto's chest. He wasn't alone anymore. He finally had friends. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke drew a deep breath and asked, what's this running secret Naruto keeps talking about? Why didn't you just ask Naruto yourself? Kitazawa replied mildly, though he already knew the answer. I didn't want to ask him, Sasuke muttered, folding his arms with a quiet snort. There's no secret technique, Kitazawa said with a faint smile. I just taught Naruto the correct way to run. But you already know all those techniques yourself. I don't believe it. Sasuke's denial was instant and reflexive. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to ask Naruto. Kitazawa was hardly surprised by the reaction. Sasuke fell silent, wrestling with his pride. If they really used the same methods, did that mean Naruto's raw physicality was simply higher than his own? Impossible. Yet deep down, doubt crept in. At last, Sasuke clenched his jaw and marched over to Naruto again. Face cold, he demanded, come with me. I've got something to ask. Huh? What is it? Naruto blinked, puzzled, but followed Sasuke a short distance away. What's the running technique Kitazawa-sensei taught you? Sasuke fired off the question without preamble. You wanna learn it too? Naruto's eyes widened in delight. Hurry up and spit it out. Sasuke snapped, turning his head away as though embarrassed to be asking. Hee, sure thing. Naruto wasn't upset at all. In fact, he eagerly explained everything. To him, the idea that Sasuke, the top student in class, was coming to him for advice was both thrilling and oddly touching. Besides, there was another reason. Sasuke had never treated him any differently because of the monster rumors. That's it. Sasuke stared at him, incredulous after hearing the explanation. Yeah. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Isn't that enough? Sasuke realized with a jolt that Kitazawa hadn't been lying. And precisely because of that, his frustration only grew. Why was Naruto's physical prowess surpassing his own? He was an Uchiha. He was supposed to be invincible. After a long, silent struggle, Sasuke finally swallowed his pride and approached Kitazawa again. The answer's simple, Kitazawa said, raising an eyebrow. Your Uchiha clan specializes in the Sharingan and fire release ninjutsu. But, Sasuke began, then faltered. Listen, Naruto's talent is no less than yours, Kitazawa continued, smiling faintly. It's just that your talents lie in different places. Kitazawa's words weren't a lie to Sasuke. It was all clearly stated in the original timeline. Uzumaki Naruto had inherited the Sage of Six Paths physical vitality, while Uchiha Sasuke had inherited his powerful spiritual talent. Simply put, Naruto embodied Yang release, while Sasuke leaned toward Yin release. What talent does he have? Sasuke scowled, crossing his arms. From what he'd seen so far, apart from physical training, Naruto was average or worse at everything else. Kitazawa couldn't help chuckling. That was the terrifying charm of raw stats. Facing a stat monster, you could throw every trick in the book at them and still come up short. You'll understand one day. Kitazawa gave Sasuke a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Sasuke instinctively glanced at Naruto, then frowned. He didn't entirely believe Kitazawa's words, but for some reason, a tiny voice inside him whispered that it might just be true. After a brief break, class resumed. Kitazawa demonstrated shuriken throwing techniques, then let the students practice freely, while he gathered Hinata and a few others for specialized training. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto bounded over, eyes shining. Can I start tree climbing practice now? Kitazawa nodded. He'd promised Naruto that if he earned first place in physical training, he could begin tree climbing training. Yada. Naruto did a happy little hop in place. It's just tree climbing. You're still miles behind me, Sasuke scoffed. I'll catch up to you soon enough, Naruto declared fiercely. Sasuke opened his mouth for a retort then blinked. Suddenly, he was seeing three Kitazawas. What jutsu is that? Naruto cried, eyes wide. Shadow Clone Jutsu, all three Kitazawas replied in unison. I wanna learn it. Naruto shouted, stars practically sparkling in his eyes. The first thought in his mind was how awesome it would be to have clones to play with when he got home. I'll teach you once you've mastered tree climbing, Kitazawa said smoothly, spinning him a tantalizing promise. Deal. Naruto nodded furiously. Alright, let's get to training. Kitazawa directed his clones into action. One shadow clone stayed behind to train Naruto, another worked with Yakumo, while Kitazawa's main body focused on Sasuke, Hinata, and Yamanaka. Naruto launched into tree climbing practice with fierce determination, but the results were less than stellar. Kitazawa observed him, deep in thought. Did Naruto have talent? Absolutely. Otherwise, he'd never have become the future savior of the ninja world. Yet back at the Ninja Academy, he'd been dead last, unable even to properly master the basic clone jutsu, and he'd failed his graduation exam multiple times. Part of it was his own lack of focus and seriousness at school. But another factor loomed large: the influence of the big baby sealed inside him, the Nine Tails. Kitazawa rubbed his temples. With his current power and position, there was no way he could afford to meddle with the Nine Tails chakra. For now, diligence was the only answer. Slow as Naruto's progress was, at least he was improving. Sasuke watched, eyes narrowing. Naruto had been training for nearly half the class period, and the highest he'd managed to climb was only about 1/5 of the tree's height. Sasuke remembered that on his first attempt, he'd climbed halfway up the tree. He couldn't help doubting his entire reality. How the hell did I lose to a guy like this? Soon enough, class ended. Naruto left school, though he kept glancing back at the trees as if he were itching to keep training. When he arrived home, he was greeted by the third Hokage. Congratulations on taking first place in physical training, Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a genial smile. Thanks, old man. Naruto beamed. Wait, how'd you know? I'm the Hokage. Hiruzen puffed out his chest a bit. Nothing escapes my notice. Whoa, that's amazing. Naruto exclaimed, his grin stretching wider. Hey, tell me a story about the fourth Hokage. Chapter 28, Chapter 28. Friday. Inside Kitazawa's office, Hinata sneaked a glance at Kurama and felt oddly relieved. Finally, someone else had joined the truancy club. She'd always thought her half-day absences were unmatched at the Ninja Academy, but Kurama was on another level entirely, boldly skipping full days and only showing up for practical combat classes. Hinata, is something troubling you? Kitazawa looked up from his desk, catching her movement. And no, nothing at all. Hinata's face turned pink as she quickly shook her head. She'd merely spaced out for a second and hadn't expected Kitazawa to notice. Now, embarrassment and shyness twisted inside her, making her legs tense and her pale toes curl in her sandals. If there's anything on your mind, don't hesitate to ask me, Kitazawa said, sweeping a calm, observant gaze over her before offering a gentle smile. In the ninja world, many kunoichi wore open-toed sandals, and Hinata's tiny motions hadn't escaped his sharp eyes. Hinata breathed a secret sigh of relief. Kitazawa turned his attention to Yakumo, who sat not far away. While Hinata diligently worked through practice problems determined to claim first place in the upcoming theory exam, Yakumo immersed herself in studying yin release techniques, laying the groundwork for her dream of becoming a psychological medical ninja. Kitazawa nodded faintly and resumed preparing questions for the monthly exam. By afternoon, he had completed 30 questions. Take care of this for me. He handed the stack to a shadow clone, instructing it to deliver the papers to Vice Principal Hisao Sarutobi. With that off his plate, Kitazawa strolled leisurely toward the training ground. Kitazawa-sensei, what are we learning today? Naruto practically bounced over, brimming with excitement. The clone jutsu, Kitazawa replied. Whoa, Naruto's eyes lit up. Is that the same jutsu you used yesterday, sensei? Are you an idiot? Sasuke cut in with his usual sharp tone. That was the shadow clone jutsu. This is just the regular clone jutsu. Sakura blinked, instantly picking up on something unusual. Since when was the usually cold and distant Sasuke voluntarily talking to Naruto? She herself never got that kind of attention. She shot a glare at Naruto's bright blonde hair, a spark of resentment in her chest. The clone jutsu is part of the basic 3 jutsus, Kitazawa explained evenly. It creates illusory copies of yourself to confuse the enemy. Unlike the shadow clone, these clones have no physical substance. Oh, I get it. Naruto scratched his head, though his face said he was still half lost. The basic 3 jutsus are mandatory for passing the graduation exam. Everyone must learn it, Kitazawa continued. He stepped forward. Watch closely. I'll demonstrate. Bang! Smoke burst out, revealing 2 identical Kitazawas standing beside him. Did you memorize the hand seals I just used? He dispelled the clones and raised an eyebrow. Yes. Everyone responded in perfect chorus. Good. Begin practicing. Kitazawa gave them a brisk nod. If you run into trouble, I'll help you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sasuke smoothly performed the hand seals and produced 2 perfect clones. Sasuke-kun. Sakura immediately exploded into cheerleader mode. I can do it too. Naruto puffed up his cheeks and rapidly formed hand seals. With a puff of smoke, 2 clones appeared, except one looked like a flattened pancake twitching on the ground, while the other stood wobbling and drooling like someone who'd forgotten how to breathe. For 2 whole seconds, the class stared in stunned silence. Then laughter erupted across the training ground. Sasuke's eye twitched. He's hopeless. Drop out already. Yesterday, he'd actually thought Naruto might become his rival. Kitazawa couldn't help chuckling as well. This is straight out of the original story. Thinking back, among Naruto's basic 3, the only one he could perform best was his transformation jutsu. Although, to be fair, that jutsu was absurdly effective. The infamous sexy jutsu could even hard stun Satsuki Kagaya. Alright, keep practicing. Kitazawa clapped his hands and rallied them. He swept his eyes across the group. Besides Sasuke, who had nailed it on his first try, Hinata, Shino, and Shikamaru also managed respectable clones. Ino, Sakura, and Kiba lagged a little behind, but all of them mastered it by the end of the class. Only Naruto showed no improvement at all. Today's practical combat class is over. As the final bell rang, Kitazawa announced, "See you next week. Goodbye, sensei." In an instant, the students scattered like freed horses galloping from a stable. After all, the weekend awaited, 2 precious days of freedom. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto stared at the ground, gloom clouding his eyes. Does this mean I have no talent for ninjutsu? Of course not. Kitazawa shook his head firmly. You simply haven't found the kind of ninjutsu that suits you yet. Naruto's eyes lit up with hope. Then, what kind of ninjutsu does suit me? Kitazawa thought for a moment, then said, "Meet me tomorrow morning at 9, at the Academy's training ground. I'll teach you a new technique then." Really? Thanks, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto grinned, relief flooding his face. It's no trouble at all. Kitazawa waved a hand dismissively. He certainly didn't mind forging a good relationship with Naruto. After all, even Iruka, a mere Chunin, had eventually become principal of the Ninja Academy simply because of his bond with Naruto in the original timeline. As long as Kitazawa steered clear of the Nine Tails, the stronger his connection with Naruto, the safer his future in Konoha would be. The next day arrived in a blink. After breakfast, Kitazawa made his way to the Ninja Academy as promised. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto was already there, bouncing on his toes the instant he saw him. "Today, I'm going to teach you the transformation jutsu," Kitazawa said without preamble. "I'll show you how it's done first." He swiftly formed the hand seals, and his entire body shimmered, transforming into an exact replica of Naruto. Whoa, that's awesome. Naruto gawked at his own mirror image, utterly starstruck. Your turn. Kitazawa dispelled the transformation and nodded encouragingly. Okay. Naruto quickly performed the hand seals. A puff of smoke billowed around him, and when it cleared, his head was a perfect copy of Kitazawa's, while the rest of his body remained stubbornly Naruto's. Kitazawa's eye twitched. Keep going. 3 exhausting hours later, Naruto collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Here. Kitazawa tossed him a bottle of water. Let's take a break. Thanks, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto uncapped the bottle and gulped down half its contents before sitting up again. Sensei, what's the transformation jutsu actually used for? He asked, scratching his head. Isn't the clone jutsu way more useful? Not necessarily. Kitazawa's expression turned thoughtful. Then an idea struck him, and a faint smirk played at his lips. Used properly, the transformation jutsu can save your life in critical moments. Save my life. Naruto blinked, eyes round with curiosity. Remember Uchiha Madara, the guy I told you about? Kitazawa leaned closer and lowered his voice dramatically. There's an old story, though it's not in the official records, that Madara once used the transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a beautiful woman. He fooled Senju Hashirama and escaped certain death. Naruto's jaw dropped. Seriously? Is that for real? Kitazawa shrugged, grinning. Well, I can't swear it's true, but if you master the transformation jutsu, you really can use it to deceive your enemies. It can definitely save your skin. Naruto stared into the distance, looking deeply pensive. Wow, I never thought of it that way. Just as Kitazawa was about to say more, 4 lines of glowing text suddenly materialized before his eyes. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Current mission, learn the unique ninjutsu of your lifelong rival, Uzumaki Naruto, the sexy jutsu. Mission reward, 1/10 of Kakashi Hatake's total chakra capacity. Do you accept? Kitazawa froze, eyes widening in disbelief. 1/10 of Kakashi Hatake's chakra reserves? That's incredible. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Although people often claimed that Kakashi Hatake was chakra deficient, the truth was more nuanced. As an elite jonin, Kakashi's chakra reserves were by no means small. Even 1/10 of his chakra pool easily surpassed that of an average jonin. And more importantly, if one mission rewarded such a boost, then surely more would follow. Stack those rewards infinitely, and surpassing legends like Senju Hashirama or even Uzumaki Naruto wouldn't just be possible, it'd be inevitable. But this particular mission wasn't going to be easy. The sexy jutsu itself wasn't hard. The real problem was that Naruto hadn't even invented it yet. He hadn't fully grasped the basics of the transformation, let alone the twisted art it would one day evolve into. What do you think after hearing that story? Kitazawa asked, studying the contemplative look on Naruto's face. Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement. If I use the transformation jutsu to turn into a beautiful woman, I can totally catch enemies off guard. As expected of you. Kitazawa chuckled. It was such a Naruto-like answer. In many ways, Naruto's charm came from his utter shamelessness. Whether it was inventing the absurdly effective sexy jutsu, wearing a green jumpsuit like Guy, or even using the notorious 1,000 Years of Death, he did it all with the same fearless grin. Hehe, it's all thanks to you, sensei. Naruto scratched the back of his head, grinning. Hey, Kitazawa-sensei, are there any more stories about Uchiha Madara like, the secret kind? We'll save those for another time. Kitazawa coughed lightly, steering him back on track. Don't forget our goal today, right? Naruto pumped his fist. I've gotta master the transformation jutsu today. Kitazawa smiled to himself. Naruto's energy was infectious. Seeing him so full of life made it hard to believe he carried the burden of being a Jinchuriki. His recovery rate was insane, yet another gift from the Nine Tails sealed inside him. That is, assuming he didn't run into a Hokage with a questionable moral compass. In hindsight, Uzumaki Kushina had been luckier than her son. Saturday and Sunday passed in a flash. After relentless practice, Naruto finally succeeded in executing a proper transformation jutsu. Though it had taken him 2 full days, much slower than Sasuke and the others, he'd already outpaced most of his peers. The average academy student needed 6 years just to fully master the 3-body jutsu. Naruto had done it in 2 days. Ha 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 ha. Naruto cackled, striking Sasuke's signature brooding pose in celebration. The excitement radiated off him in waves. Kitazawa massaged his temples. Something about that laugh feels deeply cursed. Kitazawa-sensei, Naruto suddenly blurted, who's the most beautiful kunoichi in Konoha? Tsunade's image sprang to Kitazawa's mind immediately because in the world of shinobi, big was often synonymous with beautiful. Why do you ask? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. I want to use her for my transformation jutsu. Naruto said earnestly. If I'm gonna trick my enemies, I should use the most beautiful woman in the village, right? Kitazawa nodded, then paused. Your thinking's not wrong, but it's only half right. Huh? Isn't beauty enough? Naruto looked genuinely confused. You don't understand men, Kitazawa said, patting his shoulder with a solemn expression. Men aren't just attracted to beauty. What really stuns them is beauty plus appeal. A beautiful woman in clothes might catch your eye. A beautiful woman without them? That was a full-on critical hit. In the original timeline, Naruto's sexy jutsu leaned hard into the latter. And it worked even on Kagaya Atsutsuki. I still don't get it, Naruto muttered, scratching his head. Kitazawa's brow furrowed. How do I even begin to teach this part? He couldn't exactly drag Naruto into a red light district for research. Sure, in the shinobi world, those places were technically legal businesses. One only had to look at Jiraiya every time he showed up. It was with a bottle in one hand and a woman on each arm. Kitazawa doubted Jiraiya was doing research like he claimed. Still, Naruto was just a kid. If Kitazawa so much as stepped into the academy the next morning with his left foot first, he might find himself fired or worse, interrogated by Umbu. This can wait, he finally said. For now, just focus on perfecting your transformation jutsu. When the time's right, I'm sure you'll figure out the rest on your own. After all, Naruto did create the sexy jutsu by himself in the original story without any teacher to guide him. And when that day came, Kitazawa would be ready to claim his chakra reward. A new week. Kitazawa finished breakfast and made his way straight to the Ninja Academy's conference room. By the time he arrived, the room was already more than half full, buzzing with quiet chatter among the assembled teachers. Kitazawa-senpai, called Iruka, waving him over with a bright smile. Kitazawa glanced over and spotted Iruka standing beside Mizuki. Kitazawa. Mizuki greeted him with a polite nod, then asked with a faint smile, how many of your questions do you think will be picked this time? No idea. Kitazawa shrugged lightly. It's all up to luck. Luck? Come on, it's all about skill. Iruka said admiringly. Kitazawa-senpai, for 3 years running, you've had the most questions selected. A full 10 last year. The Ninja Academy's exams were structured much like the ones in Kitazawa's previous life, multiple choice, fill in the blank, and essay questions. Altogether, there were only about 50 questions on the entire exam. And last year, Kitazawa alone had written a fifth of them. Mizuki, you're no slouch either, Iruka added. Last year, 9 of your questions made it and you nearly surpassed Kitazawa-senpai. Mizuki's fists clenched subtly at his sides. Why bring that up again? I'm not that great, Iruka said, trying to laugh it off. I'll be happy if even one of my questions makes it this year. I've heard the Hokage himself selects the final exam questions each year, Mizuki said, glancing sideways at Kitazawa's calm expression. Maybe Hokage-sama will change the criteria this time. Hokage-sama personally picks them. Iruka's eyes widened in alarm. What if my questions annoy him somehow? Don't worry, Mizuki said smoothly, lips curling into a knowing smirk. Hokage-sama's magnanimous. He'd never blame you. Before Iruka could respond, the conference room fell silent as Vice Principal Hisao Sarutobi entered. All conversation stopped instantly. I'll announce how many of your questions were chosen, Hisao Sarutobi said without preamble. He flipped through his papers and read out, Kitazawa, 30 questions. A stunned silence filled the room followed by an immediate uproar. 30, someone blurted out. It was unheard of. Each teacher submitted 30 potential exam questions, but by long-standing custom, no more than 15 were ever selected from any one person to avoid bruising egos. How many? That can't be right. Mizuki's forced smile froze on his face. Yeah. Iruka blinked rapidly, his eyes wide. That's amazing, but, wow. Iruka genuinely admired Kitazawa, but 30 out of 30 was simply unbelievable. These selections were made personally by Hokage-sama, Vice Principal Hisao said firmly. There's no mistake. Even as he spoke, he looked faintly uneasy. When he'd first seen the list, he'd assumed there had to be an error. But he didn't dare question Hiruzen Sarutobi's choices. Even if there was a mistake, he'd simply have to live with it. Kitazawa lifted an eyebrow in surprise. Whoa, a golden legend drop. This old man's not even pretending anymore. Straight up favoritism. But hey, if I'm the one getting favored, then Hokage-sama is obviously a man of excellent taste. He was well aware this was the Hokage's way of quietly rewarding him for his dedicated efforts with Naruto these past months. Next. Mizuki, 5 questions. Iruka Omino, 1 question. Hisao Sarutobi continued reading. With Kitazawa monopolizing 30 slots, the pool for everyone else had been drastically reduced. When Hisao Sarutobi finished, he left the room without further discussion. Kitazawa didn't linger either. Since he was scheduled to teach the first class of the day, he calmly headed for his classroom. Damn it! Mizuki finally burst out as soon as Kitazawa was gone. His face twisted in frustration. He'd lost out the year before last, and the year before that, and now once again this year. At this rate, his pride and his reputation were going to be completely shattered. Mizuki, don't feel bad. Second place is still really impressive, Iruka said quickly, trying to soothe him. Mizuki twitched as though physically struck. Second place. That's just like saying small is still cute. Chapter 30, Chapter 30. An bonus chapter for reaching 300 power stones. Thank you for the support. Thank you Derek M. Muhammad Safi and Mary, Data Monarch for your support on Patreon. It motivates me much more. Currently Patreon has 41 extra chapters. Check them out. Winking face. After wrapping up his class, Kitazawa returned to his office. Trailing behind him were Hinata and Kurama, who had both grown surprisingly comfortable with skipping lessons altogether. Yakumo. Kitazawa settled into his chair and asked, how's your reading going? I've finished 3 books already, Yakumo Kurama replied calmly. Perhaps it was due to the extraordinary mental acuity granted by her Kekkai Genkai, but her memory had always been phenomenal since she was a child. Kitazawa fell into thought. At this pace, Yakumo would soon be ready to experiment with a concept he'd been mulling over, a form of psychological medical ninjutsu. Though technically medical, it wasn't related to yang release techniques like ordinary healing jutsu. Instead, it fell under yin release, a subtle, mental domain. He contemplated for a moment, then made up his mind. He needed to discuss this with Kurane. After all, while he understood the theory, he wasn't exactly a specialist in yin release techniques. But he did have an advantage: he wasn't bound by the traditional ways ninjas usually thought. I'm heading out for a bit. Once he finished his paperwork, Kitazawa rose and left the academy. Roughly 10 minutes later, he arrived at Kurane's apartment. He knocked on the door. A moment later, it swung open. The first thing he saw was a pair of slender, fair legs. Then came a trim waist, and finally a loose top that barely contained its treasures. Kitazawa, done with classes already today? Kurane asked, one brow arched in curiosity. I just had a morning class, Kitazawa replied. I'm free now, so I thought I'd come talk to you about Yakumo. Is that so? Come on in. Kurane stepped aside, gesturing him in. Thanks. Kitazawa nodded and stepped inside. Kurane shut the door and strolled into her living room. She dropped onto her couch with a dramatic sigh, crossed one leg over the other, and absently wiggled her foot, looking completely at ease. Kitazawa took the seat opposite her, catching an unintentional glimpse of her pale solace. So, what's on your mind? Kurane asked, leaning forward a bit. Yakumo's absorbing theoretical knowledge incredibly fast, Kitazawa began. I'm thinking it might be time for her to start learning and eventually creating her own ninjutsu. Oh. Kurane tilted her head thoughtfully. Well, for Yakumo, the obvious path would be genjutsu. That was my thought too, Kitazawa agreed. But here's the problem, standard genjutsu just doesn't suit her. Kurane crossed her arms and fell silent, mulling it over. Kitazawa had already discussed 2 potential genjutsu directions for Yakumo. The first was genjutsu that directly attacked the mind without relying on the 5 physical senses. The second was a new concept, psychological medical ninjutsu genjutsu designed to influence and heal negative emotions. Do you have any ideas for how to create something like that? Kurane finally asked, rubbing her brow in frustration. Inventing new techniques wasn't her specialty. Unlike geniuses like Minato Namikaze, she wasn't known for groundbreaking innovation. In the original timeline, every genjutsu she used had been passed down from her father, Shinku Yui. Being asked to suddenly invent entirely new jutsu gave her a headache. Well, the first priority for a psychological medic is gaining the patient's trust, Kitazawa said after a pause. Because people struggling with mental wounds often can't easily put their pain into words. That's true, Kurane agreed. So how do you propose we earn their trust? By creating a space where the patient feels completely safe and comfortable, Kitazawa replied calmly. And Yakumo can do that through her paintings. Yakumo's Kekkai Genkai allowed her to bring her artwork to life, creating a world so vivid and real that even seasoned ninja couldn't always recognize it as genjutsu. In the original timeline, not even Kurane herself, an expert in genjutsu, could escape once caught in Yakumo's painted world. People are far more willing to open up when they're in a safe, familiar environment, Kitazawa continued. And we could even enhance it with sound-based genjutsu to further lower their guard. Most genjutsu relied on sight, particularly the eyes. Sound-based genjutsu was exceedingly rare, and precisely because it was so uncommon, few ever anticipated it. And if the patient still refuses to talk, Kitazawa added, there's one last option, dream therapy. Dream therapy. Kurane echoed. Exactly, Kitazawa said. Once the patient falls asleep, Yakumo can use her formidable mental abilities to enter their dreams. In dreams, people dropped their defenses completely. No one paid much attention to what happened in dreams or believed those memories held any true danger. In that dream world, Yakumo could take on any form she needed, gathering information or offering comfort where waking words fell short. Kurane sat back, stunned by the sheer audacity and potential of the idea. If anyone could pull it off, it was Yakumo Kurama. Those are some truly novel ideas. Kurane paused in thought, then said, the things you just mentioned actually open up 3 different research paths. The concepts themselves were surprisingly simple, yet she'd never thought of them. In her world, genjutsu and ninjutsu in general were purely tools for combat and killing. Whether it's possible still depends on you, Kitazawa replied with an easy smile. It won't be easy, Kurane conceded, but a glimmer of determination flashed in her crimson eyes. But I can give it a shot. I do know a thing or two about genjutsu, after all. You're being modest, Kitazawa said, shaking his head. Aside from the Uchiha clan, you're the most skilled genjutsu user in all of Konoha. You don't have to remind me, Kurane retorted, puffing out her cheeks in mild annoyance. Those damn Uchiha, they'd ruined her childhood dream of becoming Konoha's supreme genjutsu master. When she was younger and full of ambition, she'd fantasized about surpassing the Uchiha clan. But reality hit hard. No matter how hard she trained, it was simply impossible to compete with the Sharingan. Even if an Uchiha had never trained in genjutsu, the moment they awakened their 3-tomo Sharingan, they became top-tier genjutsu specialists overnight. It was like playing a game and watching them skip straight to the final boss. As an apology, let me treat you to lunch, Kitazawa offered quickly. You're already in my house. No need to waste your money. I'll cook, Kurane huffed, rolling her eyes at him. Even the way you roll your eyes is gorgeous, Kitazawa teased, grinning. I'd say you're the most beautiful woman in Konoha. Smooth talker, Kurane muttered, shaking her head. She rose to her feet and said, come on. Follow me upstairs. Oh no, Kurane, you're giving me dangerous ideas, Kitazawa thought, trailing after her. Kurane's bare feet made soft, rhythmic sounds against the floor as she climbed the stairs. With each step, Kitazawa couldn't help but notice the way her shapely hips swayed enticingly. Here we are. Come in, Kurane said, pushing open a door and stepping inside. Kitazawa looked around and realized they'd entered a study. The bookshelves are full of my family's genjutsu techniques and records, Kurane explained as she sat down at her desk. Feel free to look through them. As an outsider, am I really allowed to see these? Kitazawa asked, blinking in surprise. Kurane froze, realizing she hadn't even considered that. She just wanted a quiet place for their discussion and completely forgotten how secretive clan techniques were supposed to be. Since I've already invited you, it'll be fine, she said finally, though a faint blush rose to her cheeks. But after the words left her mouth, she couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. All right, she continued, shaking off the moment, let's start with something basic. Let's see if we can create a low-level sound genjutsu. Sounds good, Kitazawa agreed at once. He wasn't about to pass up this rare chance to dive into advanced genjutsu knowledge. Of course, even if he couldn't learn it directly, he had another motivation. It would help him explain any future genjutsu-related rewards he received from the system. The afternoon rolled around, bringing practical combat class. Standing before the students of Class 1A, Kitazawa cleared his throat. Before we begin today, there's something important I need to announce. The first academy-wide exam of this semester will be held on April 30th. Will there be a ranking for the entire academy? Uzumaki Naruto shouted eagerly, immediately latching onto the key point. Yes, Kitazawa confirmed with a nod. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, his competitive spirit igniting. First in class, and first in the entire academy. I'm taking it all. Awesome. Naruto cried, punching the air. I'm coming for that top spot. Whatever. The great me is about to make his move, Kiba declared, his hands stuffed into his pockets and confidence radiating off him. Hinata drew in a deep breath. She'd been receiving special training from Kitazawa for so long. It was time to show results to make him proud. She silently vowed to claim first place. Chapter 31, April 28th. There was only one day left until Class 1A's first monthly exam. Clone Jutsu will be a required skill on the practical exam. I've gone over all the key points these past 2 weeks, Kitazawa announced, standing on the Ninja Academy's training field. His voice was calm but carried a sense of urgency. Today's your last class before the exam, make the most of your time. Don't worry, Kitazawa-sensei. We won't let you down. Inuzuka Kiba shouted energetically, fists clenched in determination. As their homeroom teacher, Kitazawa knew his students' scores would shape his reputation and his future prospects. After a month of teaching, his class had come to respect him deeply, and every one of them wanted to help him rise in rank. That's right. The rest of the class chimed in enthusiastically. The top spot is definitely ours. Uzumaki Naruto added, practically bouncing with excitement. Hey, Naruto, maybe you should actually master the clone jutsu before you start talking about being number 1, Kiba shot back, shaking his head. Who says I haven't mastered it already? Naruto retorted, glaring defiantly. The two of them were alike in temperament, and perhaps because of that, they were constantly at odds. But as often happens with kids, their bickering only made their bond stronger. Kitazawa's gaze drifted to Naruto. Over the past 2 weeks, Naruto had fully learned the transformation jutsu. But the clone jutsu was another story. It was like Schrodinger's cat, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Has he really learned it? Kitazawa decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Go on, Naruto. Show us, he said. Naruto took a deep breath, formed his hand seals, and performed the clone jutsu. Poof! 2 clones of Naruto appeared in a burst of smoke. The good news? No bizarre deformities. The bad news? They looked severely malnourished, faces sunken and limbs stick-thin, as if they hadn't eaten for weeks. Naruto froze, his expression turning into the perfect rendition of a sweating yellow bean emoji. Why does it fail right when I need it most? Yesterday, he'd managed it perfectly twice. Hold on. Let me try again. Naruto shouted in a panic. If you can do it, you can. If you can't, you can't, Kiba scoffed, folding his arms. Looks like your shot at first place is gone. Just one more try. Naruto braced himself, formed the seals again, and poof! 2 new clones appeared, this time looking much healthier and properly solid. It worked. Naruto shouted triumphantly, grinning from ear to ear. Well done, Naruto. You've made huge progress, Kitazawa praised, clapping his hands. Everyone, take a lesson from his persistence. Now get to work and practice. Compared to the Naruto of the original timeline, this version was practically a super evolution, a far cry from his previous self. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto dashed over, eyes sparkling. Is the transformation jutsu going to be part of the practical exam? No, Kitazawa replied, shaking his head. They'll only teach and test the transformation jutsu next year. Huh. Naruto blinked in confusion. Then why did you teach me the transformation jutsu already? I told you before, Kitazawa said, chuckling. I believe it suits you perfectly. And I was right. It's just because you're such a good teacher. Naruto grinned, looking both proud and a little embarrassed. For now, forget about the transformation jutsu, Kitazawa said gently. Your #1 priority is to master the clone jutsu. As he spoke, he noticed Sasuke and Hinata making their way toward their usual training spot. Yakumo, however, was absent. Kurane Yui had taken her away for specialized training in sound-based genjutsu today. Yes, sensei, Naruto exclaimed with a determined nod. Then, lowering his voice, he asked, Kitazawa-sensei, do you think I still have a chance? A chance at what? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. What is he talking about, a spontaneous hiking trip? For first place, Naruto said, scratching his head. His voice was uncharacteristically uncertain. In front of others, Naruto always acted brash and confident. But with Kitazawa, he often let his true feelings show. Until the results are announced, Kitazawa said after a moment's thought, both you and I are in first place. Naruto blinked at him. Huh? What do you mean? It means that until the final outcome is decided, anything's possible, Kitazawa explained with a small smile. Naruto's eyes lit up. That's awesome, he shouted, his spirits surging back. I'm going to go practice my clone jutsu right now. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. In a way, Naruto was completely immune to discouragement and astonishingly persistent. No wonder he'd eventually go on to master the legendary Talk no Jutsu. Shaking his head, Kitazawa turned and headed toward the training ground. Before he even got close, he heard Uchiha Sasuke laughing wildly. A strange expression crossed Kitazawa's face. Now what's going on? As he approached, a faint smell of scorched earth hit his nose. He looked down and saw blackened patches of ground in front of Sasuke. No question about it, Sasuke had just unleashed the fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Judging by the charred area, the fireball must have been at least 2 or 3 meters wide. That wasn't all that surprising to Kitazawa. He immediately understood why Sasuke was so pleased. A fireball of that size meant Sasuke had finally reached the average standard for the Great Fireball Jutsu. But, it was still nowhere near the level of the monstrous fireball Uchiha Itachi could produce in the original timeline. Kitazawa's eyes glimmered with understanding. He knew that Itachi would never show his true power in front of his beloved little brother. And so, Sasuke currently lived under the greatest illusion of his life, that he'd finally caught up to his big brother. Kitazawa-sensei, thank you. Sasuke stopped laughing and approached him, a rare, sincere look on his face. He's thanking me? Kitazawa blinked, momentarily stunned. Don't thank me. This is all thanks to your own hard work and dedication. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke hesitated, suddenly looking a little shy. Can I go home now? Yes. Kitazawa smiled. You've pretty much mastered the advanced tree climbing training. You can finish up for today. Was it over? No, this was merely the beginning. The level of Sasuke's Great Fireball Jutsu was still far from Itachi's. One thing was certain, Sasuke would be back. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke turned and dashed off, clearly eager to hear praise from his father. You two can head home early too, Kitazawa said, glancing at Hinata and Ino. Kitazawa-sensei, I'd like to keep training, Ino said after a brief pause. Unlike Sasuke and Hinata, Ino didn't have a desperate need for her parents' validation. But she loved feeling herself improve and she was hooked on the sense of progress the tree climbing training gave her. Me too. Hinata stammered, determination glinting in her pale eyes. I'm not saying you have to stop training altogether, Kitazawa chuckled. I'm saying the advanced tree climbing drills are finished. We'll start a new training regimen after the monthly exams. Ino gave an embarrassed laugh, while Hinata let out a quiet sigh of relief. She was already at the point where she couldn't imagine training without Kitazawa's guidance. Meanwhile, I'm home, Sasuke practically shouted as he stepped into the house. Why are you so cheerful today? Mikoto emerged from the kitchen, smiling gently. I'm not telling you, Sasuke replied with a proud shake of his head. Where's father? Now that makes mommy sad, Mikoto teased, feigning a pout. But her eyes twinkled as she watched him closely. Alright, I'll tell you. Sasuke caved under her gaze. I mastered the fire release, great fireball jutsu today. Is that so? That's wonderful. You really are my son. Mikoto's face lit up with pride, radiating maternal warmth. Of course. Sasuke tried to hold back his grin, but it kept creeping across his face. He was used to his mother's praise by now, so it didn't make him quite as giddy as it once did. Has father come home yet? He asked. He's still working, Mikoto said, glancing at the clock. But he should be back any minute. I'm home. A familiar voice spoke from the entryway. Brother. Sasuke's eyes widened with delight. He darted to the door. You're home early today, Sasuke. Itachi stood there, looking a bit worn. I just finished a mission. Come with me. Sasuke grabbed his brother's arm and practically dragged him outside. What's going on, Sasuke? Itachi asked, bemused. Just wait. They stopped in front of the artificial lake in the courtyard. Sasuke shot Itachi a glance, then began forming hand signs. A moment later, an enormous fireball burst into existence, warping the air around it and radiating intense heat. Itachi's eyes widened slightly. Sasuke's fireball already has the power my own had the first time I performed the great fireball jutsu. Sasuke, when did you get so strong? Itachi asked, genuinely impressed. Because I'm a genius, Sasuke declared, chest puffed out in pride. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction at his brother's praise. But then a shadow passed over Itachi's face. He grew serious. Sasuke, the future belongs to you. The future belongs to us. Sasuke corrected cheerfully, oblivious to his brother's somber tone. Itachi stared at him for a moment before breaking into a faint smile. You're right. At that moment, approaching footsteps echoed across the courtyard. A stern-looking man in a jonin vest appeared. Father. Sasuke ran forward eagerly. Uchiha Fugaku gave him a short nod. Father, look at this. Sasuke wasted no time performing the great fireball jutsu again. Still a bit lacking compared to your brother, Fugaku commented coolly after a quick glance. Then he turned away and headed back inside. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally, and he didn't have the patience for family theatrics today. Every day seemed to bring new conflicts between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's leadership, driving him to the brink of frustration. Since the death of Shisui, it had become increasingly difficult for Fugaku to keep the clan's rebellious undercurrents under control. The moment Fugaku disappeared inside, Itachi's smile faded. Sasuke, meanwhile, looked like he'd just been struck by lightning. After a month of grueling practice, he couldn't accept being dismissed so casually. Sasuke, you're still young, Itachi said softly, resting a gentle hand on his little brother's head. Someday, you'll be able to do even better than me. Brother, show me your great fireball jutsu one more time, Sasuke demanded, his voice low and stubborn. I want to see your full power. This. Itachi hesitated, a troubled look crossing his face. He'd already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. If he used his true full power, it would be overkill and far too revealing. But Sasuke's determined eyes left no room for refusal. With a silent sigh, Itachi stood up straight and began weaving hand signs. A moment later, an immense fireball 8 or 9 meters high exploded into existence, blazing like a miniature sun and bathing the nearby rooftops in flickering light. Sasuke stared at the spectacle, utterly speechless. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. After classes ended, Kitazawa left the academy and headed straight for Kurene's home. After knocking and hearing her voice give permission, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. In the living room, Kurene and Yakumo sat side by side. Neither of them wore shoes, their 2 pairs of pale, delicate feet, one small, one slender, and graceful, rested on the wooden floor. Kitazawa-sensei. Yakumo greeted him in a soft, melodious voice. There was a subtle, enchanting quality to her tone, almost like a gentle caress against the senses. Kitazawa felt his shoulders relax at once, the day's fatigue melting away as though it had never existed. How do you feel? Kurene asked, a teasing smile playing at the corners of her lips. Feeling refreshed. Very much so. Kitazawa snapped back to himself and let out a quiet sigh. Yakumo's talent for genjutsu really is astonishing. Well, she's from the Karema clan, a name once spoken in the same breath as the Uchiha. Kurene paused, then gave him a meaningful look. You're just in time. We were trying to come up with a name for her new sound-based genjutsu. Any ideas? Yakumo's voice had sounded so mesmerizing just moments ago because she'd been using genjutsu woven into her words, a newly developed technique. This was the D-rank genjutsu she and Kurene had spent the past 2 weeks creating. Its effect was simple yet powerful. Through sound, it soothed the mind, lowered defenses, and melted away mental fatigue. A name, huh? Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Naming things had always been his Achilles heel. He could easily spend an hour or 2 just picking a username in an online game. How about therapeutic words jutsu? He blurted out as inspiration struck. Therapeutic words jutsu. Kurene considered it, tapping a finger to her lips. Not bad. It fits the effect of the genjutsu perfectly. Thank you, both sensei. Yakumo rose and bowed politely. No need for thanks. Kitazawa gave her head a gentle pat. If you can become a psychological medic, it'll benefit all of us. Absolutely, Kurene agreed. Who knows, someday we might need you to treat us. And she wasn't merely saying that to comfort Yakumo. Among all ninja, genjutsu users were especially prone to psychological injuries. The reason was simple: genjutsu was a yin-release technique, meaning it involved direct clashes of mental strength. A single misstep could leave lingering damage. Take Kakashi Hatake, for example. After falling victim to Itachi's Tsukuyomi, he'd ended up bedridden for an entire month, his mind ravaged by the trauma. Of course, the truly unlucky one was Sasuke. Every time his hatred began to waver, Itachi would hit him with a genjutsu, forcing him to relive the Uchiha massacre over and over again, like a cursed replay on an endless loop. Yakumo nodded earnestly. I'll do my best. Kitazawa and I can guide you with genjutsu techniques, Kurone said after a thoughtful pause. But your true strength lies in your bloodline limit. You need to develop that carefully. I understand. Yakumo's eyes shone with determination. Kitazawa-sensei has already shown me the path. I'm going to use my paintbrush to bring out its power. Your bloodline limit is incredible, Kitazawa said, remembering the monstrous power of Ito from the original timeline. Don't be afraid of it. You have to learn to accept it. I will, Yakumo replied with a confident smile. After all, I have both of you here. Everything will be fine. There's plenty of time. No need to rush, Kurone said, rising from the sofa. Kitazawa, stay for dinner. I'll cook something. Sure. Kitazawa accepted the invitation without hesitation. Over the past 2 weeks, he'd already freeloaded enough meals at Kurone's house that they'd become quite comfortable around each other. I'll help, he offered, following her into the kitchen. Kurone picked up an apron and slipped it over her shoulders. She reached up to gather her long hair and tie it back, revealing the graceful curve of her pale neck. After securing her hair into a neat coil, she picked up a spatula, radiating the aura of a gentle, elegant wife. After dinner, Kitazawa finally said his goodbyes to Kurone and headed home. A new day dawned, April 30th, the day of Class 1A's monthly exam. Kitazawa would also be taking part, since he had his own secret mission to complete. Securing first place in the exam wouldn't be easy. Although, as the test's creator and the man overseeing all the first-year classes, he did have one considerable advantage. He already knew all the answers. A little cheating isn't cheating, Kitazawa thought with a grin. When it's the teacher cheating, it doesn't count. Early that morning, he arrived at the classroom today's examination hall ready for the challenge ahead. Kitazawa let out a soft hmm. He just spotted Sasuke. Compared to the cheerful boy from yesterday, today's Sasuke looked utterly gloomy, as though a rain cloud hovered above his head. Sasuke, what's the matter? Kitazawa approached and asked gently. I'm fine. Sasuke kept his gaze lowered, refusing to meet Kitazawa's eyes. No, you're definitely not fine. Kitazawa sat down beside him. If you don't tell me what's wrong, how can I help? This concerned Kitazawa's own mission, so he wasn't about to let Sasuke give up so easily. You can't help. Sasuke hesitated before answering, his voice low. He'd seen Kitazawa's great fireball jutsu and while impressive, it still couldn't compare to Itachi's monstrous flames. Kitazawa frowned slightly. Watch that attitude, kid. I'll give you one more chance to rephrase that. Why can't I help? Kitazawa asked, slipping into an exaggerated Madara Uchiha voice. Have you ever seen me in my prime? And no. Sasuke blinked, momentarily thrown off. Then he blurted out, are you stronger than my brother? So, your gloominess today must be because you saw your brother's great fireball jutsu, huh? Kitazawa smoothly dodged the question. How big was it? 3 stories high. Sasuke raised his hand, gesturing to show the height. After witnessing Itachi's towering inferno the night before, Sasuke had finally understood how vast the gap could be even between brothers. 9 meters. Kitazawa arched an eyebrow. Not bad. Not bad. Sasuke sat up straighter, hope sparking in his dark eyes. I could teach you how to blow out a 10-meter-tall great fireball. Kitazawa said it with complete seriousness. He wasn't boasting. The great fireball jutsu he'd received from the system was the culmination of countless real-world experiences, poured straight into his brain. At this point, there was probably no one in the entire ninja world who understood the technique better than he did. As long as he had enough chakra, Kitazawa could produce a fireball as enormous as he wanted. My fireball's huge. Just wait. Really? Sasuke's eyes widened in shock and excitement. Why would I lie to you? Kitazawa said, patting his shoulder. After the monthly exams, I'll teach you. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke bowed his head, gratitude shining on his face. Now focus on the exam. Kitazawa stood and made his way up to the podium. By then, Hinata, Ino, Naruto, and the rest of the class had arrived one by one. Listen up, everyone, Kitazawa announced, voice firm. There's only one rule for this exam, no cheating. Anyone caught will have their score cancelled. At precisely 9 a.m., the theoretical test began. Kitazawa scanned the room. Sasuke and Shikamaru sat there looking cool and relaxed, as if the whole thing was no big deal. Hinata, meanwhile, looked as though she were preparing to face a life-or-death battle, tension radiating from her every pore. Then there was Naruto, who stared at his paper, scratching his head so furiously it looked like he might sprout a second brain out of sheer frustration. Sighing, Kitazawa pulled out his own copy of the test and started filling it in. But first, he created 2 shadow clones and dispatched them to patrol the examination hall just in case anyone got any funny ideas. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. At 11 o'clock sharp, the bell rang. All of you, pens down. Stay seated. Kitazawa rose from his chair and announced firmly. The classroom instantly erupted into a low murmur of groans and frantic whispers. Luckily, over the past month, Kitazawa had built up enough authority that even students who hadn't finished their exams reluctantly put their pens aside. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, everyone is to gather at the training ground, Kitazawa continued. Anyone more than 15 minutes late will have their practical exam score cancelled. He collected the exam papers, offered them a parting reminder, and strode out of the classroom. He still had to grade all the tests that afternoon because the practical exam scores would be given on the spot tomorrow. Once combined with the written test results, the rankings could be announced immediately. Efficient, if exhausting. No sooner had Kitazawa left than the classroom exploded into noise again. Groans and sighs filled the air. Naruto slumped at his desk, staring blankly out the window at the brilliant blue sky. Only 3 words echoed in his mind: I messed up. The monthly exam had been far harder than he'd expected. There were several questions he wasn't even sure how to answer. Did you bomb it? Shikamaru drawled from the next row, eyeing him lazily. It's not that I bummed it. I just, didn't perform my best. Naruto stammered, then leaned closer, his eyes hopeful. Hey, did you think it was hard? Yeah, pretty troublesome. Shikamaru heaved a sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm guessing I barely passed, maybe 60 points. Same here, chimed in Akimichi Koji, his round face looking troubled. Naruto immediately perked up, spirits soaring. If everyone thought it was hard, then maybe I still have a shot at first place. Meanwhile, Sakura had gathered up her bag and skipped over to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, how did you do on the exam? She asked brightly. So-so. Sasuke shoved his hands into his pockets, looking indifferent. He was confident he'd secure first place in the practical exam tomorrow. As long as he ranked in the top 3 on the written test, he'd have the overall victory locked up. Sasuke-kun, you're so modest. Sakura's eyes sparkled into little pink hearts as she practically swooned. She didn't believe his cool shrug for a second. With an attitude like his, only first place would suit him. I've got things to do. Don't follow me. Sasuke added bluntly, then turned and strode out of the classroom. Today, he was more irritable than usual, still brooding over the great fireball jutsu. If Kitazawa hadn't given him some hope, he probably wouldn't have bothered saying even that much to Sakura. Say so. Sakura reached out a hand, but Sasuke was already halfway down the hallway, disappearing from sight. Uchiha men really are heartless, Ino Yamanaka remarked, shaking her head. You can't talk about Sasuke like that. Sakura snapped. That's not being heartless, that's being cool. You're hopeless, Sakura. Ino threw up her hands, looking exasperated. Wait. Sakura suddenly said, eyes narrowing. Don't tell me you've given up on Sasuke. Ino blinked, caught off guard. Only when Sakura said it did she realize it was true. She didn't feel the same dizzying obsession she once had for Uchiha Sasuke. Was it because I'd been busy training for tree climbing? Or had constant exposure to Kitazawa-sensei somehow built up an immunity? It'd be better if you gave up. Sakura exclaimed happily. Because Sasuke is definitely mine. Yeah. Ino rolled her eyes. Then her gaze drifted across the room and settled on Hinata. Hinata was still sitting at her desk. Her books were neatly packed away, but she hadn't stood up yet. Hinata. Ino called out cheerfully. Want to head home together? Since they'd been training for tree climbing side by side, Ino had started considering Hinata a genuine friend. Hinata blinked in surprise, flustered. You go ahead. Seeing her reaction, Ino decided not to press the matter and left the classroom with Sakura. Hinata exhaled a quiet sigh of relief once the room emptied. Only then did she gather up her school bag and make her way to Kitazawa's office. A gentle knock echoed against the door. Come in. Kitazawa, who was hunched over exam papers, looked up from his desk. Kitazawa-sensei. At the sight of him, a faint smile blossomed on Hinata's face almost against her will. Why aren't you heading home? Kitazawa put down his pen and asked gently. That is. Hinata's heart skipped at the question, and a warm flush colored her cheeks. She'd come to see him at lunchtime out of sheer habit, only to realize belatedly that Kitazawa didn't seem to have planned anything for lunch today. Now she felt awkward and embarrassed. Since you're here, let's eat together. Kitazawa chuckled softly, guessing her thoughts. Honestly, he hadn't expected Hinata to show up today, especially with the afternoon off and the practical exam looming tomorrow. Hinata's eyes lit up, and she quickly slipped off her shoes and stepped inside. While Kitazawa continued marking papers, Hinata settled on the sofa, her delicate, pale feet tapping lightly against the floor in rhythm with her shifting mood. By noon, Kitazawa let out a sigh and set down his pen. He glanced over to find Hinata sitting quietly, her posture prim and perfect, looking like an exquisite porcelain doll. Kitazawa's gaze involuntarily dropped to her slender, snow-white legs. If she wore white stockings. No, stop, that's way too much. Absolutely too much. He forced the thought from his mind. After all, he liked older women. Hinata, lunch is ready. Kitazawa suddenly teased, breaking the silence. Hinata jolted upright, leaping off the sofa to stand at attention. But as soon as she met Kitazawa's half-smirking expression, realization dawned, and crimson rushed across her cheeks. Let's go. Time to eat. Kitazawa waved her over, grinning. Hinata swallowed her shyness and hurried to his side. Kitazawa patted her gently on the head, then led her out of the academy toward Ichiraku Ramen. After their meal, Hinata returned to the Hyuga compound, while Kitazawa went back to the academy to tackle his grading. As dusk settled in, he finally finished marking and ranking all the exam papers. Kitazawa smiled with quiet satisfaction when he saw Hinata's name at the top of the list. All the special training he'd given her these past weeks hadn't been in vain. What did surprise him, however, was who landed in second place. It wasn't Sasuke, it was Sakura Haruno. On reflection, though, it made sense. Sakura had always been the strongest theoretical student in the class, even in the original timeline. Her high test scores were one of the factors that led to her being placed on Team 7, along with, of course, the bonds she supposedly shared with both Naruto and Sasuke. Kitazawa's eyes scanned further down the rankings until he found Naruto's name. Good news, he was no longer dead last. Bad news, he was still stuck in 28th place, showing little improvement overall. Well, there's definitely room to grow. Just then, 3 lines of glowing text appeared in Kitazawa's vision. Current mission, help your lifelong rival, Uzumaki Naruto, reach the top 10 in next month's exam. Mission reward, yin release. Do you accept? Kitazawa blinked in surprise but not total shock. Missions like these were becoming a familiar part of his life. What did surprise him was the modest goal. This time, it wasn't demanding second place, just 10th. Does the system itself not have faith in Naruto anymore? Kitazawa couldn't help exclaiming, good heavens. Still, he had to admit, Naruto was officially the earliest student he'd started preparing for the next round of rankings. Ahem. Kitazawa chose accept. With yin release under his belt, mastering genjutsu would become even easier. Chapter 34, Chapter 34. A new day dawned. Kitazawa arrived early at the Ninja Academy. The training ground, usually quiet at this hour, was already lively with students stretching and warming up. Kitazawa. Mizuki called out, striding toward him. Mizuki, Kitazawa replied with a small nod. Has Iruka arrived yet? He's probably still in bed, Mizuki said with a chuckle. You wouldn't know this, but he's been a procrastinator since he was a kid. And timid, too. He'd burst into tears whenever he got scared. Of course, Mizuki had purposely neglected to inform Iruka Omino about this morning's gathering. Oh, if you two were childhood friends, does that mean you were also crying your eyes out back then? Kitazawa shot back lazily. It only proved the saying that in any group of 3 people, one was bound to be an idiot. Wah, of course not. Mizuki's grin stiffened, and he quickly tried to deny it. I see. Kitazawa smiled, patted Mizuki lightly on the shoulder, and gave him a knowing look. No, what exactly do you see, you bastard? Mizuki's jaw clenched. He wanted to explain himself, but Kitazawa had already turned away, heading back to Class 1A. Damn you, Kitazawa. Mizuki snarled under his breath. One day, you'll regret this. His eyes glinted with suppressed fury. Right now, Kitazawa was basking in Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention, making it nearly impossible for Mizuki's little schemes to succeed. Taking a deep breath, Mizuki shifted his gaze toward Hyuga Niji, who was practicing nearby. He'd originally sought out Kitazawa to brag about his own genius student, but instead, he'd been completely outmaneuvered. Kitazawa paused mid-step, stroking his chin thoughtfully. They say a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years, but I'm no gentleman. Besides, he might tolerate being pursued by a woman but never by a man. Still, dealing with Mizuki was a delicate matter. After all, Mizuki hadn't yet committed any major crimes that could justify action against him. Kitazawa-sensei. A familiar voice rang out. Naruto came running over, brimming with energy as always. Kitazawa glanced at him, a sharp gleam sparking in his eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck him, a perfect way to deal with Mizuki. In the original story, Mizuki had manipulated Naruto into stealing the Scroll of Seals. Back in his previous life, Kitazawa had always found that incident suspicious. How could the Scroll of Seals, containing Konoha's most forbidden and powerful jutsu, be stolen so easily? Kitazawa had always assumed the worst of people, but there had to be deeper forces at work behind that event, like Hiruzen Sarutobi's subtle machinations. Current mission, send Mizuki to prison. Mission reward, fire release, heavenly prison. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, grinning in delight. Mizuki, your rat-like existence ends today with one swift move. Kitazawa recalled the prison in the land of Grass Hojiki Castle, a notorious prison known for holding dangerous shinobi. In that prison was a brilliant warden named Mui, whose signature technique was fire release, heavenly prison. The jutsu was impressive. It sealed an enemy's chakra, preventing them from forming any jutsu. Even more terrifying, if the target moved too far away after being marked by heavenly prison, they'd spontaneously erupt in flames. Though called fire release, the technique was actually a hybrid of fire release and advanced fuinjutsu. And in the shinobi world, there was no overstating how fearsome fuinjutsu truly was. They were practically the source code of the ninja world, right up there with sage mode. In other words, utterly terrifying. A new day had begun at the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke cast a brief glance at Naruto, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to approach Kitazawa. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto greeted him with a huge grin. I won't lose to you in the physical test this time. Sasuke's brow twitched. Somehow, Naruto's cheerful smile always felt like a provocation. He responded coolly. If I could beat you once, I can beat you again. Naruto puffed out his chest, his eyes sparkling with confidence. See you at first place. Have you grown up or something? Talking about meeting at the top. Sasuke subtly edged backward. any longer around Naruto and he'd be dragged down to his level. A sudden beast-like yell split the air. Iruka Umino came charging across the training grounds at what was probably the top speed of his life. 17 years old and already a teacher. Kitazawa glanced at the clock. It was 8:55 a.m. Iruka had just barely avoided being late. Sorry, Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka gasped, doubled over and sweating buckets. It's fine, as long as you made it. Kitazawa paused, then added, and, be careful around Mizuki. Huh. Iruka blinked, bewildered. What's that supposed to mean? Alright, everyone, gather around. I'm going to explain the rules for today's practical exam. Kitazawa clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Normally, a practical exam would be an all-out brawl, a real shinobi clash. But the students had only been enrolled for a month. Most of them still hadn't mastered the 3 basic jutsu. Right now, they were basically just baby birds pecking at each other. Besides, if it were a true fight, it would be an utter massacre for the kids from civilian families. The clan heirs would wipe the floor with them. To avoid traumatizing the civilian students, the first practical exam wasn't a full-scale battle. There was no one-on-one matchup system. This exam has 4 parts: the clone technique, a physical fitness test, shuriken throwing, and kunai throwing. Kitazawa raised 4 fingers as he spoke. I'll demonstrate first. Technically, it was a demonstration. But in reality, he was sneakily showing off. Kitazawa pulled out a kunai and a shuriken. With a quick flick of both wrists, he threw them simultaneously. Clang! The kunai and shuriken collided midair, then spun off on perfect arcs and embedded themselves dead center in 2 distant bullseyes. He'd definitely done it on purpose to keep Uchiha Sasuke in check. Amazing. Naruto whooped with genuine excitement, clapping wildly. This wasn't fake praise. That flashy throw was seriously cool. Nearby, Hinata clenched her fists, eyes shining with quiet longing. If only I could be as strong as Kitazawa-sensei. But it wasn't impossible. If she managed to win first place, maybe even Hayashi would finally look at her differently. Sasuke squinted at Kitazawa, feeling a surge of competitiveness. What's with this guy? Even his demonstration is ridiculous. Sasuke let out a silent sigh. It was a pity he hadn't yet learned how to manipulate shuriken trajectories. Otherwise, he could have put on a show to steal Kitazawa's spotlight. The first part of the exam is the clone jutsu, Kitazawa announced. After demonstrating the jutsu again, he said, step up in order. He took out the class roster and a pen, ready to record scores. It's my turn. Naruto, bursting with energy, strode to the center of the training ground like a rooster ready to fight. Naruto, go get him. Shikamaru and Choji yelled from the sidelines. Naruto swept his gaze around. He knew most people expected him to fail. But Kitazawa's calm, encouraging look struck a chord deep inside him. If I mess up here, my whole future at the academy is over. Clone jutsu. Naruto shouted dramatically, forming rapid hand seals. Kitazawa's eyelid twitched. Where did you pick up the habit of yelling out the name of your jutsu like it's a finishing move? Bang! 2 Naruto clones appeared in puffs of smoke. They were identical, solid, and finally normal looking. Not bad, Kitazawa praised. This time you've outdone yourself. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Naruto said, beaming with pride. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a crystal ball shimmered on Hiruzen Sarutobi's desk, showing Naruto's determined face. Hiruzen stroked his beard, a thoughtful smile playing on his lips. Kitazawa really does have a knack for this teaching business. Chapter 35, Chapter 35. Naruto waved triumphantly, spun around once for good measure, and jogged back to join the queue. Kitazawa couldn't help smiling. He was reminded of fishermen back in his previous life, who'd strut around bragging after catching a giant fish. He picked up his pen and marked down a score of 80 points on the roster. Naruto's performance was extraordinary for Naruto. Realistically, it was only upper mid-tier, with noticeable flaws. Still, it was already better than most of his classmates. Then Sasuke stepped forward, and the first perfect score of the day was achieved. Very good, Kitazawa said, giving a small nod. Sasuke lingered in thought for a moment. After all, his clone jutsu hadn't been this sharp before. Then he remembered Kitazawa's special tree climbing training. Improved chakra control hadn't just helped his great fireball jutsu, it had enhanced his ninjutsu across the board. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Sasuke said sincerely. Next. Kitazawa glanced down at his list. Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru shuffled forward with his usual air of lazy indifference. He formed the hand seals, produced 2 perfectly serviceable clones, and then trudged right back into line. At your age, how can you already be this lazy and unmotivated? Kitazawa sighed inwardly. Youth should burn with passion and energy. He could tell in an instant that Shikamaru was deliberately half-assing it. The same had been true during the written exam yesterday. Shikamaru had scored exactly 60 points, no more, no less. It wasn't that he was hiding his true ability. He just genuinely found everything troublesome. In the original timeline, Shikamaru wouldn't truly change until Asuma Sarutobi sacrificed himself. Hyuga Hinata, Kitazawa called, scanning the roster. Hinata drew a deep breath, then slowly stepped into the center of the training ground. With all eyes on her, her nerves tightened. She instinctively lowered her gaze. But then she glanced at Kitazawa and recalled the private training he'd given her. Her trembling heart began to steady. Clone jutsu. Hinata formed her hand seals and produced 2 flawless clones. Wait, she's not worse than Sasuke. Ino stared, astonished. Sasuke's expression tightened as well. Hinata's clones were indeed perfect. It was now enough to pose a genuine threat to him. He quickly realized the reason: Kitazawa-sensei's training. Just like him, Hinata had gone through the chakra control exercises on the trees. Sasuke's thoughts turned toward Ino. Yakumo wasn't participating due to her health. Naruto, meanwhile, was still struggling with his tree climbing, his progress slow and incomplete. So only Ino remained untested. Sasuke watched quietly. Soon, it was Ino's turn. Just as he suspected, her clone jutsu was nearly perfect, slightly below his own, but impressive all the same. Good. Fortunately, the next 3 exam components had nothing to do with chakra control. Sasuke exhaled softly, tension easing from his shoulders. He couldn't bear the thought of how disappointed his father and older brother would be if he failed to claim first place. When did Ino get so good? Koji nudged Shikamaru. What's going on? To Koji, Shikamaru was practically an external brain. The guy always knew what was up. Sakura also turned toward Shikamaru, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. As Ino's best friend, she knew exactly how strong Ino usually was, and this sudden leap in skill caught her completely off guard. It's because of Kitazawa-sensei's special training, Sasuke interjected flatly. Special training? Sakura's eyes widened. You mean, during those free activity times in our practical classes? Oh, that's right. Koji slapped his forehead. I remember now. Kitazawa-sensei really is impressive, Shikamaru admitted, raising an eyebrow. For a civilian ninja, it was rare to be so capable and influential. Yeah, Koji agreed, nodding his big round face. Sasuke, Ino, Naruto, and Hinata, everyone who joined Kitazawa's special training had improved dramatically. I want to go too. Sakura clenched her fists. Then you'll just have to work even harder, Ino said with a teasing smile as she returned to the queue. Though Sakura was excellent in the theoretical classes, her practical skills lagged behind. Unlike Sasuke and the other clan kids who'd been training from a young age, everything was brand new for her, making it take longer to master. The clone jutsu exam is over. Next up, kunai throwing. Kitazawa finished his grading and raised his voice for the class to hear. Unlike the many variations of the clone jutsu, kunai throwing was fairly straightforward. And as expected, Sasuke came out on top. He flawlessly mimicked Kitazawa's style, not random throwing, but precise, deadly strikes. Terrifying, Kitazawa thought. He felt profoundly relieved that Sasuke hadn't activated his Sharingan yet, otherwise, Kitazawa's own mission might have been in jeopardy. After kunai throwing came shuriken throwing. The skills required were similar, and the results were almost identical. Once again, Sasuke was the star performer. By 10 o'clock, only one part of the practical exam remained, the physical fitness test. Sasuke and the others made their way over to the track. The rules are simple, Kitazawa announced. You're going to run 50 laps. Rankings will be determined by the order you finish. Then he waved over Iruka Omino, who was lingering nearby. Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka called out, jogging over. You'll be in charge of recording scores for the fitness test, Kitazawa said, handing him the roster and a pen. Wait, you're leaving. Iruka blinked. But the academy's rules say there have to be 2 teachers present for practical exams. I'm not leaving, Kitazawa replied, shaking his head. I'm running with them. Huh. Iruka looked utterly baffled. A sensei, joining the test. If I run alongside them, it'll help ease their nerves, Kitazawa explained, smiling. It'll make it feel more like a normal training session instead of an exam. That way, they'll perform better. Oh. Iruka's eyes widened in sudden understanding. As expected of the Ninja Academy's most outstanding teacher. Watch and learn, Kitazawa said, giving Iruka a friendly pat on the shoulder. Then he stepped onto the track. Start. At his signal, Sasuke and the others surged into motion, running beside him. Physical fitness training was usually held once a week, so the students knew each other's pace well. Haha, I'm first again. Naruto leapt into the air, pumping his fists, a grin splitting his face. Always obsessed with being first, Kitazawa thought, shaking his head in exasperated fondness. Meanwhile, Sasuke collapsed onto the ground, every muscle burning. How the hell does that guy have so much stamina? Still, Sasuke reassured himself, at least Naruto only managed to claim first place in the fitness test. In the other 3 events, Sasuke had secured first place. 3 first-place finishes. Can you top that, Naruto? He ran the numbers in his head and finally let himself relax. Victory will belong to the Uchiha. Current mission, become the top student in the class during the April monthly exam. Mission reward, wind release, vacuum bullet. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Kitazawa glanced at the 3 glowing lines of text appearing before his eyes. A smile tugged at his lips. With the reward secured, all the effort had been worth it. Chapter 36, Chapter 36. After the physical fitness test, all the students of first-year Class A were sprawled on the ground, panting and utterly unconcerned about appearances. Yet all eyes were fixed on Kitazawa and Iruka, who stood nearby preparing to announce the rankings live. I wonder how many points I got. Sakura sneaked a glance at the calm, cool Sasuke and broke into a dreamy smile. I hope I can sit next to Sasuke-kun. Just relax. Ino flipped her blonde hair over her shoulder, determinedly optimistic. It's only the monthly exam. Not bad. Koji munched noisily on his potato chips. Passing is good enough. Shikamaru yawned, stretching lazily. Well, if none of you care, then I won't hold back. First place is mine. Kiba declared, grinning with confident bravado. First place will definitely go to Sasuke-kun. Sakura shot back immediately. The results aren't out yet. We're all tied for first right now. Naruto lifted his chin proudly, repeating Kitazawa's words. Hey, maybe first place will be mine. At that, the students around him all turned to stare in stunned silence. Why were you guys looking at me like that? Naruto asked, scratching his head in confusion. For you to say something like that, it's honestly shocking, Shikamaru said, chuckling. That's what Kitazawa-sensei told me, Naruto explained, blinking. No wonder. Ino nodded, unable to suppress a grin. Sasuke remained silent, eyes half-lidded. As far as he was concerned, first place was already his. Hinata also didn't join in the chatter. She was wrapped up in her own thoughts, hands clenched tight as if in prayer. She had to make Kitazawa-sensei proud. I will now announce the results. Kitazawa stepped forward, roster in hand. At once, the entire class scrambled to their feet, eyes wide with anticipation. First place. Kitazawa smiled faintly. Hyuga Hinata. For a moment, silence hung over the field. Then chaos erupted. Hinata was known for her quiet presence and shyness. No one had expected this outcome. How is that possible? Sasuke stood frozen, the cool composure draining from his face as shock took over. The first place he'd been so certain of had slipped away like mist. He clenched his fists, frustration burning inside him. Losing the physical fitness test to Naruto he could accept, that wasn't such a big deal. But losing the entire monthly exam to Hinata, that was like living in a bad dream. Ah, so it really wasn't me. Naruto threw his hands over his head in defeat. Deep down, he'd suspected as much, but he'd still been hoping for a miracle. Still, he couldn't help a wicked sense of satisfaction that it wasn't arrogant Sasuke who'd taken first place. What's going on? Sakura stared, utterly bewildered. I can't believe it either, Ino said with a soft laugh. But, looks like the invincible Uchiha finally fell. Nearby, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino were speechless, though their faces said it all. Hinata stood trembling as everyone's eyes turned to her. Her heart thudded so wildly it felt like it might burst. Oddly, it felt almost thrilling, like the first time she'd snuck over a wall to skip class. Hinata was first in the written exam and second in the practical, Kitazawa explained, scanning his list. So she takes first place overall. He continued reading, second place, Uchiha Sasuke. It turned out Hinata had edged Sasuke out thanks to the others. Sakura had claimed second place in the written exam, while Naruto had stolen first place in the physical fitness test. Sasuke stood there expressionless, a storm of frustration swirling beneath his blank stare. Second place. No one remembered second place. And the Uchiha didn't settle for second. Third place, Shinobi. Kitazawa paused. Several students blinked in confusion. Who? Do we have a classmate named Shinobi? If Hinata usually blended into the background, Shino was practically invisible. Fourth place, Ino Yamanaka. Fifth place, Sakura Haruno. Sixth place, Inuzuka Kiba. 10th place, Koji Akimichi. Kitazawa continued reading in a calm voice. Sixth place isn't bad, Kiba sighed, ruffling his hair. Why isn't my name there? Naruto stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. It was one thing not to win first place, but he hadn't even cracked the top 10. He glanced over at Koji Akimichi, thinking bitterly, you said you were the same as me, so why are you ranked so high? Naruto. Kiba noticed his expression and grinned, switching gears quickly. Smiles never disappeared, they just found new targets. Humph. Naruto crossed his arms defiantly. Next time, I'll definitely beat you all. Sure. You can do it. Kiba patted him on the shoulder, though the disbelief on his face was impossible to miss. 17th place, Uzumaki Naruto. 20th place, Nara Shikamaru. Kitazawa read off the remaining rankings in a steady voice. How am I only 17th? Damn it. Naruto groaned, clutching his hair. If I'd just gotten those few questions right, I could have made the top 10 for sure. Students who didn't do as well shouldn't be discouraged, Kitazawa said, sweeping his gaze over the class. There'll be many more chances. That's all for today. See you all next Monday. Goodbye, sensei. After the chorus of farewells, the students began filing out. Kitazawa, still holding the roster, left with Iruka, heading toward the conference room. Their next task was tallying the overall grade rankings and preparing for the school-wide commendation ceremony. By the time they arrived, many teachers were already gathered inside. Kitazawa, Iruka. A familiar voice called out. Mizuki approached them, wearing his usual easy smile. Iruka opened his mouth to greet him but stopped short, remembering Kitazawa's warning. Is there really something off about Mizuki? Wait, he didn't wake me up this morning. Was that on purpose, or just coincidence? How did your class do? Mizuki asked lightly, his smile sharp. Anyone manage a perfect score? Did your class get a perfect score? Iruka asked, genuinely surprised. Just one. Mizuki replied, adopting a falsely modest tone. Hyuga Niji, the Hyuga clan's genius. That's incredible. Iruka said, eyes widening. As expected of last year's outstanding student representative. The outstanding student representative was the one chosen to deliver the speech at the commendation ceremony, a great honor in the academy. Kitazawa's brows furrowed slightly. Hyuga Hinata had worked tirelessly, but it was true she hadn't achieved a perfect score. She'd fallen short in the practical exam, losing out to Sasuke and Naruto in certain categories. That meant the coveted speech was suddenly up for grabs. Still, it wasn't a huge problem. Kitazawa had Hiruzen Sarutobi backing him, and besides, Hyuga Niji had already given a speech last year. It sounds like your class doesn't have any perfect scores, huh? Mizuki said with thinly veiled smugness. But that's to be expected for the first monthly exam. You're right. Kitazawa replied evenly, unfazed. Mizuki's grin twitched as if cracking. Damn it! That's not the look I wanted to see. I wanted you to be jealous. All homeroom teachers, please hand me your grade sheets. Hisao Sarutobi entered the room briskly, speaking in an authoritative tone. Also, the first-place student in each year will automatically be entered as a candidate for the student representative speech. Kitazawa stayed seated while Iruka stepped forward to hand over their sheets. Once Hisao collected all the papers, he departed efficiently. Kitazawa-senpai, Mizuki, Iruka said, smiling. I'll treat you both to a meal. Fantastic. Mizuki beamed. I want the best grilled meat money can buy. No problem. Iruka agreed, though his wallet visibly winced. But just as the three stepped into the hallway, a figure in dark attire suddenly appeared in front of them. An Umbu ninja. The surrounding teachers stiffened in surprise. Kitazawa. The Umbu spoke in a low, calm voice. Hokage-sama wishes to see you. Understood. Kitazawa nodded. He turned to Iruka. Looks like we'll have to postpone that meal. Next time, it's on me. With that, he followed the Umbu down the corridor and out of the academy. A summons from Hokage-sama. Iruka stared after him, stunned. For a regular Chunin like him, the Hokage felt impossibly distant, like a figure from a different world. Kitazawa being summoned felt surreal. The other teachers around them whispered with admiration and envy. In Konoha, catching the Hokage sai could mean promotions, raises, marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, achieving the very pinnacle of success. Mizuki, however, was shaking with rage. Why him? I'm the one who taught the only perfect score student in the entire academy. Why wasn't it me getting summoned instead of him? This isn't fair. I hate this. Mizuki's eyes darkened, malice flashing across his face. Iruka glanced at him and suddenly felt a chill of unease. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Kitazawa walked the corridors of the Hokage's tower, mulling over why the third Hokage had summoned him. At the very least, he was sure of one thing: Hiruzen wasn't about to call forth Inma and smack him with a 6 strikes in 1 second punishment. He hadn't done anything wrong, on the contrary, he suspected this might even be about a reward. Perhaps the summons was tied to the results of the monthly exam. Go on in. The Umbu escort stopped outside the Hokage's office door. Kitazawa inclined his head, then pushed the door open. You're here, Kitazawa. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from his paperwork. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa bowed quickly, standing at respectful attention. I've reviewed your class's report cards. They're excellent. A faint smile tugged at Hiruzen's lips. Your students had the highest number of scores, over 80 points in the entire academy. Both the written and practical exams were each graded out of 100, and the final ranking combined the two into a total out of 100. In Hiruzen's eyes, any student scoring above 80 was a spark of hope for Konoha's future. It's all thanks to Hokage-sama's wise leadership, Kitazawa replied earnestly. There's no need for flattery. I've seen how hard you've worked. Hiruzen chuckled, stroking his beard. And trusting Class 1A to you was the right decision. I'll continue to do my utmost to teach them well and to raise worthy inheritors of the will of fire. Kitazawa's voice was steady with resolve. Very good. Hiruzen nodded in approval, then leaned forward slightly. I've always believed in rewarding good work. Tell me, what would you prefer as a reward? Money? Or ninjutsu? Kitazawa thought for a moment. Though money was useful, he wasn't desperate for it right now. What he truly needed was new ninjutsu to expand his arsenal. I'd like wind release ninjutsu. Hiruzen considered this, then nodded. Follow Haru later. You may choose a B-rank wind release jutsu. Kitazawa blinked in surprise. Ordinary ninjas, especially those without clan backing, rarely had access to B-rank jutsu. Receiving one merely for strong monthly exam results was exceedingly generous. For Kitazawa, it felt like receiving a warm coat in the middle of a snowstorm. He just acquired wind release, vacuum bullet, a B-rank jutsu, and another B-rank jutsu would greatly strengthen his options. You've earned it. Hiruzen smiled, then his expression turned thoughtful. Kitazawa, what are your thoughts about Naruto? About Naruto? Kitazawa gathered his thoughts before speaking. He's optimistic, cheerful, and fiercely loyal. A good-hearted child. Hiruzen's eyes softened. Naruto's parents gave much to protect Konoha. I hope you'll look after him, especially with his studies. He didn't mention that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son. That remained one of the village's most closely guarded secrets. With Kitazawa's current rank and status, he wasn't yet cleared to know. Understood. Kitazawa answered without hesitation. He already had a mission from the system to help Naruto, and now the Hokage himself was giving him the same task. It felt like winning twice over. Then I'll leave him in your care. Hiruzen waved his hand. Haru is waiting outside to take you to the ninjutsu archives. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'll take my leave. Kitazawa bowed and turned toward the door. Hiruzen watched him go, a faraway look clouding his eyes as old memories surfaced. He remembered another young man, a blonde prodigy with eyes like the clear summer sky, Minato Namikaze. Even before the Third Great Ninja War, Minato had been an outstanding student, first in both theoretical and practical exams, a civilian ninja who'd risen to legendary heights. His brilliance had earned him the honor of becoming Jireiya's disciple. and Minato had lived up to every expectation, turning the tide of the war and securing victory for Konoha. Hiruzen let out a quiet sigh. That radiant vitality, that unstoppable growth, he could still see it clearly in his mind's eye. I hope Naruto can become the next Minato, Hiruzen murmured, regaining his composure. Meanwhile, Kitazawa followed Haru through the hallways, heading toward the village's hidden ninjutsu archives. The scrolls on this shelf contain only B-rank wind release jutsu, Haru explained, gesturing toward a nearby bookshelf. You're allowed to take one scroll, but remember, don't go poking around the other shelves. Understood. Kitazawa gave a short nod and stepped closer to examine the scrolls. His eyes quickly zeroed in on wind release, vacuum bullet. Still, he didn't grab it right away. Instead, he lingered, pretending to browse for several minutes before finally picking it up. Once you bring it back, memorize everything inside, Haru reminded him. I'll come collect the scroll from you in a week. Got it. Kitazawa tucked the scroll safely away and headed back to the ninja academy. For the students, the mock exam was officially over. But for a teacher like him, work never really ended. After lunch, the staff gathered in the faculty room for another meeting. The moment Kitazawa entered, dozens of eyes turned toward him. Not surprising after all, he'd just been summoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka waved energetically, grinning ear to ear. Since he co-taught Class 1A, he was just as thrilled about the class's success. Only Mizuki, standing beside him, wore an expression that shifted faster than a mask in a kabuki play. Kitazawa, congratulations, Mizuki finally managed, forcing a smile onto his face. Thanks, Kitazawa replied casually, sliding into his seat. So, what was it like meeting Hokage-sama? Iruka asked, a note of envy in his voice. It was nothing special, Kitazawa said with a faint shrug. It's not my first time seeing Hokage-sama, after all. Showing off without looking like you're showing off, that was the deadliest kind of flex. Iruka immediately fell silent, choking on his own curiosity. Meanwhile, Mizuki clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened. If it weren't for the setting, he'd have liked nothing better than to deck Kitazawa right there and then. After all, in the original timeline, Mizuki was the sort of guy who'd kill an injured comrade just to complete a mission. What did Hokage-sama say? Iruka pressed on, curiosity getting the better of him. He praised the achievements of Class 1A, Kitazawa replied. A small pause, then he added, and he gave me a B-rank wind release jutsu as a reward. B-rank. Iruka nearly fell off his chair, eyes wide. Hokage-sama really is generous. If you keep working hard, you could earn a reward like that too, Kitazawa said, giving Iruka's shoulder an encouraging pat. I'll work even harder, Iruka declared, practically trembling with determination. Mizuki glared at them both, grinding his teeth so hard they might have cracked. He'd trained a student who'd scored perfectly, and yet the Hokage had given him nothing. How was that fair? How was that generosity? The Hokage was clearly playing favorites. Before Mizuki could voice more of his bitterness, Hisao Sarutobi entered the room. The first thing he did was pass out a stack of papers, the ranking list for the entire grade. Kitazawa schemed it. As expected, the top 10 students in the whole year were all from Class 1A. No surprise there. When the classes were first assigned, the brightest and most promising kids had all been placed in Class A. Now, I'll announce the outstanding student representative for this monthly exam, Hisao Sarutobi said, pausing for effect. Hyuga Hinata. Mizuki's grin froze on his face. When he heard the first two syllables, his chest swelled with triumph, but the last two syllables slammed him into an emotional ice bath. Why isn't it Hyuga Niji? Mizuki demanded, springing to his feet, voice shaking with disbelief. That decision came directly from Hokage-sama, Hisao said evenly, his expression unreadable. But Mizuki sputtered, unable to hold back the frustration boiling inside him. Kitazawa had stolen the spotlight on nearly every front. First, Kitazawa outperformed him in developing lesson plans and capturing the Hokage's attention. Second, Kitazawa got personally summoned by the Hokage. And now, the title of Outstanding Student Representative, a title Mizuki had practically banked on going to Hyuga Niji, had been snatched away by Hyuga Hinata. 3 losses in a single month. Mizuki clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. What was even the point of his life anymore? Chapter 38, Chapter 38. An bonus chapter for the 100+ power stones. Hyuga clan compound. After leaving the ninja academy, Hinata dashed all the way home, barely slowing her pace. She clutched her report card tightly, paused at the gate to catch her breath, and then walked into the courtyard with deliberate care. In the Hyuga clan, rules and decorum were paramount. If she had barged in running, she'd surely have been scolded. Father. Hinata arrived outside the study where Hyuga Hayashi resided. Come in, came a firm, commanding voice. Sliding open the shoji door, Hinata removed her shoes and stepped inside. What is it? Hayashi sat cross-legged on the tatame, a book resting in his hand, his posture perfectly poised. The monthly exams are finished, and the results have come out. Hinata approached and knelt before him, tucking her pale feet neatly beneath her as etiquette demanded. What place did you take? Hayashi asked in a measured tone, though a flicker of curiosity touched his eyes. He knew Class 1 well. It was a veritable gathering of prodigies and clan heirs, a place brimming with geniuses. Many of Konoha's prominent clans had children in that class, and among them was Uchiha Sasuke, the younger brother of the famed genius, Uchiha Itachi. Hayashi exhaled a silent sigh. The Hyuga clan, too, had its genius, Hyuga Niji. but Niji belonged to the branch family. As for Hinata, Hayashi had long since ceased placing his hopes on her, especially after the birth of Hyuga Hanabi. By clan tradition, only one member from each generation would inherit the main family status, the others would bear the caged bird seal and join the branch family. Either Hinata or Hanabi would eventually be relegated to that fate. The caged bird seal wasn't merely a safeguard to prevent the Byakugan's secrets from leaking, it was also a powerful means for the main house to exert control over the branch. Father, please look. Hinata held out her report card, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Hayashi accepted the paper and scanned the results. His stoic expression faltered, surprise rippling across his usually impassive face. First place. For an instant, he looked genuinely rattled. This result was beyond anything he'd anticipated. In truth, it had never even crossed his mind that Hinata could achieve such a rank. Noticing the rare shock in her father's eyes, Hinata felt her heart lift with a warm, giddy joy. Father's, surprised because of me. Hinata, Hayashi finally said after reading every line, you've done well. You've brought honor to the Hyuga clan. Thank you, father. A dazzling smile spread across Hinata's face. It was the first time she'd ever heard such praise from him, and she practically glowed with happiness. How did you manage to take first place? Hayashi asked, his curiosity piqued. It was thanks to Kitazawa-sensei's help. Hinata answered truthfully, her voice brimming with quiet pride. Kitazawa. Hayashi fell silent, pondering the name. He recalled that Ko, the guard he'd assigned to secretly protect Hinata, had filed reports mentioning Kitazawa. He remembered, in particular, how Kitazawa had once stepped in to defend Hinata from bullies. It seems he's a good teacher. Hayashi nodded, his tone reserved but not dismissive. Yes. Hinata replied earnestly, Kitazawa-sensei is incredible. What's so incredible about a mere Chunin? Hayashi privately scoffed, though he kept his thoughts hidden. At best, the man might be a decent teacher. Kitazawa-sensei taught me tree climbing, Hinata continued, her eyes shining. He said it helps improve chakra control. Hayashi blinked, studying his daughter as she spoke. Is this really my daughter? In the past, Hinata would barely manage 5 words in his presence without trembling. Yet here she was talkative, animated, and filled with an eager light he'd never seen before. It was as if a different person stood before him. All of this, it traced back to Kitazawa. Hayashi sat there quietly, emotions swirling beneath his calm exterior. If only it weren't too late. With Hanabi already born, the tragic cycle that once tore him and his brother Hisashi apart might soon repeat itself. Hayashi's chest tightened at the thought. Kitazawa left the ninja academy, stepping out into the bustling streets of Konoha. As he walked, he sighed inwardly. It's good to have a powerful backer. Whether it was his being chosen to write the 30 exam questions, or Hyuga Hinata being named the outstanding student representative, it was all thanks to Hiruzen Sarutobi pulling strings behind the scenes. Privileges were nice, but Kitazawa was well aware that all of it hinged on his status as a sensei, and more importantly, on his connection to Uzumaki Naruto. When it came right down to it, he held no real influence in Konoha. Strength. That's what matters most. Kitazawa continued walking, thoughts churning over his various missions. The task involving Hyuga Hinata's one-on-one fight with Toronoshook could be completed after her upcoming speech. Hinata's abilities far surpassed Toronoshook's. As long as she could shed her timid personality, victory was practically guaranteed. The mission to ensure Mizuki ended up in prison, however, was on hold for the moment. There simply wasn't a good opportunity yet, and picking a fight with Mizuki might escalate into an all-out brawl. Although Kitazawa had learned plenty of ninjutsu, his chakra reserves were average. He'd be exhausted after just a couple of serious jutsu. I need to get stronger. The key lay in the mission to learn Naruto's sexy jutsu. Mastering it would earn him a reward of 1/10 of a card's worth of chakra capacity. Developing the sexy jutsu itself wasn't the hard part. The problem was that doing so would completely destroy his reputation as the upright, respectable teacher and could even incur Hiruzen's displeasure. Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Is there anyone who could take the fall for me? He mulled it over, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Of course. Kakashi Hatake. The more Kitazawa thought about it, the more perfect the idea seemed. First, Kakashi definitely had the skill to develop the technique. Second, he was already notorious as a fan of Makeout Paradise and wasn't above using ridiculous jutsu like the 1,000 Years of Death. Third, he came from a prestigious background, so Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't likely punish him even if things went sideways. Deciding on the spot, Kitazawa turned down a side street and made his way to Kakashi's house. I hope he's home. He stepped forward and knocked. A few moments later, the door opened to reveal Kakashi Hatake himself, silver hair spiked as always, most of his face concealed by his mask, one lazy eye staring out. Kakashi, I need your help with something, Kitazawa said, lowering his voice. And, you can't tell anyone about it. Kakashi tilted his head slightly. Are you defecting? Kitazawa nearly fell over. Of course not. That's slander, he sputtered. I have only one son in my heart and that's Hokage-sama. So what's the secret of yours? Kakashi asked, his expression unreadable behind his mask. Do you know Uzumaki Naruto? Kitazawa asked, steering back to the point. What kind of question is that? Kakashi's eye glinted with sudden sharpness. Not only did he know Naruto, he'd been quietly watching over him since before the boy was even born. I'm teaching at the Ninja Academy now, Kitazawa explained. Naruto's one of my students. Kakashi blinked. Okay, and Kitazawa leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Naruto's working on developing a new jutsu based on the transformation. He sighed. But I'm just an ordinary Chunin. I don't have the talent for creating new techniques. You understand, right? Kakashi's visible eyebrow twitched. He's developing his own jutsu, at 6 years old. But then he remembered who Naruto's father was, Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage had created the Raise-Non, a masterpiece of chakra form manipulation. Like father, like son, Kakashi thought, sighing inwardly. You're Konoha's copy ninja. Our #1 genius, Kitazawa said sincerely. This is right up your alley. Will you help? Don't call me #1 genius. Kakashi rolled his visible eye. Then, after a short pause, he added, I'm free tomorrow. Bring Naruto to see me. Though he'd long sealed his heart away from attachments, he couldn't refuse the son of his beloved sensei. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Kitazawa returned home and sank onto his sofa, pulling out the ninjutsu scroll he'd received as a reward from Hiruzen Sarutobi, the B-rank wind release, vacuum bullet. How should I put it? Although it was indeed a wind release jutsu, the details recorded on this scroll were nowhere near as precise or thorough as the version he'd gotten from the system. In short, there wasn't much worth getting excited about. The sun set and rose again, ushering in a new day. Kitazawa opened his eyes and stretched his arms overhead. It was Saturday, meaning he had no classes at the Ninja Academy, but that didn't mean he was free. He still needed to meet up with Kakashi for Naruto's sexy jutsu training, and there was also the matter of discussing Yakumo's next genjutsu with Kurane. Just then, a knock echoed at his door. Kitazawa paused, then stood, changed clothes quickly, and went to answer it. As he opened the door, a vibrant splash of red met his eyes. Kurane stood there, dressed in a crimson off-the-shoulder dress with a wide neckline, her fair skin shifting slightly with each breath. Kitazawa's gaze flickered downward before he caught himself, silently admitting that some things were indeed quite ample. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to invite me in? Kurane teased, smiling faintly. How could I ever refuse? Kitazawa said smoothly, taking the bag from her hand. With such a beautiful guest, I must be the luckiest man in the village today. You never stop with the sweet talk. Kurane stepped inside, heading for the shoe cabinet. She bent down to slip off her shoes, revealing slender calves wrapped in black stockings, smooth and flawless. I'm only speaking the truth, Kitazawa replied, deliberately shifting his gaze elsewhere. Then he looked at the bag and frowned. Why is this alcohol? Why shouldn't it be alcohol? Kurane's stocking-clad feet made a soft thud against the floor as she stepped inside. Are you drinking in the morning now, too? Kitazawa said, following her. Too much drinking isn't good for your health, you know. This isn't for the morning, it's for the evening. Kurane made her way to the sofa, smoothed the fabric of her dress from her hips downward, then sat gracefully, legs together. For the evening. Kitazawa chuckled, lowering the bag onto the coffee table. Are you planning to have both lunch and dinner at my place today? It's called reciprocity, Kurane replied, flashing him a playful look. Do you remember how many meals you've eaten at my place? So, are you in the mood for Ichiraku ramen, or do you want me to cook? Kitazawa asked as he settled into the seat opposite her. Of course you should cook, Kurane said, resting her chin on her hand. I haven't tasted much of your cooking yet. Don't get your hopes up too high, Kitazawa warned. My cooking's only so-so. I'm not a picky eater. Kurane pulled 2 scrolls from her bag and held them up. Shall we start brainstorming the new genjutsu? Give me half an hour, Kitazawa said, getting to his feet. I have an errand to run first. Go ahead. Kurane waved him off and pulled out a pen. I'll get started on the research while you're out. Thanks. Kitazawa slipped on his shoes and headed out the door. On his way out that morning, Kitazawa stopped to buy 2 slices of bread for breakfast. He'd never been to Naruto's home before, but he knew the address from the student records. Before long, he arrived at his destination, an old, slightly run-down 2-story building. Kitazawa raised his hand and knocked on the door. Kitazawa-sensei. The door swung open to reveal Naruto, beaming with surprise and delight. Are you heading out somewhere? Kitazawa asked, eyeing his outfit with an amused twitch of his lips. I've been going on morning runs with Guy-sensei and Rock Lee lately, Naruto explained. Rock Lee, huh? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. It looked like his earlier advice had paid off. Guy had already taken Rock Lee under his wing and started training him. Well, your run's cancelled today, Kitazawa said. I'm taking you to meet a ninja who's a real expert with the transformation jutsu. Is he super strong? Naruto asked, curiosity blazing in his blue eyes. It's not just about being strong, Kitazawa said with a grin. This ninja's very rare and quite special. He's mastered 1,000 jutsu and he can help customize a transformation jutsu just for you. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up like fireworks. Ever since Kitazawa had shared those unofficial stories about Uchiha Madara, Naruto's mind had been bursting with wild, creative ideas for the transformation jutsu. Have I ever lied to you? Kitazawa teased. No. Naruto scratched his head, looking sheepish. Good. Let's go. Kitazawa gave him a light pat on the shoulder and started walking off. Wait for me. Naruto slammed the door shut behind him and sprinted to catch up. About your transformation jutsu, Kitazawa said as they walked, don't hold back. Whatever ideas you've got, just tell him. Okay, Kitazawa-sensei, Naruto nodded earnestly. But then his face fell, and he asked in a small voice, do you think he'll dislike me? Even though Naruto had been enjoying himself at the Ninja Academy lately, life outside of school was still the same, people kept their distance. Kitazawa paused, then shook his head. No, not at all. His name is Kakashi Hatake and he's good friends with Guy. Hearing that, Naruto immediately looked more relaxed. After all, anyone who could be Guy's friend had to be a little unusual and probably kind. He'd trained alongside Guy for a while, and if nothing else, they'd shared the same pain of endless push-ups and eccentric shouting matches. Because of his odd personality, Guy wasn't exactly popular. Neither was Naruto. Meanwhile, at Kakashi Hatake's place, a knock sounded at the door. Kakashi stiffened slightly. He already had a pretty good idea who it was, but even so, he felt a twinge of nervousness he hadn't experienced in years. He hadn't seen Naruto since the fourth Hokage's death. Kakashi took a slow breath and opened the door. The moment he did, his single visible eye went straight to Naruto's spiky blonde hair. Kakashi, Kitazawa said, stepping forward. This is Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi-sensei? Hello. Naruto burst out excitedly, grinning from ear to ear. Sensei. Kakashi froze for an instant, startled by the familiar honorific. He blinked, regaining his composure after a brief silence. Kakashi responded quietly. I'll leave you two to talk, Kitazawa said briskly. I've got some errands to run. Once Kitazawa departed, Kakashi turned and gestured Naruto inside. So, I hear you want to develop a new transformation jutsu. Yes. Naruto said, practically bouncing in place. Kakashi-sensei, will you help me? It's no trouble at all, Kakashi said, regaining his usual cool. Tell me what sort of idea do you have in mind? I want to use the transformation jutsu to turn into a beautiful woman and distract my enemies, Naruto declared, utterly earnest. Kakashi's body went rigid. A huge mental question mark practically hovered above his head. Did I hear that right? Who on earth planted this idea in his brain? Jiraiya-sama? Or Hokage-sama? Kakashi-sensei, Naruto went on, remembering something Kitazawa had once told him, do you know what a beautiful and sexy woman looks like? Kakashi stared at him, completely at a loss. 1,000 thoughts flew through his mind, but in the end, they all condensed into one silent cry. Kitazawa, you bastard, you've really thrown me into the deep end here. Chapter 40. Kitazawa wasn't sure if Kakashi was struggling right now, but personally, he was in quite a good mood. From his vantage point, he watched as Kurane leaned forward over the coffee table. Her pale arms rested on the surface, and the crimson fabric of her dress stretched taut across her figure, outlining her curves. At this close distance, he caught a subtle, pleasant fragrance lingering in the air. He couldn't tell whether it was her natural scent or simply her shampoo, but either way, it was distracting. Just then, Kurane lifted her head sharply. Kitazawa met her ruby-like eyes on instinct. You weren't like this before, she remarked, sitting upright and narrowing her gaze at him. The Kitazawa she remembered had never been so openly bold. He'd always been polite and gentle with everyone but kept a careful distance, never letting anyone get too close. But now, he didn't hesitate to look. People change, Kitazawa said, a faint smile curving his lips. Kurane studied him quietly, momentarily taken aback. That was when she realized the biggest difference in him. Kitazawa was brimming with confidence now. She wasn't sure why, but she had to admit, confidence looked good on him. And that was probably why she wasn't angry about being stared at. I like the new you better, she said, smiling back at him. Then, she steered the conversation back on track. So what are your ideas for Yakumo's second genjutsu? The therapeutic words jutsu helps lower a target's guard and ease mental strain, Kitazawa said, tapping his fingers lightly against the table. But for the second genjutsu, I want to take it further. I want it to compel the target to speak their true thoughts whether they want to or not. He was basing the concept on the idea of a truth serum from his previous life, a genjutsu he mentally dubbed the truth extraction jutsu. That's going to be a lot harder to pull off, Kurane Yui said thoughtfully. At minimum, it'd be a C rank jutsu, maybe even B rank. It won't be easy, that's true. Kitazawa gave a small laugh. But we're not in a rush. We've got time to research and develop it properly. Fair enough, Kurane agreed, nodding. Then she asked, are you still thinking of making it a sound-based genjutsu? To make it a bit simpler, I'm considering a visual approach instead, Kitazawa said after a brief pause. We could start by modifying the demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. Good idea, Kurane said, her eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. The hell viewing jutsu worked by manipulating a person's vision, creating vivid hallucinations that made them mistake one place or one person for another. In the original story, Kotetsu Hagane had used it to trick genin during the Chunin exams into entering the wrong classroom. We could absolutely have Yakumo appear as the person the patient trusts most, Kurane said, practically vibrating with excitement. It'd be the perfect way to make them open up. Exactly, Kitazawa said with a grin. You catch on quick. I'm just building on your ideas, Kurane said, giving him a sly look. When did you get so clever, anyway? People change, Kitazawa repeated, amusement twinkling in his eyes. Kurane rolled her eyes lightly. Do you even know how the hell viewing jutsu works? Nope, Kitazawa admitted with a small shrug. Never learned it. It seems I'm still good for something, then, Kurane said with a light laugh. She pulled out a ninjutsu scroll and held it up. Want me to teach it to you? There's no need to waste time on me, Kitazawa said, shaking his head. It's enough if you learn it. All right, Kurane said, accepting his decision. She knew Kitazawa's specialty was wind release jutsus, and there was no point in forcing the issue. Time slipped by unnoticed as they continued to talk and plan. Outside the window, the sunlight slowly faded, leaving only the last traces of crimson lingering across the sky. Come on, drink with me. Kurone raised her glass, eyes shining with excitement. After a long day spent researching genjutsu, the two of them finally sat down together for dinner. Cheers. Kitazawa grinned and clinked glasses with her before downing his drink in one smooth gulp. Ah. Kurone let out a satisfied sigh. She swayed slightly in her seat, her red dress rippling around her curves. Fill it up, she demanded, thrusting her glass toward him. Kitazawa reached for the sake bottle, but paused when he realized how light it felt in his hand. He gave it a quick shake, no sound at all. It's empty. You've had enough for today, he said, setting the bottle down. What did you just say? Kurone suddenly stood, leaning forward until her face was just inches from his. The scent of perfume and sake drifted over him, teasing his senses. Kitazawa's eyes flicked downward, catching sight of her soft, pink lips. He quickly reached out, pressing his hands to her shoulders and gently guiding her back into her chair. All the sake you brought is gone, he said, raising his voice over hers. Then go buy more. Kurone fired back without missing a beat. No way. Kitazawa crossed his arms. Drinking too much isn't good for you. Huh. Kurone glared at him, eyes narrowing as she demanded, are you going to buy it or not? Nope. Kitazawa stood his ground, utterly unfazed. You jerk? I'm not going to forget this. Kurone huffed, pouting as she bit her finger in frustration. Kitazawa couldn't help but chuckle. All right. Why don't you rest for a bit? Once I wash the dishes, I'll take you home. Humph. Kurone let out a dismissive snort. She pushed herself up, staggered over to the sofa, and flopped onto it dramatically. The soft bounce of her full hips didn't escape Kitazawa's notice. Kitazawa gathered up the plates and chopsticks, carrying them into the kitchen. About 10 minutes later, he peeled off his apron and stepped back into the living room. Okay, time to go home, Yui, he said. No, I'm not leaving. Kurone waved him off without lifting her head, rolling over on the sofa until her crimson dress fell half off her shoulder. What's this? Planning to sleep over? Kitazawa teased, grinning. Why not? Kurone sat up, hair falling around her face as she declared, I have to come back tomorrow anyway. It's too much trouble going back and forth. You're serious? Kitazawa blinked in surprise. Yep. Now, I'm going to take a bath. Where's your bathroom? Kurone pushed herself to her feet, swaying as she stood. Over there, Kitazawa said, pointing. He wasn't about to argue his place was spacious enough for a few overnight guests. Be careful, he added, stepping closer to steady her. I'm fine. Kurone elbowed him lightly and staggered toward the bathroom. Did you bring clothes to change into? Kitazawa called after her. Of course I did, she shot back, leaning against the bathroom door. Ninja always carried essentials for emergencies, at least the Chunin and Jonin did. Most genin simply couldn't afford fancy storage scrolls. Alright then. Let me know if you need anything. Kitazawa turned to go but paused when Kurone suddenly twisted around to look at him. She remembered how firmly he'd refused to buy more sake earlier and a playful glint entered her eyes. Hey, want to bathe together? She asked, a mischievous smile curling her lips. The look on her face practically said, I dare you. Sure. Kitazawa started walking toward her without missing a beat. Kurone's teasing grin froze. Panic flickered across her features. In a flash, she stumbled backward and slammed the bathroom door shut. Forget it? I changed my mind. I'm bathing alone and you're not allowed in. Leaning against the door, Kurone felt her heart pounding, his cheeks flushing hot. Chapter 41. An bonus chapter for reaching 200 power stones. Keep em coming, starstruck. Kitazawa couldn't help but chuckle as he stared at the closed bathroom door. Kurone might have a bold personality, but clearly, even she had her limits. I'm not coming in, he called out, amusement in his voice. Take your time. Turning away, he headed back into the living room and settled on the sofa. His mind shifted to the next training plans for his students. Naruto's transformation jutsu had already been passed on to Kakashi for further guidance. Naruto's goal was to rank in the top 10 for the next monthly exam, so his new regimen would be similar to Hinata's, endless drills and problem-solving practice. Sasuke, meanwhile, was fixated on mastering the Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke had completed tree climbing training, so Kitazawa planned to push him into chakra nature transformation next. For Hinata and Ino, Kitazawa didn't know the intricacies of their respective clans' secret jutsus, so he could only keep working on their chakra control and stamina. As for Yakumo, she still needed physical conditioning, developing her bloodline limit, and learning new genjutsu. In the bathroom, steam curled into the air. Kurone sank into the bathtub, exhaling slowly as the hot water eased her muscles. Her earlier fluster vanished as warmth soaked into her skin. What's gotten into that guy? She murmured. She lifted a pale arm, trailing her fingers across the surface of the water, which rippled around her slender silhouette. Her thoughts were tangled with confusion and a faint thrill. Kitazawa's behavior earlier had been unexpected. It was like seeing a quiet house cat suddenly turn into a fierce tiger. But, he's more interesting like this, she admitted, a small laugh escaping her lips. When she finished bathing, Kurone stepped out of the bathroom with her damp hair clinging to her neck and shoulders. Kitazawa heard her approach and instinctively turned. Kurane wore a loose, pale yukata, a lightweight kimono used like pajamas. Its draping folds hid her long legs, leaving only her bare feet visible. A shame, Kitazawa thought with a silent grin. No black stockings now. He stood and fetched the hairdryer. Kurane reached out to take it, but paused halfway, an impish idea sparking in her eyes. She withdrew her hand and tilted her head. I'm the guest, you know, she said, giving him a meaningful look. Kitazawa caught her implication and chuckled. All right, sit down. I'll dry your hair for you. Thanks, Kurane said, turning her back to him and sitting on the sofa. She sat up straight, leaning forward slightly. Kitazawa's gaze drifted over her. Even beneath the yukata, her back traced a graceful curve from her shoulders to her waist, hinting at the soft lines of her figure. He forced his attention upward and focused on her hair. Switching on the dryer, he gently ran warm air through the silky strands. A tiny, triumphant smile curved Kurane's lips as she basked in the attention. She glanced over her shoulder only to find Kitazawa wearing a completely focused, almost solemn expression. Her chest tightened unexpectedly. Quickly, she turned away again, dropping her gaze to her bare feet against the floor. The last person who'd helped dry her hair had been Shinkuyui, her father, who'd passed away many years ago. Kitazawa finally switched off the dryer. He brushed a few loose strands from her face. You'll sleep in the room on the left tonight, he said gently. Kurane stood and tucked her damp hair behind one ear, looking at him as if debating whether to say more. Something else on your mind? Kitazawa asked when she remained silent. No, nothing, she said quickly. She turned toward the hallway. Good night. See you tomorrow. Good night, he replied softly. She slipped into the guest room and closed the door. Kitazawa stared at the door for a moment, then shook himself from his thoughts. After a quick shower of his own, he headed for bed as well. The night passed quietly, and when Kitazawa opened his eyes, morning sunlight was already streaming into the room. He dressed, stepped out into the hallway and immediately caught the faint aroma of something delicious. Following the scent to the kitchen, he found Kurane standing at the stove. She wore a red dress with a white apron cinched around her waist. Her posture was perfectly straight, and her black stockings stretched just enough to accentuate the shape of her legs. I forgot to say yesterday that dress looks great on you. Kitazawa offered the compliment with an easy smile. Thanks. Kurane glanced over her shoulder, her expression cool yet secretly pleased. I should be thanking you for getting up so early to cook breakfast, Kitazawa added. It's nothing, Kurane replied lightly. You cooked dinner yesterday, so I'm returning the favor. After breakfast, the two settled back into discussing new genjutsu concepts for Yakumo. The day flew by in a blur of ideas and debate. When evening came, Kurane gathered her things and headed home. She didn't stay the night this time. Kitazawa felt a flicker of regret, but he quickly shook it off. Their relationship was progressing, step by step, and he could sense that things were growing closer between them. The next day marked the start of a new week and a new month. May had arrived. Outside the Ninja Academy, a small crowd gathered around the bulletin board displaying the latest exam results. Niji, you're first in the entire grade again. Tenten beamed, her twin bun hairstyle bouncing slightly as she spoke. She wore an expression of course he is. Hyuga Niji nodded, utterly calm. Since his enrollment, he'd held the top spot without fail. It no longer surprised him. Come on. There's nothing interesting to see here, Niji said, frowning as more students crowded around. Wait, hold on. Tenten leaned closer to the first-year rankings and suddenly gasped. Look at who's first place in the first year. Niji stopped mid-step, glancing back. His pale eyes narrowed when he read the name Hyuga Hinata listed at the top. That famous Uchiha Sasuke is only in second. Tenten sounded astonished. Seems he's just a so-called genius after all, Niji said coolly, his voice edged with scorn. With that, he turned on his heel and strode off toward their classroom. Tenten hurried after him. Inside the classroom, Rock Lee was doing handstand push-ups in his green jumpsuit, sweat dripping from his brow. Lee's been working really hard lately, Tenten observed. Diligence is meaningless against fate, Niji said, face expressionless. Tenten bit her lip, unsure how to respond. She'd been Niji's classmate for 2 years and knew him well. Despite his composed exterior, he often spoke with a sort of fatalistic gloom. You scored perfectly this time. You'll definitely be the outstanding student representative again, she said, changing the subject with a cheerful smile. I'm honestly a little jealous. If you want the title, you can have it, Niji said indifferently. I'm nowhere near qualified for that. That's a place for geniuses like you, Tenten replied, shaking her head. A genius shackled by fate isn't a genius at all, Niji said, his expression turning colder. Tenten sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. Talking to Niji could sometimes feel like trying to converse with a wall. At that moment, Mizuki entered the classroom, wearing a faintly apologetic smile. Niji, he said, I'm afraid the outstanding student representative this time, isn't you? It's Hyuga Hinata. What? Why not Niji? Tenten's eyes widened. Hinata's grades aren't quite as high as Niji's, Mizuki admitted, but this was ordered directly by the Hokage. There's nothing I can do. Tenten turned worried eyes on Niji. Despite claiming moments ago that he didn't care, Niji's composure slipped for an instant, a flicker of shock crossing his features. Mizuki, noticing it, felt a surge of secret satisfaction. He was deliberately stoking Niji's resentment, hoping to push him into stirring trouble with the first-year Class A. Let's see how Kitazawa deals with this mess, Mizuki thought, suppressing a smirk. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Morning, Hinata. Kitazawa opened the door and found a small figure waiting outside. Good morning, Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata said quickly, rising to her feet. Relax. Come sit and chat. Kitazawa crossed the room and sat opposite her. He unfurled a storage summoning scroll and began pulling out the breakfast he'd bought, placing items one by one on the table. Congratulations on earning first place in your class and first in the entire grade. He handed her a rice ball, smiling warmly. It's all because of your help, Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata said, taking the rice ball gently in her small hands. Her tone was earnest. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. Kitazawa reached out and gave her cheek a light pinch. Hinata froze, her eyes going wide. Then she instinctively lowered her gaze, a soft blush blooming across her face. There's one more thing I need to tell you, Kitazawa said, taking a bite of his own rice ball. Have you ever heard of the outstanding student representative? No, I haven't, Hinata said, her voice barely a whisper. This Friday, the school will be holding an awards ceremony, Kitazawa explained. They'll choose one student to give a speech in front of everyone. You don't mean. Hinata's eyes grew even wider as realization dawned, her words tripping over themselves in panic. You guessed right. Kitazawa gave her a gentle smile. The Hokage has chosen you to be the outstanding student representative for this ceremony. Hinata's pupils contracted. Her? Delivering a speech? And in front of the entire student body? And no, I can't possibly do that. Hinata exclaimed, waving her hands frantically and shaking her head. She looked utterly terrified. Hinata. Kitazawa reached over and gently took her hand. Why not? Hinata felt a sudden warmth radiating from his hand into hers. She stared down at it, silent for a few moments. Somehow, her panic began to fade, replaced by a shy calm. I'm worried I'll mess it up, she admitted softly, her ears turning red. Then you'll work hard to do your best. Kitazawa spoke gently. If you never try, you'll never know how well you could do. Hinata opened her mouth, hesitating. But another voice whispered in her mind, try. Don't disappoint Kitazawa-sensei. There's still 5 days left, plenty of time to prepare. Kitazawa encouraged her with a small grin. And if it really doesn't work out, we can always find someone else at the last minute. Oh okay, Hinata finally said, her resistance crumbling. Good. Spend the next couple of days drafting your speech, Kitazawa told her, noticing that even the pale skin of her neck was tinged pink. Hinata nodded, taking a slow, deep breath though her nerves still twisted inside her. Her mind felt completely blank. For now, eat. Kitazawa set a glass of milk in front of her. After class, you can head to the office to work on your draft. Hinata nodded again, a little shy but comforted. After breakfast, they made their way to the Class A classroom. Kitazawa-sensei. A voice rang out excitedly as Naruto bounded over. Naruto, what's got you so hyped up this morning? Kitazawa asked, approaching him. It worked? My new transformation jutsu finally worked. Naruto exclaimed, eyes sparkling. Already? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, but then realized it wasn't so surprising. The transformation jutsu was just an E-rank jutsu, and the sexy jutsu was merely a spin-off of it. Given that Kakashi was an elite jonin, a genius among geniuses, a mere E-rank jutsu would be child's play for him. And, well, it was definitely the kind of jutsu that would be right up Kakashi's alley. I'll show you right now, Naruto said eagerly. Kitazawa-sensei, prepare to be amazed. Wait. Kitazawa blurted, stopping him with an outstretched hand. If he uses the sexy jutsu right here in the classroom, my entire teaching career could go up in smoke. Save your demonstration for after class, Kitazawa said firmly. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, all right. You can show me at the training ground instead. Fine. Naruto's shoulders slumped a little. He'd been eager to show off in front of the entire class. Kitazawa, meanwhile, sighed in relief. Disaster and possibly his teaching license averted. The first class of the day was about the will of fire. Before it began, Kitazawa pulled Sasuke aside. After class, come to the training ground, he said. Ordinary students weren't allowed to skip lessons. But Sasuke, like Hinata, was talented enough that missing a class or two wouldn't hold him back. After the bell rang, Kitazawa led Naruto and Sasuke out to the school's training grounds. Can I show it now? Naruto asked, practically vibrating with excitement. Show what? Sasuke asked, lifting a brow. My brand new transformation jutsu. Naruto announced proudly. A jutsu I invented myself. What? Sasuke blinked, stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around Naruto inventing ninjutsu. Sasuke himself, a so-called genius, hadn't even come close to creating his own jutsu. Seeing the normally cool and collected Uchiha Sasuke look so rattled made Naruto puff up with even more enthusiasm. Sasuke, better close your eyes, Kitazawa warned. Why? Is there something I'm not supposed to see? Sasuke widened his eyes instead. Watch closely, Naruto declared. He formed hand signs. Chakra surged around him and suddenly, his body shimmered and morphed. A burst of smoke cleared to reveal a golden-haired, blue-eyed, completely naked beauty, striking a provocative pose. Kitazawa merely pinched the bridge of his nose. He'd been expecting this. Sasuke, however, looked like he'd just witnessed a murder. His eyes went wide. His entire face turned crimson and then his nose exploded in a gush of blood. Tada! What do you think, Kitazawa-sensei? Naruto spun in place, hair and curves bouncing dramatically. First turn it off. Right now? Kitazawa said, eyes twitching. Oh, right. Naruto dispelled the jutsu in a puff of smoke, returning to his normal self. Sasuke staggered backward, still clutching his nose. You created that kind of ninjutsu. Sasuke yelled, pointing an accusing finger, his voice shaking. Are you insane? Is something wrong with it? Naruto asked innocently, scratching his head. Sasuke opened his mouth, then closed it again. He was utterly defeated by Naruto's clueless sincerity. This jutsu is surprisingly effective, Kitazawa admitted after clearing his throat. But you should only use it in life or death emergencies. He'd realized, as Naruto performed the signs, that Naruto had already mastered the so-called sexy jutsu. Technically, it was just the transformation jutsu with a unique twist. Alright, you can go back to class, Kitazawa said with a dismissive wave. See ya, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto called over his shoulder as he trotted away. Just then, 3 lines of text blinked into Kitazawa's vision. Current mission, learn the signature jutsu of your lifelong rival, Uzumaki Naruto the sexy jutsu. Mission reward, increase maximum chakra capacity by 1/10 of Kakashi's chakra capacity. Mission complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa felt a sudden surge of power rush through his body. This is real power. Clenching his fists, he relished the feeling. Once he'd adapted to the new chakra capacity, Kitazawa quickly performed a string of hand signs. Sasuke, still pale and recovering from trauma, suddenly stared as a massive fireball formed out of thin air. A roaring sphere of flames, nearly 10 meters in diameter, burned so intensely that Sasuke felt as if he were staring into the sun. Tell me, Sasuke, Kitazawa said calmly, lowering his hands, do you think this great fireball jutsu could rival your brother's? Sasuke gulped, eyes wide. Why, yeah, definitely. Good. Kitazawa nodded. Now let's get back to training. Time to teach you about chakra nature transformation for fire release. Do you know what defines the fire element? Burning. Sasuke offered after thinking for a moment. Correct. Kitazawa glanced around and picked up a leaf. He held it out. Your first exercise is simple, make it catch fire. Sasuke took the leaf, cradling it in his left hand. He held his right palm above it, brows furrowed in concentration. Slowly, he gathered fire release chakra. The leaf dried out under the heat but it stubbornly refused to ignite. Kitazawa watched, lips twitching into a faint smile. Chapter 43, an bonus chapter for reaching 300 power stones. Keep them coming? Kitazawa watched for a while, then gave a slight nod of approval. Sasuke truly lived up to his legacy as one of the original protagonists. His talent was undeniable. He had already begun to grasp the fundamentals of chakra nature transformation. It was only a matter of time before he succeeded. Forming a string of hand signs, Kitazawa created a shadow clone. The clone remained behind to supervise Sasuke's training, while his original body returned to the school office. Kitazawa-sensei, a soft voice greeted him. Hinata looked up from her desk, her pen momentarily paused. What are you planning to write for your speech? Kitazawa asked, stepping behind her with a gentle smile. I was thinking of sharing some of my study methods, Hinata replied, turning to glance at him. Is that all right? Of course it is. Kitazawa lightly patted her head. Hinata, you're ranked first in the entire grade. You should have more confidence in yourself. Hinata nodded, warmth blooming in her chest. His words filled her with new motivation. You work on the first draft, Kitazawa said, heading to his own desk. I'll help you review it once you're done. As Hinata resumed writing, Kitazawa crossed his arms and leaned back in thought. One of his current goals was to get Naruto into the top 10 for the next monthly exam. Realistically speaking, that wasn't going to be easy. There was only one viable strategy, cram preparation, helping Naruto review the specific material that would be covered. As for the practical exam, there was actually a decent shot. Naruto could easily place first in the physical test. And if his clone jutsu and ninja tool accuracy improved just a little, a top 10 ranking was within reach. Kitazawa unrolled a blank scroll and started drafting supplementary review questions. He'd briefly considered pulling Naruto out of class for intensive training, but since Naruto hadn't even mastered the basics yet, skipping class would do more harm than good. That left only one option: after-school training. Afternoon arrived. I'm finished, Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata said, walking up to him, hands clutching her draft nervously. Kitazawa took the speech and gave it a careful read. Just as she'd said, it focused on her study habits, logical and honest, but lacking impact. You're missing a strong ending, he said, looking up at her with a reassuring smile. You need to leave the audience with something meaningful. Hinata tilted her head, confused. It's okay. I'll show you what I mean. Kitazawa picked up a pen and began writing at the bottom of the page. Under the guidance of the Hokage, we must inherit the will of fire. Hinata stood on her tiptoes, leaning over the desk to read it as he wrote. Her brows furrowed slightly, processing his words. I think you can polish this a bit more tomorrow, Kitazawa said, setting the pen down. For now, let's head to class. Oh okay. Hinata nodded quickly, falling in step beside him. They returned to the training ground for the final lesson of the day, practical combat class. Today's focus is once again the clone jutsu, Kitazawa announced, standing before first-year Class A. If you failed to pass it during the last exam, I'll be offering personalized guidance. Several students groaned in dismay. Those who've already mastered the jutsu may use the time for free training. With a flash of hand signs, Kitazawa summoned another shadow clone. Students who need help, follow the clone. Immediately, the class split into two groups. Ino, can I join you guys for special training? Sakura Haruno asked, latching onto Ino's arm. Ino gave her a skeptical look. Are you really here to train? Or do you just want to spy on someone? Sakura flushed. She had, after all, passed the clone jutsu and her primary motive was catching a glimpse of Sasuke. I'm warning you now, Ino said sternly, folding her arms. Whatever your reason, if you're joining our group, you'd better be serious about it. Sakura froze for a moment. At that instant, she felt as though her best friend had become someone else entirely, a version of Ino who carried a new kind of maturity and resolve. I understand. I'll train seriously, Sakura said, gritting her teeth. As long as she could be near Sasuke, a bit of hardship was nothing to her. I'll take you to Kitazawa-sensei. With that, Ino grabbed Sakura's hand and led her over. Kitazawa-sensei. Sakura called out, hope shining in her eyes. Can I join the special training too? Kitazawa paused, considering it. One more student or one less didn't really make a difference to him. Besides, the main reason he was running these special sessions was to complete missions assigned by the system. Just then, 4 lines of glowing text appeared in front of his eyes. As class monitor, you should try your best to fulfill your classmates' requests. Current mission, help your classmate Sakura Haruno complete tree climbing training. Mission reward, Hemastasis Jutsu. Accept? Oh, that's quite a nice perk. She really was one of the original heroines, after all. Hemastasis Jutsu, a D-rank medical ninjutsu, could stop bleeding from ordinary wounds. It might not sound flashy, but it was practical and life-saving. Alright, let's head to the training ground. Kitazawa nodded. Thank you so much, Kitazawa-sensei. Sakura exclaimed, practically bouncing with excitement, her fists pumping in the air. Soon, they arrived at the nearby training ground. Aside from Ino and Sakura, Hinata was there as well. Naruto was absent since he was still struggling to master the clone jutsu, and Yakumo was away training genjutsu with Kurone. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's eyes lit up the moment she spotted Uchiha Sasuke. She shouted his name so loudly that it echoed across the field. But Sasuke didn't even glance her way. Silence, Kitazawa admonished her. He's practicing chakra nature transformation and can't afford distractions. Sorry. Sakura quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. Sakura, my shadow clone will help guide you through tree climbing practice to improve your chakra control, Kitazawa instructed. Ino and Hinata, you two come with me. Under his lead, the 3 of them made their way to the school's artificial lake. Today, we'll be training on water walking. Kitazawa leapt forward, chakra concentrated in the soles of his feet. He stepped lightly onto the lake's surface, walking all the way across before returning to solid ground. Water walking is a continuation of chakra control training, but it's trickier than tree climbing, he explained. Because water's a liquid, it can't support your weight if your chakra flow is unstable. One slip, and you'll be swimming. Ino nodded eagerly, brimming with determination. Hinata, meanwhile, looked uneasy. Even though her chakra control was technically better than Ino's, her timid personality often affected her performance. Don't worry so much, Kitazawa said with a warm smile. If you fall in, I'll fish you out. Then I'm counting on you, Kitazawa-sensei, Ino said with a playful grin, then boldly stepped out onto the water. Go ahead, Kitazawa said, giving Hinata an encouraging pat on the head. Hinata exhaled softly, stealing her nerves. Carefully, she lifted her foot and placed it onto the shimmering lake surface. Kitazawa stood by the shore, watchful. Whenever either girl started to wobble dangerously, he darted forward, scooped them up, and carried them back to dry land so they could rest and try again. The lesson passed quickly. Afterward, Kitazawa summoned Naruto over. Here, take this, he said, handing Naruto a scroll. I want you to finish these practice papers at home. Huh. Naruto blinked, staring at it as though it might bite him. You finished 17th in the last monthly exam, Kitazawa reminded him firmly. Don't you want to break into the top 10 next time? Yes, I do. Naruto clenched his fists, staring down at the scroll with newfound determination. I'll get it done. If you make the top 10 in the next exam, Kitazawa said with a sly smile, I'll give you an extra reward. In addition to treating you to ramen, I'll teach you a powerful new jutsu. For real. Naruto lit up like a bonfire. By the name of the future Hokage, I swear I'll make the top 10. Kitazawa couldn't help the faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ah, that line again. Chapter 44, Chapter 44. Fueled by the thought of Kitazawa's promised reward, Naruto threw himself into his homework as soon as he got home. But soon enough, his face scrunched up in agony. A person can do anything when they're fired up, except math problems. Naruto scratched his head, utterly baffled. Why did ninjas have to study so many subjects? Wouldn't it be enough just to beat up the bad guys? Naruto, a familiar voice called out. Grandpa Hokage. Naruto shouted in surprise as Hiruzen stepped into the room. What are you doing here? I just got off work and thought I'd come see you. Hiruzen glanced at the mess of papers on Naruto's desk. Is this homework? Yeah, Naruto replied, puffing up his chest a little. Kitazawa-sensei gave it to me. He wants me to make it into the top 10 in the next monthly exam. Hiruzen nodded approvingly. Not bad. That Kitazawa is certainly diligent. I only spoke to him about this 2 days ago, and he's already putting it into action. You've been training with Kakashi for the past couple of days, Hiruzen said, shifting the topic. What do you think of him? He's awesome, Naruto exclaimed, throwing a thumbs up. He knows everything. If you like him, I could arrange for him to be your sensei, Hiruzen offered with a smile. Huh. Naruto froze, blinking in confusion. After a moment, he scratched his cheek and muttered, I still like Kitazawa-sensei better. Hiruzen chuckled. You misunderstand. I'm not saying Kakashi would become a teacher at the Ninja Academy. I mean he could be your squad leader after you graduate. Can't Kitazawa-sensei be my squad leader after I graduate? Naruto asked, sensing something was off. He can't, Hiruzen said gently but firmly. He has his own duties. He didn't mention the other part. He was thinking that in his opinion, Kitazawa's strength wasn't quite on par with the demands of a Jonin squad leader. I see. Naruto's shoulders slumped. If Kitazawa-sensei can't, then I guess Kakashi-sensei it is. Hiruzen couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated at Naruto's reluctant tone. In the entire Hidden Leaf Village, no one would ever compare Kitazawa and Kakashi. They're simply not in the same league. One is an ordinary Chunin teacher. The other was a Jonin at 12, a true genius. What ninjutsu did Kakashi teach you? Hiruzen asked, genuinely curious. I'll show you. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he bounced up, shouting, this will definitely surprise you. Oh, really? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, chuckling. I'm the Hokage. I've seen countless jutsu in my time. It takes a lot to surprise me. But the next second, his entire body froze. 2 bright streams of blood gushed from his nose. Naruto beamed with pride. Huh? I'm awesome. I actually made the Hokage get a nosebleed. What on earth did Kakashi teach you? Hiruzen roared, clamping a hand over his face, eyes blazing with fury. Meanwhile, Kitazawa had no idea that Kakashi had just taken the blame for him yet again. He and Hinata were on their way home. Trailing quietly in the shadows was Hinata's bodyguard, Hyuga Ko. The only reason Kitazawa could be so relaxed around Hinata was because Hyuga Hayashi tacitly allowed it. Hayashi had noticed the remarkable change in his daughter's personality. In the past, he'd tried countless methods to correct Hinata's timid nature, but the more he pushed, the worse it had become. Eventually, his frustrations had even contributed to the birth of Hyuga Hanabi, his younger daughter. Now, seeing hope flicker in Hinata once again, Hayashi chose not to interfere with Kitazawa's influence. Hinata, Kitazawa said as they reached his shop. He opened the door and turned back to her with a gentle smile. I want to hire you as a shop assistant for 3 hours. Want to help me sell some goods? Hinata, who had been glancing around the shop in quiet curiosity, froze in surprise. How about it? Kitazawa picked up a price list from the counter and waved it lightly. Interested. His motive was simple, to help Hinata build confidence. Her biggest hurdle was her extreme shyness, and having more interactions with people would gradually help her open up. I'll do it. After a moment's hesitation, Hinata nodded firmly. Great. Here's the price list. Kitazawa handed it to her, smiling. I'll show you around and explain the products. Just then, 4 glowing lines of text appeared in front of Kitazawa's eyes. He blinked, then read them silently. Your lifelong rival, Uzumaki Naruto, has already found a squad leader. You can't fall behind. Current mission, before graduation, find a squad leader who holds higher status and greater power than Kakashi Itachi. Mission reward, rewards will be granted based on your chosen squad leader. Accept? Kitazawa stared blankly at the message, dumbfounded. Higher status and stronger than Kakashi Itachi. Just where the hell am I supposed to find someone like that? A flood of information about potential rewards poured into Kitazawa's mind. If he became Hiruzen's student, he'd gain the 5 release, great consecutive ball technique. If it was Tsunade, he could learn the strength of 100 seal. Jiraiya would grant him the super big ball raise non. Danzo Shimura would offer the reverse 4 symbol sealing technique. Kitazawa rubbed his temples helplessly. Seriously, is this even a mission meant for humans? Can someone like me even pull this off? According to Konoha village regulations, after graduating from the Ninja Academy, squad leaders were assigned based on each student's performance. But the problem was, Kitazawa had graduated years ago. If he really wanted to find a squad leader, he might have been able to bluff his way through. Unfortunately, the system's list left no room for bluffing. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Danzo Shimura, each option screamed nightmare difficulty. Kitazawa considered it carefully and decided Tsunade was his most likely shot if Yakumo could help cure her hemophobia. With a sigh, he pushed the matter aside for now and returned to introducing products to Hinata. Once Hinata got familiar with everything, Kitazawa let her take over behind the counter. Hinata sat stiffly, eyes glued nervously to the door. A few minutes later, a young ninja stepped inside. Welcome. Hinata stammered, springing to her feet. Kitazawa-senpai, when did you get such a cute shop assistant? The young ninja exclaimed, eyes widening in surprise. Izumo. Kitazawa chuckled. This is my student, Hyuga Hinata. The young ninja was Izumo Kamizuki, one of Konoha's gatekeepers, along with Katetsu Hagane. In the original timeline, he'd served as an examiner during the Chunin exams and had fought against Akatsuki's Kakuzo and Haiden alongside Asuma Sarutobi. You're actually hiring students now. Izumo teased. Hinata, don't forget to ask your sensei for double pay. I don't want money. Hinata gasped, face turning crimson as she shot Kitazawa a frantic glance. Alright, what are you looking to buy today? Kitazawa asked, grinning. I'll give you a 10% discount. Wow, you're feeling generous today. Izumo's eyes sparkled. Then I won't hold back, senpai. Hinata. Kitazawa nodded toward her. Note down everything he picks up and total the bill. Oh okay. Though flustered, Hinata didn't make a single mistake. 3 hours later, Kitazawa locked the shop door, ending the day's business. Hinata let out a long breath, visibly relieved. As the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter, the experience of working as a shop assistant was both novel and eye-opening. She'd met many villagers and, while she'd been nervous at first, she was noticeably calmer by the end. On Thursday afternoon, Kitazawa watched as Sakura finally made it to the top of the tree. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. 4 days to complete tree climbing training. Her chakra control was impressive. No wonder Sakura would one day inherit Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and become one of the new legendary Chunin. Current mission, help your classmate Sakura Haruno complete tree climbing training. Mission reward, hemostasis technique. Mission complete. Reward granted. Kitazawa smiled faintly. Hemostasis technique, it's like stumbling across unexpected treasure. What a great profit. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke shot a look at Sakura. He hadn't expected her to finish tree climbing faster than he did. But, she was still too annoying. He stared at the leaf in his hand, a leaf now dried and brittle. It was the result of his 4 days of training. I'll keep pushing forward. The thought of surpassing Itachi in the great fireball jutsu filled Sasuke with renewed determination. Kitazawa set up advanced tree climbing exercises for Sakura, hoping to push her even further. Unfortunately, no new mission appeared. Finally, Friday arrived. The 2 morning classes were cancelled and replaced with the school's award ceremony. Kitazawa made his way to the office and immediately spotted Hinata, her face tense with nerves. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Kitazawa's office. Hinata paced nervously, clutching her speech manuscript. Her small face was pale, her eyes filled with anxiety. She only stopped when the office door creaked open, and Kitazawa stepped inside. Feeling nervous? Kitazawa asked gently, walking over and giving her hair a light pat. Yes. Hinata admitted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Over the past few weeks, Kitazawa had given her special training, putting his heart into helping her grow. Yet now that the moment had come, she felt as though she was letting him down. It's normal to be nervous, Kitazawa reassured her with a smile. Let's eat something first. He opened a summoning storage scroll and produced a spread of delicious-looking food. A rich, savory aroma filled the office, and Hinata's stomach gave a tiny growl. Her face turned even redder. Here, eat, Kitazawa said, handing her a piece of sushi. Tea, thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata said softly. She took a bite. Somehow, the sushi tasted sweeter than anything she'd ever eaten. She savored the flavor, glancing at Kitazawa before quickly looking away again, her face pink. Hinata sat on the sofa, eating daintily, her feet swinging slightly with each bite. Little by little, her earlier tension melted away. I'm full, Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata finally said, setting down her empty glass of milk. Good, Kitazawa replied. Now, I'll teach you a little trick to calm your nerves. He picked up a rice ball from the tray and held it up. When you're on stage, just imagine that everyone in front of you is an onigiri. That way, you won't be so nervous. Huh. Hinata blinked at him in bewilderment. Will that really work? Let's go. It's time to head to the training ground. Kitazawa said, putting away the leftover food. Hearing that, Hinata felt her nerves spike again, her heart beating wildly. Trailing behind Kitazawa, she remembered his odd little method and began murmuring to herself. Rice balls, you're all rice balls. For some reason, repeating the words made her feel a little braver. Training ground. Students from all 6 grades were lined up in neat formations. Kitazawa led Hinata straight toward the raised platform. Kitazawa. A voice called out to him. Kitazawa turned and saw Hisao Sarutobi, who gave him a polite nod. Kitazawa was now quite a notable figure at the Ninja Academy, trusted deeply by the 3rd Hokage himself. Hisao Sarutobi, a member of the Sarutobi clan and the Academy's vice principal, made it a point to stay on friendly terms with him. Vice principal. Kitazawa returned the greeting respectfully. At precisely 8:30 a.m., the commendation ceremony began. First on the agenda was a speech from the outstanding student representative. Hinata, Kitazawa said softly, leaning closer. Remember what I told you. Hinata didn't speak, only nodded. She took a deep breath and stepped forward toward the podium. As countless eyes turned to her, her body trembled instinctively. A wave of panic welled up inside her. Rice balls, they're all rice balls. She clenched her fists, took another breath, and began to speak. In the formation of 2nd year Class A, Niji listened in mild shock. He hadn't expected Hinata to even make it onto the stage, much less deliver a coherent speech. In Niji's opinion, Hinata had never been suited to be a ninja. She was too timid, too soft. The only advantage she possessed was her luck in being born into the main family. Let's see how much you've really changed, Niji thought, recalling Mizuki's suggestion from the day before. He hadn't been interested initially, but now, curiosity sparked within him. Mizuki's idea was simple, a friendly sparring match between the 2 classes. Half an hour later, Hinata finished her speech. Warm applause rippled through the training grounds. Hinata blinked, as if waking from a trance. She'd been so immersed in reading her manuscript, she'd completely forgotten the rows of students staring back at her. Hearing the applause, a flicker of delight rose in her chest. This actually feels pretty good. She held her speech notes to her chest, gave a shy little wave to the crowd, and stepped down from the platform. Kitazawa-sensei, she called out, her voice bright and excited. Hinata's small face glowed pink with excitement. Congratulations on finishing your speech, Kitazawa said with a warm smile. See, everyone's applauding for you. Yes. Hinata nodded enthusiastically. In that moment, it felt as though a whole new world had opened up for her. If she had to give another speech, she was sure she could do even better next time. Do you feel ready to defeat Torinosuke now? Kitazawa asked, smoothly shifting the conversation. I can. Hinata hesitated briefly, then answered in a firm, determined voice. Hinata, you've grown so much, Kitazawa praised, giving her head a gentle pat. Come on, let's go back to the class 1 formation. The two of them returned to join the other first-year students. Hinata, you were amazing. Ino exclaimed with a big smile. Next time, I want to give a speech too, Naruto declared eagerly. He loved the idea of standing in front of a crowd, soaking up everyone's attention. If people cheered for him, it would mean he'd finally earned their recognition. You. Kiba snorted. Please. If anyone's giving a speech next time, it's gonna be me. We'll see who's ranked higher after next month's exam. Naruto shot back, full of confidence. He wasn't just betting on himself, he was betting on Kitazawa-sensei's training. It'll be me, Sasuke suddenly interjected. Everyone fell silent and turned to stare at him, shocked. Sasuke was always so aloof and rarely joined in their conversations, so his sudden comment left them all stunned. All right, enough chatter, Kitazawa said, clapping his hands. Quiet down. The principal's about to give his speech. The second and most important part of the ceremony began, the official commendations. One by one, Hisao Sarutobi called out the top 30 students from each grade. Now, I'd like to invite the principal to deliver his closing remarks for this month's exams, Hisao announced with a smile after finishing the awards. A familiar figure appeared seemingly out of thin air. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, dressed in his Hokage robes. Instantly, the training grounds erupted with cheers. Hiruzen's charisma and tireless efforts to maintain his image had earned him immense respect throughout Konoha. But there was also a ripple of surprise. After all, the Hokage didn't usually show up for a simple monthly commendation ceremony. Normally, he only appeared at the opening and graduation ceremonies. Now then, I have just 6 brief points to discuss. Hiruzen began, looking pleased by the enthusiastic reaction. Kitazawa twitched his lips. I've got a bad feeling about this. And sure enough, Hiruzen went on for 2 full hours. If it hadn't been for time constraints, he might have kept going even longer. When the ceremony finally ended, the students dispersed and headed back to their classrooms. Kitazawa was just about to leave when Mizuki stepped in front of him. Your class really stole the spotlight this month, Mizuki said, forcing a grin. Some of my students want to challenge yours. How about we set up a friendly match between our classes? No way, Kitazawa shot back immediately. What? Why not? Mizuki sputtered, caught off guard. You're seriously asking me that? Kitazawa scoffed. A bunch of second-year students fighting first years? Other than calling it shameless, I can't think of another word for it. A single year's difference in training was no small gap. Kitazawa wasn't about to let his students get trounced just to stroke someone else's ego. Wait. Mizuki chased after him. We can negotiate. You can decide the time, the place, even the rules of the match. He was well aware of how tough it would be for second years to justify steamrolling first years. So he tried to sweeten the deal by leaving all the terms up to Kitazawa. Chapter 46. Kitazawa stopped in his tracks. If it had been an ordinary second-year class, he would have agreed without hesitation. After all, his class was overflowing with talent. Each of the future Konoha 12 rookies had the potential to challenge upperclassmen. But Mizuki's class wasn't ordinary. It had Hyuga Niji. In the original timeline, Niji had been the strongest of the Konoha 12 in the early stages. Even when Naruto finally defeated him in the Chunin exams, he'd needed the Ninetales chakra to do it. And right now, Naruto couldn't tap into the Ninetales at all. Sasuke hadn't awakened his Sharingan yet, and the others were even less likely to be a match for Niji in direct combat. Still, that didn't mean there was no way to win. They could change the form of the contest, a competition of chakra control, for example. But what really made Kitazawa pause was the sudden appearance of a mission notification in his mind. An outside class has challenged your class. As class representative, you must accept the challenge. Current mission, defeat second-year class A in a friendly match. Reward, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Kitazawa's eyes lit up. That reward was worth the risk. The Byakugan, combined with gentle fist, was the reason the Hyuga clan had remained powerful for centuries. Though the Hyuga had never produced monsters like Uchiha Madara, their techniques were more than enough to deal with most shinobi. Among their taijutsu, 8 trigrams 64 palms and rotation were the most iconic. If rotation could be considered S-rank difficulty, 8 trigrams 64 palms was likely A rank. And both of them were secret arts reserved for the Hyuga main family, never taught to branch members. How about it, Kitazawa? Mizuki pressed, sensing a chance. He was desperate to beat Kitazawa just once. Even if it was an unfair fight, victory was still victory. All right. Kitazawa finally spoke, his tone calm but deliberate. But I have one condition. What condition? Mizuki asked quickly. If my class wins, you'll agree to grant me one request no matter what it is. Kitazawa said it so casually, as if it were nothing at all. In reality, he was already thinking about the mission to send Mizuki to prison. Given Mizuki's personality, he'd definitely give Kitazawa the opportunity he needed. Fine. Mizuki paused, then narrowed his eyes. And if your class loses? Losing is hardly unusual, is it? Kitazawa countered smoothly. Mizuki's mouth twitched. You shameless bastard. You're not even willing to take the tiniest risk. Once I've decided on the rules of the match, I'll let you know. Kitazawa gave a polite smile, turned, and walked off toward the faculty office. When your class gets utterly crushed, let's see if you can still smile, Mizuki muttered under his breath, fists clenching. No matter what scheme Kitazawa cooked up, none of it would matter in the face of overwhelming strength. Second-year Class A was an entire year ahead. If they actually lost to a group of first years, he might as well slam his head into the Hokage monument. Kitazawa returned to the office and found Sasuke waiting silently by the door. He didn't even have to ask why. My shadow clone will take you to train. Kitazawa formed a quick set of hand seals, and a clone appeared beside him. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke gave a curt nod and followed the clone out. Kitazawa watched the boys back recede down the hall, deep in thought. If Sasuke could awaken his Sharingan in time, could he stand a chance against Niji? There was a possibility but only a slim one. A one-tomo Sharingan wouldn't have much of an advantage against the Byakugan, and awakening it was no simple feat. Sasuke had only unlocked it during the Uchiha clan massacre after the trauma of losing everything. Kitazawa frowned. He couldn't think of anything that could replicate that kind of emotional shock. As for Naruto, the Nine Tails was a power he didn't dare meddle with at all. It seems I'll have to tackle this from a few different angles. Kitazawa picked up a pen, paused in thought, then began writing on a scroll, chakra shape and chakra control. A chakra shape competition was simple enough. It was a battle to see whose ninjutsu packed the most power. Immediately, Kitazawa thought of Sasuke's great fireball jutsu. With Sasuke competing, securing first place in that category shouldn't be an issue. As for chakra control, that spoke for itself, tree climbing, water walking, and other precise feats. But if he only proposed those two events, Mizuki might balk at the idea. So Kitazawa thought for a moment longer and added two more categories. One was a physical fitness test. The other, actual combat. With Uzumaki Naruto in the physical fitness round, victory there was practically guaranteed. And actual combat was undoubtedly what Mizuki most wanted to see. However, a full class, one-on-one battle would be a disaster for him. Talented ninja could occasionally fight above their level, but true geniuses were rare. Most of the kids in his class were still just normal students. Without a year's worth of additional training, losing to the second years was inevitable. So Kitazawa made a decision. They'd compete in a best-of-5 format. After all, there was only one Hyuga Niji. It would be a contest of quality over quantity. When should I schedule it? Kitazawa stroked his chin, lost in thought. If he gave Mizuki too much advance notice, the man would definitely organize targeted training for his students. Not that Kitazawa was particularly worried. If both classes trained equally hard, talent would decide the outcome. And among the Konoha 12 rookies, he had 9 on his side. Mizuki only had 3. The advantage was obvious. After doing some mental calculations, Kitazawa decided to hold the event right after the next monthly exams. A month was just enough time. Too short for Mizuki to stage a special training miracle, but perfect for refining Sasuke, Hinata, and Ino's abilities. Satisfied, Kitazawa rolled up the scroll and headed to Mizuki's office. Mizuki read the scroll in silence, then smiled in easy agreement. In his mind, there was no way he could lose any of those 4 events. For the first 3, he was certain Hyuga Niji would sweep first place. And in actual combat, he believed he could win at least one match, and count on the rest of his class to secure the other 2 victories. In short, Mizuki felt the odds were firmly stacked in his favor. Kitazawa, however, didn't bother returning to the faculty office. Instead, he headed straight for Kurene's house. He was determined to help Yakumo become a psychological medic as quickly as possible. That way, he could establish contact with Tsunade and eventually complete his own mission. Kitazawa, you came at the perfect time. Kurene greeted him with a bright wave. You're in high spirits today. Don't tell me you finished developing the truth extraction jutsu. Kitazawa teased as he approached. It's not the truth extraction jutsu, it's Yakumo's bloodline limit. Kurene's eyes sparkled. Yakumo, show him what you can do. Okay. Yakumo stepped forward and held up a painting. Under Kitazawa's gaze, the white cat depicted on the paper seemed to come alive, springing from the canvas and landing gracefully on the floor. Meow. The cat trotted over and nuzzled against Kitazawa's pant leg, its soft fur tickling his skin. Kitazawa crouched down and reached out to scratch it behind the ears. It feels completely real. Kurene beamed. This is a genjutsu Yakumo developed using her bloodline limit. It's called genjutsu, false reality. I have to thank Kitazawa-sensei for giving me the idea, Yakumo said shyly. You told me to try channeling my bloodline limit through painting. Kitazawa was pleasantly surprised, though not entirely shocked. After all, genjutsu, false reality existed in the original timeline. It allowed illusions to manifest physically, turning the contents of a painting into real, tangible creations. Then a thought struck him. This could be my secret weapon against Mizuki. Yakumo's bloodline limit was undoubtedly on par with Mangekyo Sharingan level abilities. She might even be able to defeat Niji. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Sunday morning. Kitazawa stumbled out of bed, still half asleep, and automatically shuffled toward the bathroom. But after a few steps, his eyes flew open, and he was suddenly wide awake. Standing in front of him was Kurane Yui. In a rush, memories of last night came back. Just like the previous weekend, they'd stayed up late working together on Yakumo's new genjutsu, the truth extraction jutsu. Good morning, Kitazawa. Kurane eyed him up and down, a flicker of surprise glinting in her crimson eyes. Kitazawa froze, realizing something, and quickly fumbled to button his pajama top. I'm not afraid, so what are you so shy about? Kurane teased him with a sly smile. I'm not afraid, Kitazawa shot back, adjusting his collar. I just don't want things to be unfair. Why should only you get to look? At that, Kurane chuckled. She was still dressed in her low-cut red dress, showing off a flash of cleavage. This morning, though, she wasn't wearing her usual black stockings, probably because she'd just woken up. Oh, she purred, trailing her slender fingers along her moist, red lips. Then, where exactly do you want to look? Kitazawa blinked, momentarily stunned. He'd never seen Kurane act so flirtatious and playful. Is this the real her, or have we just spent too much time together? Your legs, Kitazawa said finally, utterly honest. You actually dare to say it. Kurane froze for a second, then stepped closer, lifted one elegant foot, and planted it lightly against his leg. The touch was soft and cool and far too brief. Kitazawa swallowed, feeling an immediate pang of regret. If only she were, cough cough. How is this my fault? Kitazawa protested, hands raised. I was just answering your question. You talk like you're the one being bullied here. Kurane rolled her eyes at him. I am being bullied. Kitazawa insisted. I didn't even see anything. Kurane studied him for a moment, feeling like she'd underestimated him. After a huff, she turned away, tossing her hair over her shoulder. I'm making breakfast, she said over her shoulder as she disappeared into the kitchen. Kurane exhaled deeply as she went about her cooking. I was just trying to tease him. When did this guy get so good at talking back? Then, remembering the brief glimpse she'd caught earlier, she allowed herself a small, private smile. Though I have to admit, he's got quite a nice body. A few minutes later, the two of them sat at the table. Thanks, Kitazawa said, eyeing the steaming bowl of char siu ramen before him. It's nothing special, Kurane replied. Not as good as Ichiraku ramen. Just make do with it. That's not necessarily true, Kitazawa said, flashing a grin. Ever heard the phrase feast for the eyes? Kurane paused, chopsticks halfway to her mouth, then snorted. You and your weird sayings. Where do you learn this stuff? I'm a teacher at the Ninja Academy, Kitazawa said loftily. It's normal for me to know more than most people. Ha. As if being a Ninja Academy teacher makes you some great sage. Kurane shook her head. In many people's minds, only ninja with no ambition ended up teaching at the academy. And honestly, that perception wasn't entirely wrong. Ninjas with big dreams usually aimed higher, training hard, climbing the ranks, and even aspiring to become Hokage. That was why, upon graduating from the academy, young genin were immediately assigned to squads under seasoned team leaders. Have you ever thought about going back to active duty? Kurane asked, slurping her ramen. Taking missions again. I actually think teaching's pretty good, Kitazawa mused. Then he added with a grin, but hey, if you're ever short a teammate on a mission, you know who to call. He wasn't speaking idly. He'd thought it through carefully. As the system kept rewarding him, his power would keep growing. Eventually, he'd have to reveal some of his true strength, but dropping it all at once would shock everyone too much. Better to reveal it little by little, at the right moments. Okay, Kurane agreed without hesitation. If I find a suitable mission, I'll definitely call you. According to Konoha's regulations, genin couldn't take missions alone, but shinin were free to form teams for various assignments. No sooner had Kitazawa and Kurane finished breakfast than Yakumo arrived right on time. But instead of joining them to work on the truth extraction jutsu, she headed straight up to the rooftop. There, she unpacked her drawing tools and began practicing her bloodline limit. It's already 9 o'clock. I have to head out. Kitazawa glanced at the clock on the wall, then quickly stood up. Today was the day of Hinata's duel with Toranaschuk. Kurane simply nodded, not pressing him for details. Once again, it was that same small forest. Hinata stood quietly under the trees, waiting for Kitazawa's arrival. In the past, just passing through this forest had filled her with anxiety and fear. But today, her heart felt unexpectedly calm. Footsteps rustled through the leaves. Hinata looked up instinctively, but when she saw Toranaschuk emerge instead of Kitazawa, her eyes flickered with disappointment. Why isn't Kitazawa-sensei here yet? Meanwhile, Toranaschuk glanced around, clearly nervous. But when he realized Hinata was alone, he relaxed, confidence returning to his posture. Without that scary teacher around, he thought, there was nothing to fear. Hey, Byakugan freak. Toranaschuk sneered. Aren't you gonna surrender the moment you see me? His familiar taunting tone dragged Hinata's mind back to darker memories. But that was the past. This was now. Form the confrontation seal. Hinata's voice was gentle, but this time, it carried an unmistakable firmness. You really think you can beat me? Don't make me laugh. Toranaschuk scoffed, folding his arms. Last time, if it weren't for that bastard of a teacher. Shut up. Hinata's expression hardened, her lavender eyes blazing with a rare fury. Don't you dare insult Kitazawa-sensei. Toranaschuk flinched, startled by the sudden fire in her voice. But he quickly recovered and spat back defiantly, or what? What'll you do if I curse him again? He's just some. Before he could finish, Hinata sprang forward like a striking hawk. Her fingers darted out, sharp and precise, jabbing at Torinoshuk's right wrist. He felt a sudden blockage in his chakra flow, his arm going limp. He didn't even have time to react before Hinata attacked again, her 5 fingers flaring open, then snapping together as she drove her palm into his chest. Ayah! Torinoshuk howled in pain, staggering backward before collapsing to the ground. He rolled on the forest floor, clutching his chest and shrieking in agony. Hinata froze in place, staring down at her trembling hands. I didn't even use that much force. Why did he fall so hard? Well done, Hinata. Kitazawa's voice echoed through the trees, calm and warm. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata's head snapped up. She broke into a beaming smile and jogged over to him, cheeks flushed pink. Kitazawa returned her smile, feeling quite pleased because a notification had just flashed across his system interface. Mission completed. Help your deskmate Hyuga Hinata defeat Torinoshuk. Reward issued. Water release, water bullet jutsu. Water release, water bullet jutsu was quite similar to fire release, great fireball except one spat torrents of water instead of roaring flames. Kitazawa reached out and gently patted Hinata's head. At this point, Hinata's personal mission only had one objective left, for her to voluntarily reveal the secret behind her impressive appetite, a confession that would earn Kitazawa the Byakugan as a reward. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Enjoy the bonus chapter on reaching 100 power stones. Hinata. As they walked along, Kitazawa asked, do you want to head home, or keep training? Hinata opened her mouth to reply but was abruptly cut off by an explosion of voices. Youth, youth, youth. 3 voices shouted in unison, breathless but perfectly synchronized. Hinata turned her head instinctively. 3 figures in identical green jumpsuits came trotting into view. Is that Naruto? Hinata blinked in disbelief as she squinted at the trio. Sure enough, one of them was her classmate, Uzumaki Naruto. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto spotted them and waved wildly, a huge grin on his face. Perfect timing. Rock Lee suddenly burst forward, sprinting ahead of Naruto. Not so fast. Check out my youth tornado. Naruto leapt into the air, spinning like a top, and effortlessly caught up with Lee. This fills me with burning passion. Guy wiped tears from his eyes as he cried, let your youth blaze like a roaring flame. Thanks to Kitazawa's butterfly effect, Rock Lee had become Guy's student earlier than he had in the original timeline. Yet the biggest impact wasn't on Lee but on Uzumaki Naruto. Being born into the Uzumaki clan, Naruto possessed a robust physique and a monstrous healing factor, making him a natural taijutsu prodigy. Guy had taken him under his wing and was teaching him every secret he knew, already considering Naruto like one of his own disciples. That was why Kitazawa had eased off training Naruto himself lately. When it came to taijutsu, Guy was handling things. Kitazawa's role now was simply to help Naruto improve his academic grades. Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If Naruto masters the 8 gates, that's going to be terrifying. Who could possibly stop him? He couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for Sasuke's future. Hinata stared at the bizarre scene before her, completely at a loss. She simply couldn't grasp the strange, explosive energy between Guy and his students. It was as shocking as it was confusing. Hinata, you still haven't answered my question, Kitazawa reminded her gently. I want to keep training. Hinata snapped back to herself, replying without hesitation. She'd become used to Kitazawa's demanding training. Even though she'd defeated Torinoshuk, she wasn't about to slack off. She still held on to one dream, earning Hyuga Hayashi's acknowledgement. Let's call Sasuke to join us. Kitazawa considered this for a moment. If they were going to have a shot at beating second-year Class A, both Sasuke and Naruto would be crucial. And Sasuke was the type who'd leap at any chance for extra training. So they headed for the Uchiha clan compound. Since the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha clan had been relocated to the outskirts of Konoha. The moment Kitazawa and Hinata stepped inside the district, several Uchiha ninja fixed sharp eyes on them. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata instinctively shrank back, clutching Kitazawa's sleeve. It's all right, Kitazawa reassured her quietly. They're ninja of this village. They won't pick a fight with us here. Attacking fellow shinobi inside Konoha's walls was basically tantamount to treason. And frankly, neither he nor Hinata were significant enough to ignite such a dangerous conflict. Who are you? A calm voice suddenly cut through the air. A young man with a composed presence stepped toward them. Kitazawa studied his features for a second before recognition struck. Uchiha Itachi, the loyal son and quiet genius. Those distinctive tear troughs beneath his eyes were unmistakable. My name is Kitazawa. I'm a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa introduced himself directly. I'm looking for Uchiha Sasuke. You're Kitazawa-sensei. Itachi's lips curved in a faint smile. I've heard Sasuke mention you many times. He says you're an excellent teacher. Could you be Sasuke's older brother? Kitazawa feigned surprise, offering a respectful nod. I've heard of your genius for quite some time. It's an honor to meet you. It's nothing but an exaggerated reputation. Itachi shook his head modestly, then added, I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to, so I can't take you to Sasuke myself. He pointed them in the right direction before turning to leave. Thank you. Kitazawa and Hinata soon arrived at Sasuke's home. Fugaku wasn't there, but they were warmly welcomed by Mikoto. After a brief, polite exchange, Kitazawa explained his purpose for coming, then departed with Sasuke in tow. At the Ninja Academy training grounds. Sasuke, how's your chakra nature transformation training going? Kitazawa asked. Sasuke didn't answer right away. Instead, he plucked a leaf from a tree. A surge of fire chakra rippled around his fingers. The air shimmered with heat, and a dry wind blasted outward, scorching the leaf. Moments later, the leaf had become brittle and shriveled, but it didn't burst into flames. Your progress is impressive, Kitazawa said approvingly. Give it another day, and you'll finish the preliminary stage. Preliminary. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. Chakra nature transformation training isn't as simple as you might think. Kitazawa chuckled. It doesn't matter. Sasuke clenched his fist, determination blazing in his eyes. As long as it gets me closer to my goal, I'll do whatever it takes. Really, anything. The thought flickered through Kitazawa's mind before he quickly shook it off. He wasn't some cartoon supervillain plotting world domination. You keep training. Kitazawa left a shadow clone behind and headed for the artificial lake, with Hinata following at his side. He didn't even have to say a word. The moment they arrived, Hinata stepped lightly onto the lake's surface and began practicing her water walking technique. Time slipped by, and before long, the sun was sinking toward the horizon, bathing the world in orange glow. Ha ha ha. Sasuke stood grinning, a burning leaf crackling between his fingers. He couldn't hold back his laughter, his eyes bright with triumph. Mid-laugh, he formed hand seals again. Suddenly, a scorching fireball exploded into existence, blazing in the dusk light. Sasuke's lips curled into a satisfied smirk as he watched the sphere of flame swell twice the size it had been before. It used to stand 2 or 3 meters high, now it roared 5 meters into the air. Surpassing Uchiha Itachi doesn't seem so far away anymore. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke dashed over, breathless with excitement. Give me the next training method. Fire release isn't just about burning things, Kitazawa said calmly. Its true strength lies in its intense heat. He produced a glass cup, filled it from the lake, and held it out. Evaporate all the water in this glass. Sasuke accepted the cup, lifted his palm, and focused his fire release chakra. A few moments later, his brow creased, realization dawning. It was much harder than it seemed. Time's up for today, Kitazawa said, clapping him lightly on the shoulder. We'll pick up the training tomorrow. Keep the glass cup, it's yours. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke nodded, gripping the glass cup like a precious treasure as he left the academy. Once Kitazawa finished escorting Hinata back to the Hyuga clan compound. Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi stood waiting in the courtyard, arms folded. It's been a while since I checked your gentle fist progress. Let's spar. A few moments earlier, he'd received a report from KO about Hinata's decisive fight against Toranahook. Hayashi still found it hard to believe how cleanly she'd won. Hinata froze in surprise, thrown off by the sudden challenge. But her father's words were an order, not a suggestion. She stepped forward, lowering into the gentle fist stance. Her eyes grew sharp, and she lunged in first. Bang! Hayashi barely shifted. With minimal movement, he blocked her strike and raised an eyebrow, surprised by the force behind it. Hinata staggered back a step. She drew a deep breath and rushed in again. But no matter how fiercely she tried, her attacks were parried as if they were nothing. All right. That's enough. Hayashi finally lowered his arms and stepped back. I'm sorry, father. Hinata bowed her head, guilt flashing across her face at his stern expression. Why are you apologizing? Hayashi's tone softened as he regarded her with quiet approval. You've progressed more than I ever expected. Huh. Hinata blinked in confusion. Compared to the last time we sparred, your reaction speed, your chakra control, and the force in your gentle fist have all improved significantly. Hayashi paused, then added, astonishment creeping into his voice. But the most remarkable thing, your chakra reserves have increased by nearly half. Hinata's eyes widened. That's all thanks to Kitazawa-sensei, she blurted quickly. Hayashi shook his head, a faint frown on his face. Kitazawa is merely a Chunin. At best, he can help refine your chakra control. But expanding your chakra capacity that comes from within, no one else can give that to you. I don't really know, Hinata murmured, utterly bewildered. Chapter 49, Chapter 49. It was the second week of May. Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy, a bag of freshly bought breakfast swinging from his hand. As expected, Hinata was already waiting for him in his office, sitting primly with her hands folded in her lap. Eat. Kitazawa set the breakfast items on the coffee table one by one. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata took a small sip of milk, then let a shy smile slip across her face. I sparred with father yesterday. Oh, Kitazawa asked with playful curiosity. And judging by how happy you look, does that mean you beat him? No way. Hinata's face turned pink in an instant. Flustered, she shook her head. How could I possibly win against father? In her eyes, Hyuga Hayashi was a towering figure, a master whose strength sat at the very peak of the ninja world. It felt impossible that she'd ever even come close. Why not? Kitazawa gave her a calm, confident smile. I believe that one day, you'll definitely be able to defeat him. Hinata's mouth fell open. For a few seconds, she was too stunned to speak. Kitazawa took a bite of his rice ball, steering the conversation back on track. So, if you didn't win, what's making you so happy? Father said I've improved a lot. Hinata blinked out of her daze, and a bright smile returned to her face. That just proves you're talented. Kitazawa praised her sincerely. Hinata's biggest hurdle had always been her lack of confidence. Kitazawa's solution was simple, keep praising her until she believed it herself. I'm not that talented, Hinata murmured. She glanced at him, her voice soft. It's all because of your training, Kitazawa-sensei. My training only works because you are talented. Kitazawa gave a faint smile. Hinata felt her brain stall for a moment. How did it come back to that again? Could it be, she really was talented? I'm still nothing like Niji Aizen. Hinata suddenly looked down, her smile fading as she thought of her cousin. Not necessarily? Kitazawa shook his head gently. It's normal for him to be stronger. He's older than you. Hinata definitely had talent. In the original timeline, even beings as powerful as Otsutsuki Tonari had called her the Byakugan princess, recognizing her as possessing Byakugan of exceptionally high purity. But, Hinata looked like she wanted to protest but couldn't quite find the words. Practice makes perfect, Kitazawa said firmly, meeting her gaze. Keep training. I believe that one day, you'll surpass Hyuga Niji. Theoretically, it would be a steep climb but he had a cheat system. If he could unlock the Byakugan and Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms for her, then Hinata might not be entirely without hope of victory. After all, any ninjutsu he gained from the system was instantly mastered to its highest level. Hinata sat there in stunned silence. She had never even dared to dream of defeating Niji before. But as she stared into Kitazawa's steady eyes, she found herself nodding despite her doubts. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata shifted a little closer, lowering her voice. There's something else I've been meaning to ask you. Go ahead. Kitazawa popped the last bit of his rice ball into his mouth and reached for some sushi. Father said my chakra reserves have increased by half compared to before. Hinata's brow furrowed as she spoke, still sounding puzzled. Neither you nor your father knows why. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Hinata nodded. She'd been diligently refining her chakra lately but a 50% increase seemed too dramatic to explain away so easily. I see. Kitazawa gave her a dry look and flicked her lightly on the forehead. You clearly haven't been paying attention in class. I haven't really been in class much lately. Hinata's cheeks went scarlet as she admitted it softly. Ahem. Kitazawa cleared his throat and decided to skip over that part. Do you remember what chakra is made of? It's created from mixing spiritual energy and physical energy, Hinata recited. Exactly. Kitazawa nodded. So, if your chakra has increased, it means your spiritual or physical energy or both have grown stronger. He tilted his head at her. Think about it carefully. What have you been doing differently lately? I haven't really. Hinata began to protest but then froze mid-sentence. Realization dawned on her all at once. She remembered the change that had come over the past month. Thanks to Kitazawa's encouragement, she'd finally stopped hiding her secret of having a massive appetite. For nearly a month, she'd been eating until she was truly full every single day. With a well-fed body, her physical energy and thus her chakra reserves had naturally surged. Is that really how it is? Hinata murmured, her eyes wide with shock. All her life, she'd believed that having a big appetite was shameful, a disgrace that went against the Hyuga clan's rules and strict etiquette, making her seem unrefined and improper. Being able to eat well is a blessing. Kitazawa reached out and gently patted her head. There's nothing for you to feel embarrassed about anymore. Hinata lifted her eyes to him, blinking through the confusion swirling inside her chest. She couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Defeating Torinosuke, earning her father Hayashi's rare praise, learning that her growing chakra reserves were thanks to eating properly. One revelation after another piled up in her heart, until the emotions she'd been bottling up for so long finally burst. Hinata tried to speak, but the moment she opened her mouth, tears spilled from her eyes. She frantically wiped at them, turning her face away so Kitazawa couldn't see. Poor kid. Kitazawa let out a quiet sigh. He said nothing else, only stood beside her, giving her the space to let it out. I'm sorry, Kitazawa-sensei. At last, Hinata drew a deep breath and spoke, voice trembling slightly. There's nothing to be sorry for. Kitazawa shook his head. None of this is your fault. Thank you. A soft, relieved smile tugged at Hinata's lips. As her tears dried, she felt like a heavy weight had been lifted off her chest. Everything that had been suffocating her seemed to flow away, leaving her lighter than she'd ever felt. Come on, let's head to the classroom. Kitazawa stood and gathered the breakfast things. Hinata obediently rose to follow him. Moments later, the class bell rang, echoing through the academy corridors. Before we start today's lesson, I've got an announcement. Kitazawa stood at the front of the class, a smile playing at his lips. In early June, our class will have a friendly match with second-year Class A. His words sparked immediate uproar. Second-year Class A? You mean the one with Hyuga Niji? Koji nearly choked on his snacks, eyes going round as plates. We're doomed. We can't beat them. Don't be such a defeatist. Kiba slammed his palm against his desk. We haven't even fought yet. How can you say we're gonna lose? You don't know how strong Hyuga Niji is, Yamanaka interjected, chewing on her lower lip. His reputation is even bigger than Sasuke's. He's the Hyuga clan's top genius. Wait, there's someone even more talented than Sasuke-kun. Sakura clenched her fists, eyes blazing. Sasuke-kun will totally defeat him. I'll defeat him. Sasuke's voice cut through the chatter like a blade. Sasuke-kun. Sakura practically swooned, her eyes transforming into hearts. It was the first time Sasuke had directly spoken up in front of her. Niji isn't a joke, Shikamaru Nara said seriously, for once dropping his usual lazy demeanor. Meanwhile, Hinata froze at her desk. Just hearing Niji's name made her muscles tense, as if cold water had been poured down her back. The courage she'd gained in recent days seemed to vanish in an instant. Hey! Naruto jumped to his feet, voice loud and confident. We've got Kitazawa-sensei on our side. At those words, Hinata found herself turning to look at Kitazawa. He met her eyes with a calm, reassuring smile. Somehow, just seeing that smile made the fear in her chest loosen a little and she felt the faint stirrings of courage again. Chapter 50, Chapter 50. An bonus chapter for reaching 200 power stones. Kitazawa couldn't help smiling as he listened to the excited chatter in the classroom. At this point, Hyuga Niji had practically become some kind of terrifying demon king in their imaginations. Then again, he couldn't blame them. Niji's reputation absolutely preceded him. Alright, listen up. I'm going to announce the rules for the friendly match. Kitazawa clapped his hands. Once the class quieted down, he explained all 4 events they'd be competing in. These 4 events sound really familiar. Ino blinked in surprise. Aren't they the same special training exercises Kitazawa-sensei gave us? Could it be? Kitazawa-sensei can see the future. Sakura asked in awe, eyes shining. After all, Sasuke and Hinata had started specialized training over a month ago, long before any friendly match against second-year Class A had been scheduled. It's not foresight, Shikamaru muttered, scratching his head. Sensei probably picked events he's been training us for all along. Ha ha ha. Naruto puffed out his chest and put his hands on his hips. I'm totally going to take first place in the physical fitness test. Thanks to his naturally strong body and Guy's relentless taijutsu training, Naruto was brimming with confidence. TCH show off. Inuzuka Kiba crossed his arms, scowling at Naruto's smug grin. You're just jealous. Naruto shot back proudly. Kiba clenched his teeth in frustration. Deep down, he knew he couldn't beat Naruto in physical stamina. The kid's endurance was insane. Sometimes Kiba wondered if Naruto was secretly a ninja dog himself. He was practically Konoha's hyperactive mad dog. We still need to be cautious of Hyuga Niji, Shinobi murmured, adjusting his sunglasses. It's fine. Ino said brightly. We've got Kitazawa-sensei. That's right. Hinata echoed, her voice gentle but firm. Shikamaru shook his head with a sigh. They were all piling so much pressure onto one Chunin teacher. Did they even realize what they were expecting of him? He figured it was going to be a rough fight, but in the end, it was just a friendly match. Losing wouldn't be the end of the world. To help prepare for next month's match, I've put together a training plan tailored to your abilities, Kitazawa announced calmly. We'll go over the details during the practical combat period. For now, let's start class. The first lesson of the day was on the will of fire. Kitazawa was a pro at teaching it by now, delivering the lecture in a way that had the entire class listening and laughing in good spirits. By the time the class ended, the students were chatting and smiling as they gathered their things. Kitazawa headed back to the office, with Sasuke and Hinata following close behind. He didn't even have to assign them anything. They both immediately launched into their own training routines. Soon, it was afternoon, time for the final class of the day, practical combat. Kitazawa stepped forward and laid out his plan. He split the entire class into 2 groups based on the results of their first monthly exam. The first group consisted of those with average scores. They wouldn't participate in the friendly match and would simply focus on regular lessons. The second group, made up of the top performers, would be led by Hinata and Sasuke. Sasuke was continuing his training in chakra nature transformation. For chakra control exercises, Kitazawa added Ino, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino alongside Hinata. Meanwhile, the remaining students under Naruto and Kiba's leadership focused on rigorous physical conditioning. As for the actual combat practice, Kitazawa planned to begin intensive special training in about 2 weeks. When the class finally wrapped up, Shikamaru slumped down onto the ground, looking like a dead fish. He hadn't expected Kitazawa-sensei to assign him tree climbing training. It felt like a catastrophic blow to his carefully cultivated life of laziness. Kitazawa spotted him lying there like a salted fish and chuckled softly. That was just how Shikamaru was. If no one pushed him, he'd never move on his own. Good work, everyone. To reward you for your efforts today, I've brought snacks. Kitazawa grinned as he pulled out a summoning storage scroll. Hinata instinctively placed a hand over her stomach. As soon as Kitazawa said the word snacks, she suddenly realized she was starving. That's awesome. Akimichi Koji's eyes lit up at the mention of snacks. He sprang to his feet like he'd been revived from the dead. It has to be Kitazawa-sensei, Ino Yamanaka said with a bright smile. She wasn't particularly greedy for food, but hey, who would turn down free snacks? Sasuke-kun, I'll get some for you. Sakura Haruno practically launched herself from her seat, rushing over to Kitazawa. Sasuke let out a small sigh, looking helpless. He really wasn't a fan of snacks. Sasuke-kun, here's yours. Sakura bounded back, presenting him with a bag of treats. Sasuke was about to refuse when something caught his eye. Inside his snack bag were Dango, his brother Itachi's favorite. Curious, he glanced at Sakura's bag and noticed the contents weren't quite the same as his own. Did Kitazawa really pay attention to details like that? For a moment, Sasuke was genuinely impressed. He took a cautious bite of the Dango and thought, it really is sweet. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata approached shyly once the others began drifting away. This is for you. Kitazawa grinned and handed her 4 large bags of snacks, practically dumping them into her arms. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata's cheeks burned crimson as she clutched the bags, her embarrassment obvious. I told you before, Kitazawa said, patting her gently on the head. Being able to eat well is a blessing. Don't be shy about it. Hinata felt a warm glow in her chest and nodded softly. I'll walk you home, Kitazawa offered, relieving her of the burden of the giant snack haul. There's no way you're carrying all this by yourself. Hinata's heart fluttered, and she nodded quickly. Truth be told, she wanted any excuse to spend more time with Kitazawa. When they reached the Hyuga clan compound, Kitazawa spotted a familiar figure ahead, a man standing tall and dignified, his posture like a pine tree, radiating authority. Father. Hinata hurried forward and bowed deeply. Hayashi-sama, Kitazawa greeted, thinking to himself, just as I expected. You're Kitazawa. Hayashi spoke calmly, his expression neutral as his sharp eyes assessed the young teacher. I am. Kitazawa nodded politely. Thank you for taking care of Hinata these past weeks, Hayashi said, offering a curt acknowledgement before turning and heading toward the courtyard. His manners were flawless, but Kitazawa could feel the faint undercurrent of Hyuga pride and perhaps a touch of condescension beneath his words. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. Both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were famously proud, though the Hyuga were masters at hiding it beneath a mask of polite decorum. See you tomorrow, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata gave a small, reluctant wave, clutching her snacks as if they were treasure. Why do you have so many snacks? Hayashi glanced at the 4 bulging bags in her arms, a rare look of confusion crossing his face. They're a reward from Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata explained after a short hesitation. Then, summoning her courage, she added, and I can eat all of them. You can eat snacks, Hayashi said, his brow furrowing, but you shouldn't overdo it. Your regular meals are more important. I really can eat a lot, Hinata blurted out, gripping the bags tighter. I have a big appetite. Hayashi blinked in surprise. For a moment, he was tempted to dismiss it as nonsense. But then, a thoughtful look came over his face. As clan head, he understood better than most that a large appetite could actually be a hidden advantage. After all, the Akimichi clan thrived by storing up chakra through their formidable eating habits. How much can you eat? Hayashi finally asked, his voice unexpectedly serious. If it's the bowls we have at home. I can eat 10 bowls right now, Hinata said, careful but determined. Hayashi stared at her for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into loud, genuine laughter. Ha! Hinata stood frozen, stunned. She had never seen her father laugh like that, not ever. Is he happy because I can eat so much? Maybe Kitazawa-sensei was right after all. Current mission, feed your desk mate, Hyuga Hinata, until she voluntarily reveals her secret. Mission reward, Byakugan. Host has completed the mission. Reward granted. Elsewhere, as Kitazawa strolled through the village streets, his eyes went wide. Holy crap! A mission reward like this, is the system handing out gold bars or what?